Before long a time would come when he would need all these military structures if the South was ever to be overcome, for intelligence reports filtering in from below the 17th parallel brought unwelcome news. Instead of disintegrating from its internal fragmentation and lack of a central focus of power, the Southern Republic seemed to be gaining a measure of strength. The more secure it became, the less chance the North would have to draw it within its own orbit. With the help of Lansdale and other Americans, Diem slowly increased his control of the Southern government. During September and October 1954, Diem's Army Chief of Staff, General Nguyen Van Hinh, seemed to be planning a coup. Lansdale forestalled that possibility by shipping Hinh off for a vacation to the fleshpots of Manila. Through bribes, Lansdale persuaded one of Diem's rivals, Trinh Minh Thay, a sect leader of the Cao Dai religion, to merge his army into Diem's National Army of the Republic of Vietnam. Similar tactics worked with warlords of the Hoa Hao cult. Upwards often $1 million in CIA money made its way to such men to persuade them to follow their new national leader. Trinh Minh Thay received between $1 and $2 million, Nguyen Thanh Phuong, another Cao Dai general, demanded and received nearly $4 million plus additional monthly payments for his troops. A Hoa Hao warlord, General Tran Van Soa, cost $3 million. It was an expensive process, but in this way Lansdale neutralized Diem's potential rivals. Invigorated, Diem launched an attack against his strongest opponent, Le Van Bay Vien, of the Binh Xuyen, the Vietnamese mafia. Bay had once been a river pirate who came to control vice in Saigon, gambling, prostitution, smuggling, and opium, all of which he controlled from the Grand Monde, a huge complex in Colon. He even bought the job of police chief for Saigon and the rank of general in the Vietnamese National Army from Bao Dai at a time when the emperor was strapped for funds. Diem decided to destroy this powerful rival and his 25,000 soldiers. A sudden attack by his troops, the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, threw Bay Vien's troops out of Saigon and into the swamps outside the city, where for some time they continued to oppose Diem's government and, in later years, merged themselves with the Viet Cong movement. 29. Now Diem began to ponder how best to rid himself of Bao Dai, who, from his French base, still occasionally endeavored to influence events in the south. Lansdale counseled Diem to hold a referendum to determine by popular vote who should be chief of state, Bao Dai or Diem. The premier liked the idea, and on October 23, 1955 the citizenry turned out to vote. Diem received 98% of the overall vote, 5.7 million total, as opposed to 63,000 votes cast for Bao Dai. In Saigon, Diem received 605,025 votes, one-third more than the total number of 450,000 registered voters. Before nightfall that day, Diem proclaimed himself president of the nation. 30. Bao Dai was no longer a threat. Bay Vien's Binh Xuyen had been expelled from Saigon. The Cao Dai and Hoa Hao sects no longer mattered, their generals bribed to become part of ARVN or their armies smashed. Ngo Dinh Diem now felt sufficiently secure to reach for another goal. On January 19, 1956, he gave a speech that expressed his natural xenophobia, the presence of foreign troops, no matter how friendly, incompatible with Vietnam's concept of full independence. He did not have Lansdale or the small American MAAG detachment in mind. His words were directed at the French. It was time for their troops to leave the South. They protested, but the United States supported Diem in this, as in all things, and so the last vestiges of the French colonial empire in Vietnam finally ended on April 10, 1956, when the last 10,000 French troops boarded transports in Saigon's harbor for the long journey home. 31. The new president of the Republic of South Vietnam now turned his attention to the national elections scheduled for 1956 by the Geneva Accords. Some who knew the situation already believed that Diem could never win such an election. Allen Dulles, head of the CIA, was one who realized that unification was inevitable if the vote was held without United Nations supervision. Ho, with his extensive political apparatus in place, would win. In 1956, Dulles sent Eisenhower a report predicting that Ho would win a landslide victory. Eisenhower knew something about such wins, and he certainly did not want one to take place in Vietnam. There was a way out. Diem's government had not signed the Geneva Accords, and thus Diem could proclaim, as his government had done at the close of the conference in 1954, that he was not bound by them. 32. As mid-1956 and election time approached, Giap publicly became ever more enraged over Nguyen Diem's refusal to allow elections to be held. Giap, and all other Viet Minh leaders, parrot the same line. They had assumed, they said, that France would stay in the South long enough to oversee those mandatory elections. But they were gone. Now the South was an independent nation backed by inexhaustible American treasure. The United States was the new Western power in Vietnam, and its entire foreign policy revolved around opposition to communism. It wanted an anti-communist government in Saigon, democratic or not, and it made its wants and demands plain to see. Thus encouraged, Diem staunchly refused to participate in elections scheduled by a conference whose accords he had never recognized. Bui Tin, journalist and longtime party functionary, recalled, Diem sabotaged the election of 1956. Many Viet Minh remained in the South, convinced that the 1956 election would reunify the country. When it was cancelled, there was much sorrow. In Tri Tien province, very many local people finally decided to move north. There was no longer any reason to remain. 33 Ho denounced Diem, but there was little he could do about it. It was a fait accompli. Ho had no power to enforce the referendum, and none of the Geneva great powers seemed willing or able to do so. The struggle in the South, Giap proclaimed, will be long, arduous, but certainly victorious. 34. Giap's attitude toward America, once so favorable in the days when he walked and talked with Allison Kent Thomas and others in the service of OSS during World War II, now became ever more venomous. In late 1957, he lamented that it was unfortunate that the Vietnamese should still have to struggle for unification. He spoke of the American interventionists and their lackeys, the Nguyen Diem clique. Then suddenly, for reasons unknown, Giap disappeared from public view for several months. Rumors gained credence among his friends outside Vietnam that the Politburo had removed him from office, but no one knew for what reason. Then, in 1958, he reappeared without explanation, and resumed his duties. Perhaps he had been ill. He had suffered great privations during the war years, and consequently for years Giap was plagued with ill health. Whatever the reason for his absence, his return was timely, for the northern communist leaders were beginning to develop their strategy toward the occupied South. 35. It was clear to all observers that the North Vietnamese regarded the 17th parallel as only a temporary demarcation, not a permanent boundary separating two independent, sovereign states. By itself, the North was an incomplete nation. Giap described it as the liberated half of our country, and the area below the parallel was always the occupied South. Giap also referred to the North as the vast rear of our army and the revolutionary base for the whole country. 36. Communist leaders minced no words. Plainly, they desired to see the puppet government in the South eliminated and the two halves of the nation unified under Ho's leadership. What was not then clear, perhaps even to the Politburo members themselves, was the extent to which they should involve themselves in Southern affairs. Preferably, Southerners would topple Diem's regime from within, through sabotage or subversion or, better yet, through a great patriotic uprising. People of the South, with appropriate encouragement and assistance, would throw off the bonds of the rotten, corrupt, and illegitimate regime that ruled over them. They would sweep away, in Giap's words, all the spies, bandits, and hirelings of the U.S. imperialists into the dustbin of history. In the eyes of the hero of Dien Bien Phu, Nguyen Diem and his supporters operated a fascist dictatorial political regime, ferociously oppressing and exploiting the people, using every barbarous means to suppress the patriotic movement. 37. At the same time, Giap recognized the immense amount of equipment the United States had already supplied the Republic of South Vietnam, and, if possible, he wanted to avoid a clash with America. He believed that ultimate victory would not come quickly, that it would be achieved only by once again proceeding carefully through each of the three phases of Revolutionary War: guerrilla conflict, mobile warfare, and the final full offensive. Yet all around him heated discussions swirled. How long could the North allow such a government to stand? What, if anything, should actively be done about it? Answers to these questions became the imperative that drove the policies of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam for the next 15 years, from 1960 to 1975. Vent. / Absolute secrecy and security were our watchwords. Leading members of North Vietnam's Politburo argued often and sometimes bitterly in 1959 over the course of action they should follow. Should they draw closer to China or to the Soviet Union? It would be wrong to suggest that Northern leaders divided solely over the question of pro-Soviet or pro-Chinese orientations. Disputes in Hanoi were probably more often based on the relative priorities of many things: production, morale, industrial development, consolidation of the North, and, always, the circumstances of the National Democratic Revolution in the South. Yet members did have personal views about their two major allies, and this also was a factor in their decision-making. The USSR counseled its client states to follow a course of peaceful coexistence in their foreign policy, and that was appealing to those in Ho's government who believed their first duty was to consolidate their hold on the North and rebuild the land so wasted by years of war. The Chinese, more militant, pressed for stronger action against the new Southern Republic, but some Vietnamese looked with grave suspicion upon that ancient enemy. The perils of close association, politically and geographically, with China needed to be offset by strengthening ties with the Soviets. As a Hanoi official would later say, China used Vietnam like a chess pawn, and many believed that China's primary interests sprang from its desire to use the north of Laos and the Democratic Republic of Vietnam as security buffers against the growing American influence south of the 17th parallel. 1. Absolute security and security were our watchwords. /229. What about the South? What should be done there? Was active interference appropriate? Should Giap's armies mass and march across the 17th parallel? Or should the North wait for those under Diem's rule to launch a general uprising? The order of the day was the notion good policy is based on good information, but which of the many who argued for their own position was sharing good information? Ho Chi Minh did not always see fit to impose his own views. Often it seemed better to him to allow his underlings to fight among themselves while he used his deciding influence only after long debates and arguments had drawn the battle lines. He could count on his lieutenants to speak out, all of them. They were a mixed group. Number 2 man on the Politburo, just behind Ho, was Party Secretary Nguyen, who, with all his fellows, was utterly dedicated to the overthrow of the Southern government. Born in Annam in 1908, son of a railway clerk, he joined Ho's Revolutionary Youth League in 1928 and was a founding member of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party in 1930. Arrested by the French in 1931 for seditious activities, he was sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. Re-arrested in 1940, Nguyen spent the war years on Pulo Condor. Following World War II, Nguyen served for a time in Hanoi with Ho's government. Sent south, he became party secretary for the southern branch of the Viet Minh, the Central Office for South Vietnam. Opposed to the Geneva Accords because of his dedication to Vietnamese unification, he went along with them only on Ho's urging, but his fervor earned him the nickname Flame of the South. During 1954–56 he consistently advocated use of armed force against the regime of Ngo Dinh Diem. Recalled to Hanoi in 1957, he became a member of the Politburo and de facto General Secretary of the Communist Party following the demotion of Truong Chinh, a position which was formalized in 1960. As Ho was in poor health, Lee Nguyen then became the most powerful member of the Politburo. Statements of HANOI leaders during periods of crisis in 1955, 1963, 1965, 1968, and 1972 point to the fact that Lee Nguyen was more militant and more willing to take risks in the South than was Jup. The Politburo tended to favor Lee Nguyen's proposals over those of Jup. 3. Truong Chin, despite his failure with the land reform program, his subsequent public apologies, the loss of his job as party secretary, and his public condemnation by Nguyen Jup, remained the third-ranking member of the Politburo. An avowed Maoist, he had received much of his early training in China and was avid to maintain and strengthen Vietnam's ties with that massive power. He gloried in the military equipment and advisory personnel China had supplied the Viet Minh during the First Indochina War. Although he kept a low profile for some time following his demotion, he once again came to prominence in late 1957 at the very time that Jup disappeared from the public eye. Directly behind Truong Chin in Politburo rankings was Nguyen Jup, who held the number 4 position. Minister of Defense and Commander-in-Chief of the military, Jup was a man to be reckoned with. Even when his colleagues disagreed with him, they listened carefully to his views. Other important leaders included Lee Du Tho, whose real name was Phan Dinh Khai. Born in Nam Ha Province in 1910, as a youth he attended Thang Long School in Hanoi. Though joined the Indochinese Communist Party soon after its founding in 1930. Later arrested by the French, he served time at Pulo Condori and other prisons. During World War II, though served in the Viet Bac, and later he served as deputy to Lee Nguyen in the south. Called back to Hanoi in 1954, he was elevated to the Politburo and served for 20 years as head of the organization department. General Nguyen Chi Thanh, born in Annam between 1913 and 1915 to poor peasants, became active in revolutionary activities in the mid-1930s and joined the Indochinese Communist Party in 1937. He served as head of the Communist Party in Thu Thien Province until 1938, when he was arrested. The French imprisoned him during most of World War II. He was released in time to attend the Tantro Conference in 1945 and the same year was named to the Central Committee of the party. For a time he led party operations in Annam and then joined the People's Liberation Army. Promotions came rapidly to Thanh, and by 1950 he was in charge of the Army's General Political Directorate, which supervised ideological aspects of military training. He became a general of the Army in 1959, 2 years after being named to the Politburo. Thanh's promotion came, in large part, because he had the vocal support of Truong Chin, who consistently maintained that Thanh was a more competent general than Jup. Whispers to that effect spread throughout the north. Never for a moment did Thanh lose sight of his belief that the fight against the French must continue in full force not only in the north but in the south as well. The General Political Directorate was not subordinate to Jup but rather to the party's Central Committee, so Thanh was able to advance his notion that communist theory should have primacy over military professional training. He was a difficult opponent, for he held 4-star rank, the same as did Jup, and thus could not simply be silenced by an order from his commander. This dispute between Thanh and Jup was not resolved until March 15, 1961, when Thanh was relieved of his GPD duties and transferred to the Directorate of Agricultural Collectivization. There he remained until 1964, when he was named head of COSVN and given charge of military operations in the south, where he followed a policy of big unit warfare against U.S. forces. His high casualties stirred Jup's wrath, and finally the Politburo agreed to use a less volatile strategy. He died, depending on the source, in July 1967 during a U.S. bomb. Absolute secrecy and security were our watchword. 231. Ng raid, from a heart attack, or of pneumonia, while formulating initial plans for the Tet Offensive. General Van Tien Dung, another of the players, was born in 1917 in the northern village of Ko Nu, Tu Lim District, Ha Dong Province, to a peasant family. Deng was one of 7 children. At age 16, having completed 6 years of schooling, he went to work, and in 1938 he held a job in the French-owned Siucheng textile mill. Deng joined the Indochinese Communist Party in 1993-7 and became active in the Workers' League, a communist front organization that linked 26 trade unions. Twice arrested, he both times escaped. He became an apparatchik within the communist bureaucracy as secretary of the Regional Committee for Northern Vietnam in 1944. Joining Gip's forces, he rose rapidly through the ranks, for Gip recognized his ability and promoted him often. In 1946 he became deputy secretary of the party's military committee, and in 1994-7 Gip promoted Deng to brigadier general. More stars came quickly: Major General in 1954, Colonel General in 1959, and Senior General in 1974. For a year he commanded the 320th Division, but by 1953 he was Gip's chief of staff and the army's chief political commissar. For much of his career he served as Gip's deputy. He deferred often and easily to Gip and embraced his mentor's military doctrines and principles. A man of easy temperament with a modest self-image, Deng wrote much but offered little that was original, preferring instead to restate Gip's views or discuss narrow technical problems. Like Gip, Van Tien Deng favored relations with the USSR over China. He became an alternate member of the party's Central Committee in 1951. In the years following Dien Bien Phu, Deng continued to serve Gip as his chief of staff. In 1960 he became a full member of the Central Committee. That same year he was tapped as an alternative member of the Politburo. During the first years of the Second Indochina War, Deng and Gip divided military responsibilities. Gip focused on the war below the 17th parallel and Deng supervised northern air defenses, logistic operations on the Ho Chi Minh Trail and elsewhere, and the war in Laos. Given field responsibility in 1971, Deng carried out the 1972 Easter Campaign that seized Quang Tri Province in northern South Vietnam. In 1972 he also finally attained full Politburo rank. In 1974 Deng went south to command the army during the Ho Chi Minh Campaign, which led to the fall of Saigon in April 1975, and gradually, as Gip's activities became limited by age and illness, Deng assumed full responsibility for the day-to-day command of the army. He directed the Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia in 1978 and defended Vietnam against China in the short war which began the following February. In 1980, Deng served for a time as Minister of Defense. 4. Between 1965 and 1968, therefore, Deng supervised elements of the war that were genuine successes for the Communists. Gip, on the other hand, was 232/Saigon. 1955-91. In charge of a southern stalemate and a tactically unsuccessful, or only marginally successful, military enterprise. As luck would have it, Deng's career was unmarked by failure while his mentor faced problem after problem. Consequently his star rose in the estimation of the Politburo at the same time that Gip's image waned. Pham Van Dong, Gip's longtime co-worker, was born in 1906 in Annam's Quang Ngai province to a Mandarin and his wife. Like Gip, he was educated at the Quoc Hoc in Hue. In 1926 he traveled to Canton, there joining the Revolutionary Youth League and attending the Chinese Whampoa Military Academy. He returned to Vietnam to work for the League's Southern Regional Committee. Arrested in 1931, he was sent to Pulau Condor, where he remained until granted an amnesty in 1993-7. For a time he worked on party matters and with Gip at the newspaper in Hanoi, until he and Gip fled to China in 1940. Involved in communist activities in southern China, he went by the name Lin Pai Chi. In Vietnam he sometimes used the alias Lam Ba Kiet. In 1946, Ho named him Minister of Finance. Elected to the Politburo in 1951, Deng became Minister of Foreign Affairs in 1954 and Prime Minister in 1955, a position he maintained for the next 30 years. He was reputed to be an effective administrator and a conciliator who could bring men with wide differences to a common meeting ground. 5. Both these and other leaders agreed on 2 points. The political dimensions of people's wars were particularly important, and no matter what temporary divisions might be imposed on the land by others, Vietnam was one and indivisible. Truong Chin spoke for them all when he insisted that military action can only succeed when politics are correct, and added that politics cannot be fulfilled without the success of military action. 6. The action necessary was the reunification of the land. Culture, language, tradition, politics, and driving ambition all spurred Northerners to pursue reunification. While Vietnamese did not traditionally hold to any sense of nationalism, they certainly had a sense of themselves as a culture, with a language and values all their own that were not to be impinged upon by foreigners. The people were one even when dominated by foreign powers or separated into competing political entities. This was not only the view of Ho Njip and other leaders in the North, but was held by politically aware Southerners as well. Those from both halves of the nation looked toward reunification, with, of course, their own party in control of the whole. No matter what temporary divisions might be imposed on their land, Vietnam was one and indivisible. While the seat of the communist government might be in Hanoi, the old warriors of the North believed they were not foreign conquerors but Vietnamese, seeking a unified country. 7. Those who sat on Ho's Politburo never regarded the Democratic Republic of Vietnam as a complete political entity. To Jip, for example, the North was only the liberated half of our country and the DRV was no more than a firm base of action for the reunification of the country. 8. For him, the North was the vast rear of our army which served as the revolutionary base for the whole country. For Jip and his fellows, a divided Vietnam was a country in crisis, suffering unnatural agonies. 9. Neither in the North nor in the South did Vietnamese leaders look upon the 17th parallel as anything more than the status granted to it in the 1954 Geneva Accords, a military demarcation line that was provisional and should not in any way be interpreted as constituting a political or territorial boundary. 10. Although Jip and Truong Chin were increasingly rivals over position and place, they agreed that, despite the division of their nation, it was first necessary to solidify the North as the bastion of communism and to build the infrastructure of its own economy. In time, their unanimity on this subject and their resistance to the policies of Le Duan caused them to become again, if not friends, at least allies, a relationship that would endure until Truong Chin's death. What other choice was there? China was in no position to back up northern posturing or military adventures into the south. It was still recovering from its 1949 revolution and from the effects of its conflict in Korea with the United States, when it suffered about 1 million casualties, killed, wounded, or missing. Nor was the USSR about to offer unqualified backing to Ho's government, wanting no part of a conflict that might escalate into World War III. Although it would provide some level of aid, the USSR made it plain, in 1957, that it sought regional stability in Indochina when it proposed admitting both Vietnams into the United Nations as separate entities. Perhaps reluctantly, the Politburo determined that the South would have to strive on its own for the foreseeable future. While compatriots there could defend themselves when necessary, they would have to rely on their own political action and on guerrilla war to destabilize the rule of Ngo Dinh Diem, followed, at some point, by an uprising to unseat him and unite the country. This Jip/Chin strategy held sway from 1954 to 1959. On the orders of Ho and Jip, the Southern Viet Minh during those first years following the Geneva Accords maintained a minimal level of activity. Their foremost duty was to establish proper political attitudes and behavior among the rural population of the South. They worked in hamlets and villages planting and harvesting crops, delivering rice to markets, improving community buildings and homes, providing drugs and basic medical care. In this way they built solid support for their cause among peasants working the land. 12. Ho gave his southern comrades very specific instructions. In political discussions with villagers, they were to emphasize nationalism, not communism. Under no circumstances were they to take land from peasants. If at all possible, they must avoid antagonizing local community leaders and instead work with 234/ and through them. Violence was to be used only selectively. If it became necessary to assassinate a village elder or some other Saigon-appointed official, they were to use a knife, not a rifle or grenade. Such weapons too often killed innocent bystanders and raised resentment among the population, alienating peasants from the revolution. On those occasions, cadre were to make certain that peasants were told why those killings had been necessary. They were never to engage in military operations, for that would lead to their defeat. They simply were not yet strong enough to face the soldiers of Nguyen Diem. 13. Diem instinctively realized that the Viet Minh within his borders were much more a threat to his regime than any of his other rivals were. At Lansdale's suggestion, he refused to call them Viet Minh, preferring instead to describe them with the derogatory term of Viet Cong, or Vietnamese communists. In late 1955, Diem launched a campaign to expunge the Viet Cong from his land and proclaimed that those enemies were no longer even to be considered human beings. He sent his army out on sweeps to capture or kill them in their base areas. He ordered Viet Minh war memorials and cemeteries to be desecrated, a heathenish act given the intensity of respect accorded ancestors in Vietnam. During this campaign, ARVN, or Ngo Dinh New Secret Police killed a vast number of alleged Viet Minh/Cong, estimates have ranged from 20,000 to 75,000. They captured another 100,000 who were sent to re-education camps. By the time the campaign ended in 1958, only about 3,000 Viet Minh still survived in the south. 14. As a matter of safety during that dangerous time, Giap told the southern Viet Minh to retreat to the Central Highlands. Puppet forces and their U.S. advisors, he was certain, would stay in the coastal areas and the cities. The Viet Minh must establish safe areas and only then extend their influence into lowland jungles and the villages of the Mekong Delta. Any assault on the cities would have to wait for a later, more propitious time. In the midst of Diem's campaign against them, the Viet Cong, in mid-1957, launched their own program of retribution. Their assassins targeted Saigon-appointed rural officials. During 1958, as their own numbers increasingly fell prey to government action, Viet Cong cadre slaughtered well over 1,000 low-level appointees of the Republic of South Vietnam, and they increased their assassinations to 4,000 in 1959 and the years thereafter. Diem's methods of quieting opposition to his rule had already alienated many in the rural areas of South Vietnam, and for the most part, peasants across the countryside, communist and non-communist alike, were either unmoved by the deaths of Saigon's officials or glad to see them slain. 15. Diem reacted as the Viet Cong hoped. He believed the crisis was caused by a lack of security in the villages and appointed army officers to serve as government bureaucrats. By 1962, 36 of 41 province chiefs were military officers, while others held positions within the rural bureaucracy down. Absolute secrecy and security were our watchwords. /235. To district levels. They were usually Roman Catholics, so Diem believed he could trust them, but they did not understand or sympathize with their largely Buddhist charges. They regularly neglected economic and social needs out of fear of alienating Diem. Worse, they lived as if in the midst of enemy territory, inside blockhouses surrounded by concertina wire and armed troop contingents. 16. During those bitter years when the Giap/Truong Chin policy held sway, although the North focused on its own problems, Ho's Politburo did not refuse all help to those in the South. During early 1959, Giap began thinking of a way to move men and supplies from the north into the south. On May 19 he ordered General Vo Bam to begin work on the project. Absolute secrecy, absolute security were our watchwords. Bam did well and soon opened a modest track to the south. It was begun in May, the 5th month of 1959, and those who labored on the route were known as Group 559. Group 759, organized in July, studied ways to infiltrate the South by sea. In September, JIP ordered Group 959 to develop ways to provide supplies to Pathet Lao forces. He also sent military units to fight alongside Laotian rebels to secure the area, under construction by Group 559, for an infiltration route to the south. 17. It was not enough for some. The chorus of Southern voices in the Northern government grew louder, and the mood of the Politburo began to shift from the JIP/Truong Chin view to that espoused by Nguyen and his supporters. They had argued for years that the North needed to be involved actively in the effort within the South, and finally Nguyen's arguments received official Politburo support. Dong Hiem Bai, who later rose to prominence within the government of a united Vietnam, remembered those days. In November and December 1959, the Politburo made a resolution. Having assessed trends in the South, the party concluded it was now the right time to call on people there to rise up and overthrow Ngo Dinh Diem, who was isolated, repressive, a dictator who operated a barbarous repression of executions and tiger cages. 18. JIP, despite his own misgivings, was forced into a position where he had to provide more active help to those in the South. He ordered a number of his soldiers, Southern Viet Minh who had come north in 1954, to return to their home provinces, a few at a time. They brought weapons supplied by JIP or dug up those they had buried in 1954. By late 1960, the number of armed opponents to the Diem regime numbered at least 10,000. Slowly they came to control mountainous areas of Quang Ngai province, the U Minh forest in Kiên Giang and An Xuyen provinces, the plain of reeds along the Cambodian border, and large portions of the swamps of the southeast. Peasants south of the 17th parallel vacillated at first but were eventually persuaded by promises and good works, by threats and intimidation to side with those in power at the local level, and gradually the Viet Cong controlled an ever-growing part of the rural southern terrain. 19. Furious at his inability to destroy the Viet Cong, Diem ruled what was left of his nation with an increasingly rigid hand, backed by $300 million annually in U.S. economic and military aid. With good reason, Diem's suspicious mind was never far from worries about rivals, conspiracy, revolution, and assassination. His decisions of state constantly narrowed his base of support. He excluded many professionals, skilled technicians, and Buddhist religious leaders from participation in government. He allowed his brother Ngo Dinh Nhu to create an official Kin Lao political party, and Diem regarded those who could or would not join it to be in the same category as the Viet Cong enemies of the nation. He might have ensured renewal and preservation of his people's ancient tradition of village democracy and introduced a real and vital program of land reform in the South. Had he done so, peasants might well have proclaimed undying loyalty to his government. As in older days, they might have seen their ruler cloaked with the mandate of heaven and given him their support. But he turned his back on those possibilities and prohibited local elections, sending his own appointees to serve as village chiefs. He supported absentee landlords and seized other land from its owners and parceled it out to his supporters, who were often Tonkinese Roman Catholics and thus, themselves, unsympathetic to Southern Buddhists. Diem wrenched people from lands farmed by their families for 1,000 years and thrust them into new settlements elsewhere, many of which were little more than concentration camps in which confused peasants huddled miserably and wondered whether the Viet Cong might not have a better idea. It is no wonder that the great majority of the rural peasantry was either openly hostile or silently indifferent to the Saigon government. 20. Few advisors remained to suggest alternative courses to him. The only foreigner he had ever trusted was Edward Lansdale, and he had returned to the United States in early 1957. Even before his departure, Lansdale's moderating influence had lessened. Tran Van Don, who served Diem for a time as foreign minister, had frequent occasion to observe Lansdale's last days with Diem, and he once asked Diem to explain the estrangement. Diem answered, Lansdale is too CIA and is an encumbrance. In politics there is no room for sentiment. Don believed that one reason for Lansdale's downfall was that he pressed too hard to have DM copy Mag Sese. His really hurt DM's feelings, he said. 21. DM felt little respect and less liking for other Americans, believing them to be monumentally ignorant about Vietnamese problems and egotistically certain that their naive and uninformed suggestions should be followed without question. As this attitude strengthened, DM came to rely more and more only on members of his own family. His older brother Ngo Dinh Thuc served as Archbishop of Hue, the Roman Catholic prelate for all Vietnam. 258. In a state where Catholics were prized above all other citizens, Thuc's position greatly enhanced DM's following among co-religionists. 22. DM appointed a younger brother, Ngo Dinh Nguyen, to serve as international spokesman for the Ngo family, as ambassador to Great Britain and as a roving ambassador to the rest of the world. Nguyen preached to everyone who would listen of the necessity for the survival of the Republic of South Vietnam. He became extremely rich speculating in pièce trace, using information provided by his brothers in Vietnam. 23. The next brother was Ngo Dinh Can, a poorly educated man who lived reclusively with his mother in Hue. The warlord of central Vietnam from the 17th parallel to Phan Thiet province because of the positions and trust DM gave him, Can became a very rich man with both his own army and secret police. DM deferred to him in all matters relating to Can's area. 24. Ngo Dinh Nhu, another younger brother, an opium-smoking megalomaniac, was DM's closest associate and confidant. The longer DM was in office, the more inseparable the two became. Nhu served as political boss from Phan Thiet province south to the Ca Mau Peninsula. His wife, Tran Le Chien, known as Madame Nhu, served as DM's hostess and had a high opinion of herself, sometimes acting as if she were a latter-day reincarnation of the Chung sisters. A self-appointed guardian of women's morals and morality, she used her own personal female army in attempts to outlaw dancing, brassieres, lipstick, and beehive hairdos. DM positioned himself within this strange family cocoon, presenting an increasingly hostile face to outsiders. It was not a helpful situation if the Southern Republic was to long endure. 25. The political situation in DM's republic continued to deteriorate. In January 1959 the Central Committee of the Northern Party decided to begin armed insurrection in the South and gravely enacted this conclusion into policy at its 15th plenum in May of that year. In July, Giap sent about 4,000 Southern members of his military force to infiltrate into the Republic of Vietnam, many to serve in their own home provinces. Now the Southern Viet Minh/Cong felt sufficiently empowered to begin strikes against ARVN military bases and government facilities. On July 8, 1959, for the first time, they struck against Americans. Guerrillas infiltrated the U.S. Military Assistance and Advisory Group compound at Bien Hoa Air Base, a little north of Saigon, and killed 2 U.S. Air Force men, Major Dale Biz, an officer assigned to the Army Security Agency, and Master Sergeant Chester Ovenand. 26. The tempo increased. On September 5, 1960, at the Third Party Congress, the very same meeting at which Giap and Truong Chin were demoted in rank, Ho's government gave public notice of its support for the Southern insurgency. All hope had ended, the Congress announced, of achieving its objectives through nationwide elections. Now armed conflict would decide the issue. In December 1960, HANOI announced that a Congress held somewhere in the south near the Cambodian border had formed a new organization, the Mat Tran Dan To Jae Phong Mien Nam, or National Front for the Liberation of South Vietnam. This front group, like many of 2 and 3 decades earlier, was a communist ploy to disguise its leadership by hiding within more than a dozen other groups, non-communist and nationalist organizations that opposed DM. All of them defied DM's vision of his state, and all wanted to rid their land of his government, peasant, youth, woman, writer and artist, educational, religious, cultural, and political movements. The NLF also reached out to disaffected remnants of the sects and their armies, the Cao Dai, Hoa Hao and Ben Shuyan, hiding in their southern delta sanctuaries, and gave them new hope and purpose. From the first, northern communists controlled the NLF lock, stock, and barrel. All its guidance and direction came from the People's Revolutionary Party. Like the NLF, the PRP was but a mouthpiece for the Northern Politburo. Organized in this way, however, the NLF and PRP could trumpet their independence to the world. They were homegrown Southern movements and served notice on the world that North Vietnam was not violating the agreements of Geneva by sending its military forces south of the 17th parallel. To emphasize that fictitious point, Ho relieved Nguyen of his total control over military operations in the south and assigned them to Jip's rival, Senior General Nguyen Chi Thanh. This was followed by Jip's demotion from 4th to 6th rank in the Politburo hierarchy. 27. A bruised and battered Jip, long plagued by ill health, now had little option other than to follow orders and to keep a low profile, best accomplished by seeking medical treatment for his ailments, and by rest and seclusion. His opponents for a time would clearly have the upper hand in deciding how the war in the South should be fought. And they did well. Armed Southern units, reinforced by Northern aid and personnel, caused Diem to lose control over ever-increasing portions of his emerging state. He could not count even on his own army. In November 1960, unfriendly military units surrounded Diem's presidential palace and demanded reforms. He was saved from this sudden coup only by the timely arrival of loyal troops. Fearful that increasing Viet Cong activity and widespread Southern dissidence were but a prelude to an attack by the North, General Samuel Hanging Sam Williams, commander of USMAIG, stepped up his efforts to retrain ARVN soldiers. He wanted a streamlined army of 150,000 carbon copies of U.S. soldiers, as ready to resist a conventional northern invasion force as Americans were elsewhere against the USSR on the plains of Europe. Over the course of his tenure in Vietnam, Williams was very successful, and as a consequence ARVN lost what little guerrilla fighting technique it had formerly possessed. 28. Even some of Diem's longtime friends despaired over the worsening situation in Vietnam. Edward Lansdale, now working on Cuban affairs for the of 240/ Vice of the Secretary of Defense, returned to Vietnam on a hastily arranged inspection trip, 2–14 January 1961. He always claimed he wanted to be out of Washington when the CIA-sponsored invasion of Fidel's island kingdom began at Playa Girón, the Bay of Pigs. He didn't want to be blamed for its failure. 29. The report he submitted upon his return was a gloomy one, although he believed there might still be hope for Diem and his regime. Ignoring Lansdale's specific recommendations, newly elected President John F. Kennedy decided instead to increase the number of American advisors assigned to Diem's government. As of December 30, 1960, 900 Americans served there. A year later, 3,200 were in place. By December 31, 1962, Kennedy authorized 11,300 military assignments to Vietnam. At the time he was martyred in Dallas, 16,300 American soldiers served in Diem's Southern Republic. 32 died from enemy action in 1961 and 1962. The Pentagon decided that USMAIG was insufficient for the task and created the Military Assistance Command, Vietnam. The United States was being drawn into a military la brea tar pit. 30. Despite his demotion, Jip continued to push for his own vision of what was needed in the South. In 1961, he gathered a collection of his speeches and essays and published his book People's War, People's Army, called by the Herald Tribune a handbook on guerrilla war, which is designed to become the blueprint for communist terrorist leaders in South Vietnam. 31. In the pages of that work, Jip told of his struggles against the French, how he won at Dien Bien Phu, of the importance of political action over military operations, and how people's wars require long, protracted conflicts if they are to be successful. Although the book may have raised the ire of Senior General Nguyen Chi Thanh, now in charge of fighting below the 17th parallel, it did not succeed in changing Ho's support for overt northern help to comrades in the south. That same year, Gyp began to improve the supply line to the south. A bigger trail was needed, west of the original route, cutting through Laos and Cambodia with dozens of spurs running off the main route. Its southern terminal was at an LOC, 75 miles north of Saigon, with secret connections to the main Viet Cong base at Siu Chi, a little northwest of the capital city. 30,000 coolies labored on the project. When they finished, it contained several thousand kilometers of hard-surfaced camouflaged roads able to bear the pounding of weighty trucks, tanks, and artillery pieces moving south. Air raid shelters lined the route, each spaced about 100 yards from its nearest neighbor. Underwater bridges spanned hundreds of watercourses along the way. Even rest and recreation facilities were built. As laborers completed new sections, travel time greatly decreased. 32. During late 1962, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam intensified its opposition to U.S. activities within the Republic of Vietnam. In September, Gyp sent an emergency message to Indian Ambassador R. Gobert Huon, chairman of the International Supervisory and Control Commission, which supposedly monitored violations of the Geneva Accords. Gyp's message to Gobert Huon is an indication of the quality of intelligence that filtered north to him in his command headquarters from the Southern Republic. Gyp's complaint was threefold. A U.S. Navy ship had arrived in Saigon's harbor on September 17 carrying 33 combat helicopters and 500 officers and men. He observed that the number of U.S. troops in the south now totaled more than 10,000, up from 8,000 in July. Gyp also decried the August orders of USMAIG Commander General Paul Harkins, who dispatched some of his units to take a direct part in the fighting. He noticed that General Maxwell Taylor had visited Saigon only a week earlier. These matters, Gyp reflected, demonstrated that the United States was bent on expanding its armed intervention in South Vietnam, thus creating the danger of an extension of the smoldering hotbed of war. These actions, he charged, violated Articles 17, 18, and 19 of the Geneva Accords. 33. On December 22, the anniversary of Gyp's founding of the People's Army, in his order of the day, the general spoke of the North's active struggle for peaceful national reunification. In the South, unfortunately, the United States was resorting to every brutal and mischievous maneuver to repress all hopes of ending the division between the two Vietnams. He charged patriotic citizens with the need to support the movement for national independence and democracy, heighten our vigilance, be ready to stay the imperialists' warlike hands, and smash all their dark designs. Much progress could be made, he urged, if every citizen actively studied politics, stepped up production, and practiced economy. 34. The next day, at an army reception for visiting General Pavel Ivanovich Batov, Deputy Chief of Staff of the USSR Armed Forces, Gyp told how his own army was improving its professionalism and combat skills. He congratulated Tonkin vigilance that had foiled schemes of the United States and the Diemists that rotten regime to send spies and commandos to the north. Then, in an anomalous moment, the atheist Gyp quoted from the Jewish scriptures, "Those who sow the wind will reap the whirlwind." 35. On December 26, Gyp sent another message to Gobert Huon, drawing the attention of the ISCC once again to the dark designs of the United States and its Diemist lackeys. He summarized American activities during the year just ending. Financial aid amounted to $510 million. Arms and war materiel arrived at an accelerated tempo, tons of ammunition for ground forces, hundreds of jet fighter planes, helicopters, toxic chemicals, napalm. Electronic telecommunication systems linked air bases at Tan Son Nhut, Bien Hoa, and Da Nang. Americans and their puppet ARVN troops, Gyp said, had launched 11,000 raiding operations of battalion size or larger. Strategic hamlets were, in effect, concentration camps. This aggressive war was launched and directed by 242/Saigon. 1955–91. The Kennedy administration, it constituted a grave threat to peace and violated Article 12 of the Geneva Accords. 36. Giap celebrated Tet 1963 by writing an article, New Year, New Successes, that appeared in Quan Doi Nan Dan newspaper. He spoke of past accomplishments and how the North was carefully building its technical base. Each spring our party brings us new strength. Communism is mankind's spring. All this showed that Northerners were firmly advancing toward a comfortable and happy life. Unfortunately, in the South, the United States was engaged in an undeclared aggressive war, spending $1.5 million a day to support its puppet government while still sinking deeper and deeper into the swamp where the French colonialists sank. The North, Giap said, would never forget the South, for it was the brass fortress of the nation. Final victory, he assured his readers, was certain. 37. More and more it came to seem to those on the Politburo that Nguyen and his supporters had been correct all along. Political conditions in the South worsened daily. Diem lived with paranoia, increasing his jailing and exiling of those who offered even a whiff of opposition. His generals grumbled about politics, but their leadership of ARVN was a sham and its soldiers were ineffective. This was clearly demonstrated on January 2, 1963 at the Battle of Apbac near the plain of Reeds in Din Tuong Province when 2,000 troops of ARVN 7th Division, despite a well-conceived operations plan, refused to attack the Viet Cong 514th Battalion, dug in near tiny Apbac village along a mile-long canal. Viet Cong soldiers held their positions and brought down 5 helicopters and damaged 9 others. They raked the hulls of accompanying ML-13 armored personnel carriers, killing their machine gunners and terrifying the drivers, who refused to continue into the face of that deadly fire. They killed or wounded 200 confused and frightened ARVN troops and killed 3 USMAC advisors. ARVN seemed to those in the north to be on the point of collapse. 38. They noted also how restive Diem's people were and took heart from the summer 1963 Buddhist crisis. In that year, the 2587th birthday of Siddhartha Sakyamuni, the Gautama Buddha, Diem decided to forbid the Buddhists' religious celebrations of parades, flags, and firecrackers. On May 8 1,000 protesters gathered at the building housing the government radio station in Hue and refused to disperse. ARVN troops fired into the crowd, killing 8. By the next day, crowds of over 10,000 angry Buddhists shouted the need for an official apology and for reparations to be paid to families of the dead and wounded. Hunger strikes spread across the land, answered by ARVN patrols manning armored APCs, by attack dogs, by tear gas. On June 11, Thich Quang Du, a 73-year-old Buddhist monk, brought his disciples to Saigon's Pham Dinh Phung Street. With journalists watching, a monk poured gasoline over Du, who then lit a match and set him. Absolute secrecy and security were our Walcord/243. Self on fire, his death a protest to the harsh Diem measures. Other Buddhist self-immolations followed as a horrified world watched during evening news telecasts. An intransigent Diem increased his vigilance. In mid-August he imposed martial law, suspended all civil liberties, and prohibited public gatherings. Madame Nhu, on a goodwill tour of the United States, made callous jokes about the deaths. Nhu enforced his brother's repressions of the South's Buddhists. The army had had enough. With quiet assurances from America's new ambassador, Henry Cabot Lodge, carried to them by that omnipresent CIA agent Lucien Conein, a cabal of generals led by Tran Van Don and Duong Van Min launched a coup and, on November 1, 1963, murdered Diem and his brother Nhu. 39. Excitement filled the minds of Ho and the members of his Politburo. Le Duan and Nguyen Chi Tan were particularly ecstatic. Events in the South seemed to prove the correctness of their political view. The South was going to self-destruct before the United States could intervene in sufficient strength to postpone its end. Chaos in the South could only work to the advantage of the North. Lee Nguyen and his supporters whispered that they might try to purge anyone who did not wholeheartedly support their efforts in the South. By the end of 1963 there were no vocal opponents to the Lee Nguyen strategy. Giap certainly was in no position to object. Even though he still had doubts remaining, he admitted the possibility of a quick conclusion to the fight as Diem first floundered and then died. He probably would not have spoken out against Lee Nguyen at that time in any case. As defenders of a discarded strategy, both he and Truong Chin were suspected by those in ascendance, and Giap had recently been under heavy attack. Giap had made no secret of his pro-USSR/anti-Chinese attitudes, but of late the premier of the USSR, Nikita Khrushchev, had increasingly advocated peaceful coexistence. The USSR and China had forsaken their former solidarity and now followed separate and often hostile policies. Giap's Russophile past clearly put him out of harmony with his more powerful colleagues. Not only did Nguyen Chi Thanh denigrate Giap with impunity, charging that Giap and Khrushchev corresponded on a friendly basis, he also slandered Dang Bich Ha, Giap's wife, who had studied history in the Soviet Union in the early 1960s. Thanh speculated that during her time there she had been too greatly influenced by Khrushchev. Thanh gained new ammunition during the summer of 1963 when Giap and Ha thoughtlessly used a government helicopter to fly to a resort area at beautiful Ha Long Bay just north of Haiphong. Security guards ordered other bathers from the beach so Giap and Ha could relax and swim privately. News of this incident traveled quickly to Hanoi and aroused great resentment among those who were hardly able to afford a bicycle and would never travel anywhere. At one point that summer, General Thanh even went to Giap's villa to tour him on his failings. Thanh intoned to Ha that Giap still has the attitudes of a bourgeois because of you. He does not have the virtues of a revolutionary cadre. These were serious charges for Thanh to levy, particularly because he felt free to make them against the hero of Dien Bien Phu. 40. Thanh should have taken comfort from his power while he could. Diem was dead. The southern government lay in chaos as its generals jockeyed for position and attempted to govern its dispirited masses. The Viet Cong ruled over much of the countryside, and soldiers of the Republic of Vietnam could control even some crucial areas only during daylight hours, for the night belonged to Charlie the Viet Cong. Substantial numbers of northern folk had gone south to aid their compatriots in their struggle. Thanh and Lee Nguyen had predicted that people there would rise in a great tide to throw off their government. But where were those masses? Why did they not act? Instead of rising, they went about their daily lives, passive, solemnly acquiescent to whatever government ruled in Saigon. Some in the north began to wonder and to re-examine the arguments that had raged for years. Perhaps Giap had been right. Maybe there was a need for a longer, more protracted struggle before the South could be won. Giap's star was about to rise again, and it would be Thanh, not Giap, who would lose his favored place in Politburo politics. By 1964 the scale of warfare within the Republic of Vietnam had grown until Viet Cong units were able to mount full regimental attacks. Equipment and supplies necessary to sustain this level of combat could not be had merely by using materiel captured from ARVN, and so General Giap ordered the flow of aid from the north to be increased. The stubborn U.S. imperialist warmongers do not accept the need to forsake their armed plot of intervention, he noted. It had been his hope that with the death of John F. Kennedy in Dallas, the new president would have the wisdom to end American aid to the South. This had not happened. Giap observed that Johnson was just as bad as Kennedy had been. The war would continue. 1. Giap contemplated plans for an assault on Saigon. By 1964 he had 3 Viet Cong divisions, all within 50 miles of the South Vietnamese capital. In time, these units might isolate Saigon, allowing his units to mount an assault against it. That, at least, was Giap's hope when in mid-April he granted an interview to Wilfred S. Burchett, a leftist journalist from Australia. Burchett had recently visited liberated areas in the south and then gone on to Hanoi. The balance of forces, Giap informed Burchett, had shifted in favor of the North despite the brutal and cynical aggression of the United States. He chuckled that most Viet Cong supplies were marked "Made in the U.S.A." Even the machines liberation forces used to make weapons were manufactured in America. The United States and 246/ its southern puppets, Gipp said, were no longer discussing whether they will lose or win, but when their defeat will come. 2. Gipp's optimism and his analysis were premature. Serious debate in America over the conflict in Vietnam had not yet torn ragged holes in the fabric of its society. A little later in the year, in a more realistic appraisal, Gipp lamented that Americans will never retreat of their own accord unless the people use all forms of revolutionary struggle to combat them. 3. Still smarting from charges made by Nguyen and Nguyen Chi Tan that he favored a pro-USSR policy of peaceful coexistence, Gipp wrote an article accusing the USSR of not knowing how to assure victory in underdeveloped countries. He claimed to regard the USSR as a partisan of capitulation. It was a nation endlessly credulous toward imperialists. 4. In another long article written on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Geneva Accords, published in Nan Dan on July 19, Gipp accused the United States of having violated those agreements before the ink had dried with dark and perfidious actions designed to give it control of Laos and Cambodia as well as of southern Vietnam. Perhaps, in his rhetoric, he had forgotten that neither the South nor the United States had been a signatory to those accords and thus there was no ink to dry. Turning his attention to the Republic of Vietnam, Gipp noted scornfully that the unlamented collapse of the Diem New Brothers has turned topsy-turvy the ranks of the puppet administration and its army, sowing bewilderment and confusion among them. Gipp accused the Southern government of being unable to stand on its own feet unless it clings fast to its master as a meek servant. Gipp further condemned President Lyndon Johnson's appointment of General Maxwell Taylor as the new ambassador to the Republic of Vietnam. Arrival of this man demonstrated that the United States followed a policy of war and terror. He ridiculed Taylor's hope that the South would be pacified within 18 months and said that Taylor's plans would no more work than did those of successive French generals who came to Vietnam with bright hopes of re-establishing colonial domination. Gipp gave a prideful recitation of recent achievements. In the first half of the year, the Viet Cong had fought nearly 14,000 battles, raised over 400 enemy posts and forced the withdrawal from 550 others, killed or captured 42,000 ARVN soldiers and put 30,000 others out of action. 170 planes had been shot down and 500 U.S. troops had been killed, captured, or wounded. While one wants to fault his statistics, a quick check of American sources reveals that he was correct at least in his reference to U.S. casualties. In 1963, a total of 489 Americans were killed or wounded, up 4 times over the previous year. About 16,500 U.S. troops served there, and U.S. aid to the Southern Republic amounted to about $500 million. 5. The war was about to heat up because of unexpected results from covert intelligence missions conducted by the U.S. Navy and Marines. Known as DeSoto missions, these operations searched for northern ships bringing in supplies to southern Viet Cong units, surveyed coastal radar and other electronic installations, and recorded navigational information for use by commando teams landing along the long coastline of North Vietnam. 3 days before the assassination of President Kennedy, he gave his approval for an additional program, known as Operation Plan 34A, or Plan 34A. Operations conducted under this new program included minor commando raids at various locations along the northern coastline. Mercenaries and South Vietnamese commando forces penetrated enemy territory, blew up defense positions and supply dumps, and endeavored to damage other targets. In support of DeSoto, Admiral Ulysses S. Grant Sharp, Jr., American commander in the Pacific, ordered the aircraft carrier USS Ticonderoga into the entrance of the Tonkin Gulf. Meanwhile, the USS Maddox, a destroyer crammed with electronic interception gear, conducted electronic snooping along the northern coast. During the hours of darkness, 30 to 31 July 1964, and Uplan 34 a group conducted raids against two small islands Hanmi and Han Ngu offshore from Vin. Using 6 special patrol torpedo boats, called Swifts, the strike force was unable to land any commandos but did fire on island installations before returning to base. The Maddox, 120 miles away, monitored resulting radar and radio transmissions. Perhaps understandably, Northern Defense Forces may not have been able to discriminate between DeSoto and Uplan 34A activities. Following the attack by the PT Swifts, electronic intercepts made by the Maddox indicated that the North Vietnamese were preparing military operations. By that time the Maddox was within 3 miles of Hanmi Island, one of the targets of the recent Uplan 34A raid, which lay about 14 miles off the coast. Captain John Herrick, commander of the Maddox, assumed this might mean a retaliatory attack against his ship, but his superiors told him to remain on patrol. Then, in mid-afternoon on August 2, 3 northern PT boats made a run at the Maddox. Herrick radioed the Ticonderoga for air support, and when the enemy boats came within 10,000 yards of his ship, he ordered his 5-inch batteries to open fire. In official jargonese, Herrick initiated a positive reply. The PT boats responded with 12 7mm machine gun fire and launched 3 torpedoes. 2 missed, and the third failed to explode. Fire from the Maddox hit and sunk 1 enemy PT boat. 3 F-8E jets from the carrier arrived and strafed the other 2 PT boats, which turned and fled toward their home port. Damage to the Maddox consisted of 1 ding or dent in its superstructure from enemy machine gun fire. When President Lyndon Johnson heard of the incident shortly thereafter, he rejected the idea of reprisals, but ordered the Maddox to continue its DeSoto 248/ mission, reinforced by another destroyer, the USS Turner Joy. Admiral Sharp ordered both ships to make daylight approaches to within 8 miles of the northern coast and 4 miles of its islands to assert the right of freedom of the seas. Meanwhile Uplan 34A raids continued. 2 more were carried out as PT boats manned by South Vietnamese commandos attacked radar installations at Cape Vinson and an installation at the Quaran estuary. 6. On August 4 at about 7 p.m., Herrick received a message from the National Security Agency. It had intercepted a North Vietnamese transmission warning of a possible attack. General quarters bells rang throughout both ships as crews assumed their battle stations. About 8 p.m., Captain Herrick again called for support from the Ticonderoga. Aircrews were unable to identify any enemy craft in the area. A few minutes later, radar scanners on the ships plotted the course of 3 PT boats closing with the American vessels. Darkness closed on the area, which was overcast with heavy clouds. About 10 p.m., sonarmen reported the tracks of at least 20 torpedoes fired at the 2 ships. The vessels swung in wild, evasive maneuvers and their guns blazed as they attempted to hit unseen targets. The captain of the Turner Joy reported seeing a column of thick, black smoke, but it vanished as he tried to get a closer look. When the action ended after about 2 hours, ship's officers reported they had sunk 2, possibly 3, enemy PT boats. In fact, later investigation showed that no one involved could positively state he had ever seen any enemy ships or heard any enemy gunfire. The torpedo wakes claimed by overeager and inexperienced sonarmen may have been generated by the ship's evasive maneuvers or even by a playful school of dolphins. An attack may have been initiated. There is little evidence that it was ever conducted. There is, however, one curious fact. During an award ceremony on August 8, following the first American air strikes conducted 3 days earlier, Nguyen complimented personnel of his Navy for chasing U.S. warships from northern territorial waters. He could only have referred to either the August 2 attack against the Maddox or the second incident on 4 August. In Washington, President Johnson learned of the incident at 9:20 a.m., August 4, and decided a reprisal, codenamed Pierce Arrow, was necessary. He met with key congressional leaders and informed them that he had scheduled imminent American air strikes against the North and of his intention to ask for a resolution of support from the Congress. As the president spoke on television that evening, telling the public, "We seek no wider war, F-8 Crusaders, ALSKYR-8ers, and A-4 Skyhawks from the carriers Ticonderoga and Constellation flew 64 sorties along a 100-mile stretch of the Tonkin Gulf coastline. They attacked and either destroyed or damaged about half of JIP's PT boats, destroyed an oil storage depot at Fukloi that held about 10% of the North supply, and wiped out 7 anti-aircraft installations at Vin. Only philosophers talk of laws/249. American officials admitted that in these raids 2 U.S. planes were damaged and 2 others shot down. The pilot of one was Lieutenant Everett Alvarez, Jr., who parachuted to safety but fractured his back, probably while ejecting from his A-4 aircraft. Such injuries were not uncommon. He landed in the water and was taken prisoner, gaining the dubious distinction of becoming the first in a long line of pilots who would be held under extremely harsh conditions by the North. He was not released until 1973, nearly 9 years later. Nguyen, proclaiming that U.S. actions were like those of a thief crying "Stop thief," told how his forces inflicted heavier casualties than those admitted by the Pentagon. He spoke of 8 planes shot down and 3 damaged. 8. On August 10, 1964, the Congress quickly gave President Johnson his Tonkin Bay resolution authorizing him to take all necessary measures to repel any armed attack against the forces of the United States and to prevent further aggression, including the use of armed force. Senator Wayne Morse called the resolution the functional equivalent of a declaration of war. The president agreed, for he observed that it was like grandma's nightshirt. It covers everything. In the Senate, only 2 men opposed the move, Wayne Morse of Oregon and Ernest Gruening of Alaska. At the end of the year, during a reception given him on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the founding of the Armed Propaganda and Liberation Brigade, Nguyen warned the United States of the dangers of continued intervention such as had been seen in the last months. He congratulated the People's Liberation Party and the National Liberation Front for their valiant efforts in the South. Still mindful of the power of Nguyen, he was careful to thank both China and the USSR for their fraternal help to his nation. 9. In late 1964, following the incident in the Tonkin Gulf, JIP accelerated his timetable for action in the South. He still hoped to avoid facing off against superior American strength if it could at all be avoided. In the Central Highlands, Viet Cong units thrust from the mountains of the Annamite Cordillera near Pleiku and An-Ki toward the coastal beaches in an effort to cut the South in half. It is unimportant whether JIP or General Tan gave the orders, for although JIP still believed in protracted war, he certainly was willing to exploit available opportunities. JIP reasoned that if America sent military divisions to Vietnam, the North would still be able to stay in the fight. At the most, he might face 600,000 U.S. soldiers, reinforcing 500,000 ARVN troops. Against such an array, JIP could muster 100,000 people to help 200,000 Viet Cong, although they would have widely varying capabilities: main force units, VC regional forces, guerrillas, and self-defense forces. With sanctuaries in Laos and Cambodia, JIP was willing to face odds of 3-1 if necessary. In preparation, JIP moved his 325th Division from its home base near Vinh into the Central Highlands of the South. 10. ******* In the spring of 1965, Hanoi made 2 fateful decisions. The first was to pass up an opportunity for direct negotiations with the United States, provided by a private Soviet proposal to reconvene the Geneva Conference. The second was to reinforce the southern strategy of Nguyen and Nguyen Chi Tan to meet the prospective American buildup of ground forces by continuing to send northern regular units south of the 17th parallel and by trying to maintain offensive operations there. General JIP entered his protest to using Phase 3, or large-scale, operations in the Southern Republic. 11. In late February 1965, General William C. Westmoreland requested 2 battalions of U.S. Marines to protect the American base at Da Nang. On March 8, a little after 9 a.m., the 9th Marine Expeditionary Brigade landed on the beach at Da Nang in full battle regalia, to be met by sightseers, ARVN officers, and Vietnamese girls wearing AODAs and carrying leis. 4 U.S. soldiers held a large sign which read "Welcome Gallant Marines." The Marines, however, were not first in and last out. U.S. Air Force Air Commandos and U.S. Army Special Forces had been swimming off that beach for nearly 4 years. They had also been fighting and dying. The Americans had come for the long haul. They would not leave until March 1973. 6 days earlier, on Lyndon Johnson's authorization, the Air Force began Operation Rolling Thunder, bombing selected targets within the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. The president was pleased over the newly initiated air war and the landing of the Marines, remarking to one of his aides, "Now I have Ho Chi Minh's pecker in my pocket." 12. Giap condemned the landings and the bloody war of aggression in the South. "Why," he asked, "should America send more troops? Who has the right to retaliate? The U.S. imperialists, whose country is on the other side of the Pacific, or the South Vietnamese patriotic people exercising their sacred right to self-defense? Under the leadership of the NFLSV. The United States," Giap continued, "had miscalculated if it believed it could salvage the war in the South." 13. For a time in 1965 the war reached a stage of equilibrium as Giap's forces and the Viet Cong faced the combined power of ARVN and the newly introduced American troops. The introduction of large U.S. ground units deprived him of a victory that was already within his grasp. The disruptive effect of American firepower and mobility became ever more evident. In a summer 1965 article published in Hoc Tap, the theoretical journal of the Communist Party, Giap outlined the successive strategies of the United States in its policies toward Vietnam. He divided them into phases, the first from 1954 to 1959, when the United States supported creation of the anti-communist Republic of Vietnam, the second from 1960 to the coup against Diem, as the United States tried to stir that drunkenly staggering republic, the final phase from 1963 to the present, as the United States looked for an alternative to the late Diem and finally decided itself to take a direct role in the struggle against the Viet Cong and the North. Even American leaders, Giap claimed, bitterly admitted that they faced a very tough enemy who showed no sign of weakness. Air Force generals could not foresee, he continued, that their supersonic jets, the most up-to-date aircraft on any battlefield, could be downed by North Vietnamese militiamen with rifles and machine guns and air defense units and our young Air Force. If, in Algeria, French troops could not win victory over a population of 12 million, how can some tens of thousands of U.S. aggressive troops defeat the 14 million South Vietnamese people? 14 Only a few days later, Giap again wrote for Hoptak, warning northern citizens, "We need to make every preparation to defeat the United States aggressors in case they expand the war to the whole of our country." 15. It was a very real fear. Giap had no way of knowing that the United States would refrain from crossing the 17th parallel. The air war and the troop buildup in the South seemed to presage an attack upon the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, and any commanding general who did not take steps to counter such a threat would have been derelict in his duties. Throughout every northern province, Giap organized hamlet and village self-defense forces and armed them with weapons supplied by China and the Soviet Union. In case of attack, everyone, old and young alike, was to fight until the last defender fell before the guns of the enemy. One Western analyst wrote of the dangers of such a defense. "There is only one means of defeating an insurgent people who will not surrender, and that is extermination. There is only one way to control a territory that harbors resistance, and that is to turn it into a desert. Where these means cannot, for whatever reason, be used, the war is lost." Despite the desires of Curtis LeMay, head of America's Strategic Air Command, and the bulk of the Air Force and half the senior Army, no one in a responsible position in the American government was willing to create a desert and call it peace, and so Giap's self-defense measures were never put to the test. 16. Besides concern over a possible invasion of the North by U.S. forces, Jip faced two other difficulties, for both of which it was imperative that he discover solutions: how to combat American ground troops within the Southern Republic, and how to defend against roiling thunder bombings of the North. When America's air war began, Jip's Democratic Republic of Vietnam lay nearly prostrate before the sophisticated enemy warplanes that soared safely through its skies. What could be done? We had, Jip said, to solve those problems. We had to learn how to use inferior weapons to gain victory over superior modern ones. We had to learn how to use inferior means to achieve victory. 17. Jip fell back on a basic premise of people's warfare: everyone in the North was part of its basic air defense. In war, he has said, victory goes to the most powerful. That was the secret method of the People's War. 30 million people provided 30 million soldiers to destroy the Americans. 18. Thus defense against rolling thunder was not the duty of air defense gun crews alone, but a job for peasants in the fields and workers in factories. I will tell an anecdote, he told a visitor many years later. I had the idea that even a rifle could be used to shoot down a plane. I gave the order for this to be done. For some months no one could figure out how to do so, but then we learned. The breakthrough was a simple one. Heretofore those on the ground had tried to aim directly at and fire upon speeding aircraft. Inevitably they failed to hit their targets as their bullets fell hopelessly behind the swift-moving airplanes. Then someone, even Jip does not know who, conceived the idea of using small groups firing automatic and semi-automatic rifles, emptying their weapons into a zone well ahead of an oncoming airplane. They created cones of fire in the sky into which, occasionally, low-flying planes flew and sometimes suffered fatal damage. Afterwards, Jip recalled, I met with both men and women of those groups who had shot down a plane with rifles. I praised them and gave them decorations. Why were you successful? I asked. One woman gave General Jip a proud reply. She was not an educated person, the general said, having completed only the equivalent of an 8th grade education, but she was a fighter. I kept close watch and followed the flight route of the enemy. I understand the enemy and his regulations and rules. Her answer mightily pleased Jip. I told her she was a great philosopher, for only philosophers talk of laws. 19. For such patriots, whether individually or by units, the Northern Military Department created a new Heroism Award, the Determined to Win Award. 20. Yet Jip knew that such methods were but a stopgap. Something more had to be done. More effective help came in the form of MiG fighter jets, anti-aircraft artillery, and surface-to-air missile batteries supplied by the Soviet Union. Along with the equipment came trainers to teach Jip's soldiers and airmen and technicians to keep the machinery in operation. The result was a great improvement in the North's air defenses. Gradually Jip's air defense teams turned northern skies into a hell of fire and flak that forced the United States to pay a heavy price in downed flyers and lost or damaged aircraft as it continued its rolling thunder flights. Ultimately the North became the most heavily defended piece of real estate in the history of air warfare. It emplaced some 8,000 AAA guns, over 200 SAM launchers, a highly complex radar detection system, and central control launchers. By November 1967, the U.S. Air Force had lost over 730 planes on missions to the North. That year, testimony before the United States Congress indicated that it had successfully destroyed some $320 million worth of North Vietnamese facilities at a cost 3 times as great as that of the targets destroyed. USAF aircraft losses alone totaled more than $911 million. 21. But only half the job was done. It was not enough to make bombing raids over the North increasingly dangerous, for the flights continued despite Jip's best efforts. He had also to solve the problem of repairing the damage they did. It was necessary to repair railroad lines, rebuild bridges, fill in cratered roads, restore interrupted communications lines. Only if these things were accomplished could Jip continue to order men and materials to move to the southern front. In order to accomplish such tasks in the minimum time, Jip called upon the full-time labor of legions of coolies and the part-time work of additional multitudes. Decentralized, they worked in sectors, using pre-located repair materials. Each had its own methods, Jip once said, but an entire nation stood up to fight for freedom and independence. 22. A long secret CIA document reveals how little effect Air Force bombings had on the North. The flow of men and material from NVN into Laos and SVN continues, perhaps at an increased rate. At least 200,000 workers have been allocated to repair and to maintain essential lines of communications. Pham Van Dong boasted that as a result of this effort, the average daily tonnage of goods transported south has, for many months now, exceeded the average volume reached by the end of 1964. As Air Force efforts increased, the northern capacity to move men and goods became more efficient. 23. There was but one way for Jip to learn how to combat American ground forces, and that was by facing them on bloody fields of battle. That time was not long in coming. On June 26, 1965, General William C. Westmoreland received Pentagon authority to assign his U.S. troops to field actions. 2 days later, 3,000 soldiers of his 173d Airborne Brigade, accompanied by an Australian battalion and an ARVN Airborne Infantry Unit, moved into War Zone D, 20 miles northwest of Saigon, in search of Viet Cong units. Thus occurred the first American search and destroy mission of the war, called off after 3 days when it failed to make any major contact with the enemy. 1 American died and 9 others, along with 4 Australians, were wounded. The first significant test of the wills and tactics of Jip and Westmoreland came at the Battle of Plaimé. For some time, Jip's northern units had been assaulting Special Forces camps in the Central Highlands. He intended to attack across the Central Highlands and drive onto the sea, splitting the Republic of Vietnam in half preparatory to seizing the entire South. Jip ordered a heavy attack on a U.S. Special Forces camp at Plaimé, 215 miles north of Saigon, held by 400 Montagnards and 12 Americans. When ARVN soldiers set forth to relieve the siege at Plaimé, they did so under an umbrella of howitzers lifted into position by U.S. helicopters. Defend. U.S. military operations in South Vietnam. Legend. City or town core boundary war zone boundary. ERS at the camp repelled repeated attacks by Jip's 33rd Regiment with the aid of ARVN reinforcements and numerous American air strikes. These enemy soldiers were not black pajama-clad Viet Cong but northern regulars in khaki battle dress with pith helmets camouflaged by clumps of elephant grass. Armed with Soviet-made AK-47 automatic rifles, they carried canvas bags filled with wooden-handled potato masher grenades. Some squads were equipped with heavy machine guns and RPG-2 shoulder-fired rockets. The siege continued for almost a week, before General Westmoreland ordered his 1st Air Cavalry Division, newly arrived from the United States, to relieve the camp at Plaimé. Its 43-5 helicopters enabled soldiers of the division to fly over roadblocks. Its firepower rained destruction on the enemy. On October 26, ARVN forces broke through to the camp to end the siege. In the face of this torrent of enemy strength, Jip's general, Chu Huy Man, decided to withdraw toward the sanctuary of the La Drang Valley to the southwest, a part of Pleiku province near the Cambodian border, an area so remote no enemy had ever dared to penetrate it. 2 regiments of Jip's foot soldiers, many of them veterans of Dien Bien Phu and part of his 325th Division, took refuge there and began to regroup. Then came a more significant battle, a continuation of the clash at Plaimé. Westmoreland ordered the 1st Cavalry to follow Jip's fleeing soldiers into the remote, inaccessible, and unpopulated La Drang. He planned to break up the sanctuary and destroy enemy operational forces in the La Drang and the nearby mountains. The week of bitter fighting that followed became a contest known as the Battle of the La Drang Valley. The bloodiest contact to that point, some of it occurred in desperate hand-to-hand fighting as Jip's troops fought to protect an important supply and staging base. At times Jip's veterans faced young troopers of the 1st CAV at distances of only yards. On November 14, the 430 soldiers of the U.S. 1st Battalion, 7th Cavalry made a helicopter assault into a small, apparently unoccupied clearing dotted with 6-foot-high termite hills. Unwittingly they had landed in the midst of a large number of Jip's forces. North Vietnamese soldiers watched from the ridgeline on the Chu Pong Massif above them. The ensuing action was so fierce that relief forces had to land a considerable distance away and attempt overland marches to aid their comrades. Even B-52s were called in from Guam to aid in the battle. On November 17, the 2D Battalion, 7th Cavalry walked into an ambush while moving toward the scene of the original fighting. They were hit by Jip's soldiers, the NVA 8th Battalion, 66th Regiment, and the 1st Battalion, 33D Regiment. They destroyed almost an entire company of Westmoreland's men in the most savage one-day battle of the war. 155 American soldiers died and another 124 were wounded. Other U.S. troops managed to hang on to their positions with the aid of heavy artillery protection and more air strikes. There was no way Jip could finally avoid ordering his men to retreat into 256/ the safety of their Cambodian sanctuary. Westmoreland's use of U.S. helicopters meant that no place was safe for Jip's soldiers. He had no experience with the new tactic of using helicopters to move men and materiel rapidly from point to point, and he was overwhelmed by what he saw. Tactics he had successfully used against the French were not going to work against the Americans. Jip read with growing amazement the reports from his battlefield commander, General Chu Hui Man, who told him of the combat miracles performed by the 1st Cavalry as it airlifted its 105mm howitzers over the jungle and supplied those guns with shells. Division artillery fired 33,000 shells 6,500 during one 24-hour engagement. The division moved its guns overland only once during the battle, 66 other times it did so by air. Whole battalions were shifted 40 times by helicopter, and rotary wing aircraft brought in 13,257 tons of supplies during the course of battle. Soldiers of 1st Cavalry moved seemingly at will, ferreting out food caches, underground hospitals, and headquarters. Having no answer to this awesome feat, Jip finally ordered a withdrawal only after his troops had suffered horrendous casualties, estimates ranging from 634 to 2,262 killed in action. Units of 1st Cavalry lost some 300 killed and many more wounded in an engagement which a Central Intelligence Agency analyst described as an inconclusive battle. It was a turning point in the war. The conflict had now, irreversibly, become America's war. 24. Both opposing generals learned from the battle for the La Drang. Westmoreland was encouraged, convinced now more than ever that fighting a big unit war of attrition was absolutely the way to win. Take the war to the enemy. When Westmoreland received his assignment as commander, United States Army, Vietnam, he had about 23,000 military advisors who answered to him. Soon he commanded 8,600 Marines, 20,000 logistics and engineering soldiers, and 40,000 combat troops. By the end of 1965 he was in charge of about 181,000, by the last day of 1966, Westmoreland had 385,000 servicemen under his control. Even so, he might well need additional soldiers. It would, he believed, take massive infusions of troops to counter the depredations of the Viet Cong and Jip's People's Liberation Army, but in the La Drang, he had shown it could be done. The answers to the problems he faced were mobility, troop strength, and firepower. 25. Jip reacted differently. Among other things, his observations about the actions of American soldiers convinced him that U.S. soldiers were afraid of many things: the sun, the dense forest, malaria, even ordinary Vietnamese, including old women and children, and he would have to exploit all those fears in one way or another. 26. Despite those perceived weaknesses, however, there were more important lessons to be learned. Hoang Anh, later Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs and for many years a Viet Cong general, spoke for the controversy that raged through inner councils of Jip's advisors. He recalled, when the Americans entered the war, we spent all our time trying to figure out how to fight you. Talked about it constantly. It was a matter of life and death. The incredible density of your shelling and your mobility were our biggest concerns. Our losses were huge. We had to admit you had a terrible strength. So how could we preserve our forces, but still engage you? 27. Another enemy general agreed that entry of American big unit forces had changed the face of the war. Nguyen Huang told an interviewer, "We could not indulge in wishful thinking. When you sent the 1st Cavalry to attack us, it gave us headaches trying to figure out what to do. General Mann and I were very close to the front and several times the American troops came very near us." 28. The analyses began. General Huang recognized the amazing mobility of U.S. units. With the helicopters, you could strike deep into our rear without warning. It was very effective. Then came his realization. But your troops were never really prepared. The 1st Cavalry came out to fight us with 1 day's food, a week's ammunition. They sent their clothes back to Saigon to be washed. They depended on water in cans, brought in by helicopters. He compared that situation with his own. Our only mobility was our feet, so we had to make you so dependent on that you would never develop the ability to meet us on our terms on foot, lightly armed, in the jungle. 29. Huang Antoine continued the story. He had to force you to fight our way with chopsticks, piece by piece. And then it came to us that the way to fight the American was to grab him by his belt, to get so close that your artillery and air power were useless. The result was interesting. Our logistic forces, who were farther from the Americans, took greater losses than the combat units who engaged you. 30. As a result of discussions like these, Jip finally reached the conclusion that we could fight and win against the cavalry troops. You planned to use tactics as your strategy to win the war. If we could defeat your tactics, your helicopters, then we could defeat your strategy. In the La Drang campaign, Jip said, we had trouble with supplies of water and food. We had no helicopters. Our people had to forage in the jungle for food and drink water from the streams. But our foot soldiers had to be very intelligent, very creative, and make their own way. He explained what he had learned. The Americans had fearsome strength, a highly mobile division with much flexibility, capable of launching sudden attacks supported by heavy firepower. But the Americans didn't understand that we had soldiers almost everywhere, that it was very hard to surprise us. 31. With soldiers located almost everywhere, Jip had his own form of mobility that helped to counter the advantage helicopters gave to U.S. troops. 32. General Huang explained how this system was made to work. He people, the Viet Cong, and our regular forces were inseparable. If you had a temporary success against one, the other would take up the battle. 33. Jip agreed with that claim. 258. You Americans were very strong in modern weapons, but we were strong in something else. Our war was people's war, waged by the entire people. Our battlefield was everywhere or nowhere, and the choice was ours. He summed up his belief, being on the spot, everywhere, was the best mobility of all. 34. General Tran Kong Man agreed with his superior. Our regular forces, compared with yours, were small, but everyone could fight with whatever he had. In the Da Nang area, for example, we seldom had more than one regiment in regular forces. Why couldn't you defeat us? Because we had tens of thousands of other scouts, mine layers, spies, political cotters. Without the self-defense forces, we would never have gotten you out. If you were our commander and were told to attack the Da Nang air base and destroy the planes there, how many troops would you need? Several divisions, right? Well, we did precisely that with 30 men. 30. It was a new kind of war, and it was impossible without the self-defense forces. 35. Jip thought about American mobility and concluded, even advanced weapons have weaknesses. American reliance on aerial bombings proved to be an Achilles heel. You staged bombing raids in advance of your landings. Then, when JIP's forces heard incoming helicopters, we went on alert and prepared for battle wherever you landed. During preparatory bombings our soldiers were in their tunnels and bunkers and took very few casualties. When your armed helicopters came we were still in our shelters. Only when the helicopters brought your troops did we emerge, and only then did we start shooting. Almost as an aside, he added, in Vietnam, your commanders never realized that there are limitations on power, limitations on strength. He most intelligent of men can do the stupidest things. 36. Although the words belonged to General Nguyen Huang, the notion he expressed clearly stated JIP's views. Speaking to an American interviewer, Huang described the predicament faced by U.S. troops. Because you depended on artillery, you built fire bases and seldom went beyond their range. Once built, such bases became semi-permanent. So we knew how to stay away from your artillery, or how to get so close you couldn't use it. Also you seldom knew where we were, and you seldom had a clear goal. So your great advantages ended up being wasted, and you spent so much of your firepower against empty jungle. As a result, said Huang, you fell into our trap. Our guerrillas served to keep you divided. You could not concentrate your forces on our regular troops, so your advantages were dissipated. Huang told how, despite many defeats and sometimes extraordinary losses, we never stopped winning the war. Time was on our side. We did not have to defeat you militarily, we had only to avoid losing. A victory by your brave soldiers meant nothing, did nothing to change the balance of forces or to bring you any closer to victory. I-7. JIP had the last word. In mid-December 1966 he commented that American strategists had discussed at length the ratio to be maintained between their own forces and those of the people, as if troops and weapons were enough to win a war. He appreciated the fact that the United States did not understand the characteristics of people's wars where every man or woman can at any moment become a resolute fighter, with a perfect knowledge of the terrain, resourceful and heroic. Those who fight for the freedom of their country, JIP said, are capable of legendary prowess. No doubt, he continued, GIs would be able to perform wonders if they had to defend their own country, but in his land they were stymied, for every hand was against them. Nor, he declaimed, did the American government know what to do next. Should it send troops into the Mekong River Delta? Strengthen American forces along the 17th parallel? Intensify its bombing raids over the north? Reinforce the defense of Saigon? Withdraw from the Central Highlands or settle there in force? These, he said, were only some of the questions that bedeviled his enemies, who still nurtured the vain hope that a few more divisions, a few more shiploads of bombs, napalm, poison gas, and intensified bombings may bring the Vietnamese people to their knees. He called on Americans to open their eyes. We shall win, he cried. 38. Rationalize as he might, still JIP realized two fundamental facts from his experience with the 1st Cavalry in the La Drang. The Americans had inflicted savage losses on his units, and it was time to draw back from the Le Duan/Nguyen Chi Tan strategy of pitting Northern Main Force regulars face to face against the Americans. It was not yet time to conduct Phase 3 of a people's war. Protracted war, to grind down the enemy, was needed. He had long insisted on this view, now it was proved to him. It was difficult for him to understand how Le Duan and General Nguyen Chi Tan could be so blind to reality. Although the United States would suffer inevitable failure regardless of the size of its troop commitment, it would not come about from battlefield victories, JIP said in January 1966. It would come because American superiority was limited while its weaknesses were basic. 39. He may have allowed his irritation toward his rivals to show too plainly. On 27 or April 28, 1966 he spoke at a meeting of the National Assembly, commenting on the course of the war and arguing that conventional warfare against the United States was futile. The North, he insisted, should revert to Phase I, a temporary re-emphasis on guerrilla war methods. That his remarks did not please his more powerful rivals is evident. His speech was omitted entirely by Hanoi newspapers that ran lengthy accounts of other speeches. Thereafter, save for a single public appearance on May 10 when Giap attended a state dinner for a visiting Romanian delegation, he disappeared from view. He was not seen again by a Westerner until late that year. On December 22, he appeared, along 260/ with his rival Nguyen, at a ceremony marking the 22nd anniversary of the founding of the army, and that same month he gave a long interview to Jacques de Cornouaille, a reporter for Paris's Le Monde newspaper. 40. By the time Giap met with de Cornouaille, he was in better spirits. De Cornouaille wrote how for more than 2 hours, Giap developed his themes without stopping even to catch his breath. Nor was this a somber talk. Although Giap insisted that the Democratic Republic of Vietnam would win militarily and politically against the special war of the United States, he did so as a smiling man, who sometimes bursts into laughter, literally sparkles, speaks exquisitely refined French and develops his thought with impeccable logic and skill. 41. As the internal debate over strategy continued in the halls of the Northern Politburo, however, the months to come would test Giap's good humor. / 19. Washington cannot see the end of the tunnel. Giap may have drawn lessons from the La Drang engagement, but it took time to implement them. In the interim, he wanted to see for himself how people in the war zone were coping. In another interview with Wilfred Burchett, on February 20, 1967, Giap told how, on a recent trip, he had been deeply impressed by people and scenes he had observed: unpaid laborers carrying supplies, troops on maneuvers, anti-aircraft units drilling and ready to fire at attacking aircraft, engineers supervising young laborers as they repaired quays and roads, old people planting trees beside pockmarked roads, peasants growing rice in the fields, children in conical straw hats on their way to school. The vitality of his fellows, he told Burchett, gave him new strength. How brave, active, heroic, creative, optimistic, and confident is our people's life during the sacred anti-U.S. national salvation struggle. Becoming over-eloquent in his talk with the leftist Burchett, Giap told how this internal vitality had welded his countrymen into a force hard as steel, as stable as brass. Then, his tongue tripping over itself, Giap described those he had seen as if they had 4 hands, hammer in one hand and rifle in the other, plow in one hand and rifle in the other. It is no wonder they were difficult to defeat. In summation, Giap told Burchett, "We are living the greatest moments in our people's history." 1. The Polish press revealed additional comments Giap had made to Burchett. The general predicted that American bombings, cruelties, and war crimes would double in 1967, and would make the eventual 262/ U.S. defeat all the more devastating. Giap made no secret of the fact that his northern government was helping the NFLSV in its struggles in the south. 2. 4 months after the La Drang battle, Giap's regular regiments won no major battles. In June 1966, Giap launched his 324B Division south across the demilitarized zone in an effort to capture the northernmost provincial capital, Quang Tri City. Another division, the 341st, came from Laos into the next province to the south, Thu Tien. A difficult region, it was isolated from the rest of the country by mountains ranging from Laos to the South China Sea a little north of Da Nang. The major line of communication in the region was Highway 1, a steep, winding, 2-lane road across Hai Van Pass, the Pass of Clouds, that lent itself to sudden ambush. Only a small American force of Marines was diverted from another area to spoil this attack, no important ground was gained, and no little Dien Bien Phu's were fought, which might have stirred American public opinion in the congressional off-year elections. It was apparent that northern plans for a quick military victory were not going to succeed. Westmoreland ordered Operation Irving in Ben Din Province, mauling many of Giap's soldiers, followed by the equally costly Operation Attleboro in Tay Ninh province in October 1966 that took a heavy toll of men and materiel in the long-held base area of War Zone C, the site of Kosv. Jip found it increasingly difficult to prepare for or to mount major operations without inviting highly damaging U.S. spoiling attacks. Yet Jip had lost battles, not a war. Even if he could not grasp victory, his military defeat by the United States was improbable. His main force units began 1967 larger than they were in early 1966, and the flow of men and supplies southward was adequate to maintain this new level. 3. Jip had never agreed with the Le Duan/Nguyen Chi Tan strategy, and as time passed he became ever more skeptical. In early 1965 his two opponents argued that the complete collapse of the Southern government was imminent, yet the regime of ARVN Air Force General Nguyen Caoky showed surprising durability despite repeated crises, confounding their predictions. They had believed that a groundswell of international opinion would eventually overwhelm the conscience of America, forcing it to relinquish its operations in Vietnam, and were disappointed when that did not occur. Growing internal problems and increasing foreign policy tensions between China and the Soviet Union exposed China as an uncertain and unstable ally. To no avail did Jip argue against this position. Tan countered that those who held Jip's views were old-fashioned with a method of viewing things that is detached from reality. Tan insisted that to repeat what belongs to history in the face of a new reality is adventurism. Such people looked for answers in books, and mechanically copying one's past experiences or the experiences of foreign countries, in accordance with a dogmatic tendency. For by late October 1966, it was apparent that Tan had once again prevailed. Silenced by his rival's charges, Jip continued to seethe while his opponents argued that American opinion and politics, as had been the case with the French, would prove decisive in the long run. They had a strong incentive to hang on until the presidential campaign within the United States, and the Politburo majority agreed. Perhaps they could galvanize resentment against U.S. administration politics at that time. In early 1967, despite Westmoreland's 389,000 troops, the Viet Cong still controlled much, but by no means all, of the Central Highlands, and their southern base areas and supply links between their forces and the north remained in working condition. Northern forces feared a continuation of the American buildup, but the U.S. administration limited Westmoreland to a maximum of a little over 500,000 troops in country rather than the 1 million that would have been necessary to give him a fighting chance to defeat the enemy. 5. On January 8, 1967, General Westmoreland ordered elements of more than 3 divisions into the Iron Triangle, a heavily fortified enemy base area. This was Operation Cedar Falls, named after the hometown of a Medal of Honor recipient. Some 30,000 soldiers had as their objective the destruction of all villages in an area 40 miles square, including one named Ben Su. The troops moved in, evacuated all inhabitants, and then burned houses and crops. All males were treated as if they were Viet Cong, and even women and children were regarded as hostile civilians and were relocated elsewhere to new settlements. Heavy equipment, including huge Rome plows, leveled Ben Su and the other villages. Engineers destroyed every shack and even killed the vegetation. At Ben Su they left behind 20 acres of wasteland. 6. Westmoreland followed this action on 22 February with Operation Junction City, another divisional-level search and destroy mission penetrating War Zone C near the Cambodian border north of Tay Ninh City. More than 45,000 U.S. and ARVN soldiers jointly conducted the nearly 3-month-long Operation Junction City. These vast enterprises were remarkably unsuccessful. Not only did American forces find few enemy soldiers, but they could not even locate supply dumps in any number. As the last Americans withdrew from the two areas, Viet Cong units resolutely reoccupied them. 7. Many in the North shuddered at the thought of America's vast power and technology arrayed against them. If we keep fighting 5 more years, one Hanoi official predicted, all that will be left of Vietnam will be a desert. a military delegation from North Korea, Cuba, and China secretly visited the war theater, and in their exit briefing they warned of the dangers inherent in allowing the war to go on indefinitely. None of this was good news to Jap. 8. Despite such 264/ warnings, on March 29, 1967, General Jap struck in the south. His main force units attacked the villages of Cam Lo, Jolin, and Con Tien on the southern side of the DMZ, blanketing them with heavy artillery fire. In April 1967, Ho Chi Minh convened the 13th plenum of the Communist Party's Central Committee. If Jap hoped the delegates would support his position about the proper approach to take toward the south, he was to be sorely disappointed. Led by Truong Chien, the committee passed Resolution 13, calling for a spontaneous uprising in order to win a decisive victory in the shortest possible time. There would be no protracted war. The call was for an immediate and total drive for victory. Jap was not happy about the new plan, for he remained a cautious exponent of protracted warfare. Nevertheless, as a good soldier, he swallowed his objections and ordered his staff to begin planning. The first step toward the Tet Offensive of 1968 had been taken. 9. Jap's fortunes rose in July 1967. On the 4th of that month, his deadly rival Senior General Nguyen Chi Tan either fell desperately ill from pneumonia, was wounded by bomb fragments, or suffered a heart attack while on duty in his Kasm Tactical Operations Center. Flown to Hanoi for treatment, he died there 2 days later. Now no one remained who held equal military rank with Jap. Once again his voice would be supreme, at least within military councils. 10. In October 1967, Jap released a detailed explanation of his own victory strategy which appeared both in Nan Dan and Quan Doi Nan Dan, so lengthy it ran to 54 pages in its English translation. Wordy and bombastic, Jap claimed the North would fight on to complete victory. The turning point toward defeat of the United States, he wrote, is drawing increasingly nearer. He called U.S. tactics over the past 2 years a complete failure. As was his wont, Jap called for a strategy of protracted warfare, an approach for which Americans would have no stomach. Unlike other of his writings, this piece was very stern in its call for Northerners to accept additional hardship and sacrifice. Jap threatened disciplinary measures against individuals, military units, and even hamlets and villages for their negligence of air defense tasks. This laxness, he said, was causing weaknesses in air defense against American bombings, in communications, and in moving supplies to the war front, and therefore would not be tolerated. 11. Jap stubbornly continued his pro-Soviet stance. Although he was prudent enough to thank China for its aid, in an article he wrote for the Soviet Red Star, published October 21, he extolled the Russian October Revolution as marking the beginning of a new era in mankind's history. Thanks to both the USSR and China, Jap wrote, the Vietnamese people are successfully advancing on the glorious path of the October Revolution. 12. Disagree as he might with the Politburo's decision, Jap carefully planned his new offensive against the South. He codenamed his master plan TCK-TKN. Washington cannot see the end or IHE tunnel /265. The abbreviation for Tong Kong Kich Tong Koinjia. His strategy envisioned an operation beginning in the fall of 1967 with attacks along the borders of the Republic of Vietnam to tie down large numbers of U.S. troops. 13 then would follow a coordinated general offensive against the SDUTH in all its major cities. Southern Qatars were to launch a general uprising of the population which would culminate in a complete overthrow of the Southern government, or at the very least installation of a communist-dominated coalition. And Jap planned to launch another attack at the U.S. Marine outpost at Khe Sanh. In the midst of these plans, in October, Jap accompanied Party Secretary Le Duan and Foreign Minister Nguyen Du Trinh to Moscow to participate in celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Russian Revolution. During a Beijing stopover, Jap told Chinese leaders of his TCK-TKN campaign plans. Pleased that the North was abandoning all vestiges of allegiance to the Soviet call for peaceful coexistence, the Chinese gave Jip an immediate offer of help. To free up Vietnamese combat troops, they offered to send 100,000 logistics troops and truck drivers and 200,000 rail and road maintenance workers. They also promised 107mm and 240mm artillery pieces, the latter having a range of 18 miles. Ho accepted at least part of this Chinese offer, although public acknowledgement of it did not come until 1977, when General Jip visited China and awarded the Order of Friendship to a number of military units for their contributions to the war effort. Some 120,000 men ultimately saw duty in Vietnam, mostly along the rail line leading from Hanoi to the border. Later, not to be outdone, the Soviets pledged to speed up shipments of armor and other weapons. 14. As Christmas drew nearer and northern plans began to fall into place, Jip's Chief of Staff, General Van Tien Dung, sent new instructions for the coming winter-spring campaign to his field commanders. During the first days of 1968, Foreign Minister Trinh blandly announced that peace talks with the United States could begin as soon as it stopped bombing the North. His news was probably no more than a ploy to persuade the White House to declare a bombing halt, allowing Jip and Qasem to ready their attack without constantly having to watch for air raids. Khe Sanh sat in western Quang Tri province, 14 miles south of the DMZ and 6 miles from the Laotian border. Westmoreland believed it to be a position of great tactical importance. US and ARVN forces could use it to mount operations into Laos. It was well located to interdict infiltration of northern soldiers and supplies moving south of the 17th parallel. American engineers built an airstrip there in 1966 to further enhance its worth. Now it could accept C-123S and C-130S aerial logistics workhorses. A battalion of U.S. Marines defended it from attack and on April 24, 1967 fought off an assault by two northern regiments in a battle that lasted 12 days. The Marines gave a good account of themselves, killing nearly 900 of Jip's soldiers. Despite his losses, Jip succeeded in his intent. Westmoreland was forced to transfer additional troops to more northerly provinces instead of mounting additional southern divisional-level forays on the order of Cedar Falls and Junction City. In late 1967, as Jip positioned his forces for the upcoming Tet Offensive, American military intelligence officers partially misread his intentions. They reported that the marked increase in enemy movements signaled a forthcoming attack on Khe Sanh. Some even voiced concern about the safety of the cities. General Westmoreland ordered another 4,000 Marines to the base as reinforcements and launched Operation Niagara against Jip's 325C Division, northwest of Khe Sanh, and the 304th Division to the southwest. The Air Force struck at North Vietnamese positions more than 5,000 times, dropping over 100,000 tons of explosives within an area of less than 5 square miles. Westerners have sometimes criticized Jip for trying to repeat his success at Dien Bien Phu at Khe Sanh. If this was in fact the case, who could blame him for wanting to reprise such a stunning victory? On January 20, 1968, the 3D Battalion, 26th Marines forged into battle against a battalion of North Vietnamese soldiers entrenched between two hills northwest of Khe Sanh. The next day, NVA soldiers overran the village and their long-range artillery began to pound Marine positions. The eyes of the world focused on Khe Sanh as Jip's soldiers and the Viet Cong positioned themselves to launch the Tet Offensive. Jip's target was larger than just Khe Sanh, it was all of the Republic of Vietnam. Westmoreland, however, believed that Jip was focused solely on Khe Sanh, that it would be another set-piece battle on the order of Dien Bien Phu. The siege of the Marines there did not end until mid-April, when other American troops finally linked up with the defenders and Jip's divisions withdrew. U.S. troops eventually left Khe Sanh on June 13. 15. By mid-January 1968, Jip set the final date for his southern offensive, and in order to be as close to the fighting as possible, he established a Tactical Operations Center headquarters in the southern panhandle of the Democratic Republic, not far from Khe Sanh. He faced a great task that might well produce a big victory. 16. The coming Tet Offensive would later be viewed by many as the decisive campaign of the war. American military intelligence analysts at the time were surprised by the attack. It was not that they had no information about a planned offensive, it is rather that they misread its form and shape. Gipps's diversionary plans required drawing the attention of the U.S. forces away from his objective, the coastal regions of the South, by engaging them in activities around the perimeter. U.S. intelligence officers viewed such attacks as a sign of MACV's successes in 1967 in making the interior of the South safer from large-scale depredations by Northern Main Force units. MACV further believed the Communists would focus any offensive on U.S. combat forces rather than on populated areas. So, in late 1967, General William Westmoreland ordered U.S. units away from Washington cannot see the end of the tunnel/267 population centers to counter any sudden enemy attack on the borders of the Republic of Vietnam. MACV also knew that previous Tet truces had been used by the North to lay in additional logistic material rather than to launch attacks. There was no indication that the Tet holidays in 1968 would be different from earlier ones. 17. Gipp obliged the Americans. Operations along the borders served him well as training exercises for his troops. Both VC and NVA units needed more experience in fighting coordinated operations in urban areas so they would be better prepared when they attacked larger population centers and military installations. Border battles also helped Gipp to continue inflicting casualties on U.S. forces. He well knew their psychological impact on American society. 18. The offensive was originally scheduled to begin during the night of 29 to 30 January, but Gipp ordered a 24-hour delay at the last moment. Some VC units did not receive notice of the delay and so prematurely began their attacks during the first 3 hours of 30 January 1968 with an exchange of gunfire in Nha Trang. A few other cities in northern and central South Vietnam also suffered from enemy artillery and ground attacks. By daylight, however, all enemy forces had been driven from their objectives. It was not until just after midnight in the early morning hours of January 31, 1968 that Ho Chi Minh himself gave the official attack order, a poem which he read over radio Hanoi. This spring shines far brighter than any before. Happy news of victories bloom across the land. South and North challenge each other to fight the U.S. aggressors. Forward. Total victory will be ours. 19. Viet Cong and North Vietnamese units suddenly shattered the Tet holiday spirit of Southern rebellers as they attacked in 41 of 44 provincial capitals and 5 of the 6 largest cities. Gipps's men held on to their advantage almost everywhere from periods of a few hours to, in Hue, 27 days, where they entrenched themselves and raised their flag over the easily defended redoubt of the citadel. In Saigon they attacked the American Embassy, Tan Son Nhut Air Base, and ARVN's General Staff Headquarters. In I Corps, in addition to Hue, they attacked Quang Tri City and Tarn Ky and attacked Marines at Chu Lai and Phu Bai. In 2 Corps they assaulted Tai Hoa and Phan Thiet and bases at An Ky and Bong Sun. In 3 Corps, Viet Cong troops attacked ARVN installations at Bien Hoa and invaded the American base at Long Binh, the huge logistical home of the U.S. field forces in Vietnam. They also struck at targets in 4 Corps throughout the Mekong Delta area. Gipps's plans called for a lightning-swift blow after which southern organs of state power would quickly fall. For this task, Gipps's commanders cautiously fragmented their units into small, platoon-sized groups and often held back other troops as supporting reserves. They thus failed to take full advantage of the principles of mass and surprise, but that would only become apparent later. Initially they made great strides against American commanders and units. From its location along the Cambodian border, COSM constantly kept Gipp informed of events as they unfolded in the south. For a time, senior American commanders insisted that Gipps's raids on the cities were a strategy to divert resources away from his primary objective at Khe Sanh. Gipp made another costly mistake. He sent units into pro-government villages believing that ARVN generals would not call artillery and air strikes against them in the midst of friendly populations. That conclusion, of course, proved to be fatally wrong, as the tragedy of Ban Tre demonstrated. In that city, capital of Quien Hoa province, Viet Cong troops overran government defenses and occupied it. Following extensive American airstrikes and naval bombardments, U.S. and ARVN soldiers recaptured the town. 4,000 civilians were homeless, 1,500 were wounded, 600 were dead. An unnamed major informed journalist Peter Arnett, "We had to destroy Ban Tre in order to save it." Despite the callous sound of that quotation, it is not a violation of the laws of war to strike at an enemy that has purposefully placed itself among a civilian population, as Viet Cong troops did at Ban Tre, even if that means killing innocent civilians. Giap bears the responsibility for the destruction of Ban Tre as much as or more than the American units who leveled it, if he ordered units into the town thinking that the presence of civilians would offer his forces protection. Giap faced another problem. Since early in his career he had used cent-table models of his objectives on which to rehearse his commanders and full-scale mock-ups to familiarize his soldiers with their objectives. This had not been done prior to the Tet Offensive, and consequently many of his troops did not perform to his expectations. Many were not even notified that they were going into combat until a few hours before the attack. Despite these weaknesses, Giap achieved great surprise and mocked charges that his soldiers and those of Cosm were too weak to stand and fight. In this offensive, Giap for a time seized the initiative from Westmoreland, forcing him to defend southern cities and, consequently, to strip the countryside of its American protection. 20. Giap's Tet Offensive also demonstrated to the South Vietnamese that their own government was unable to guarantee their security. Southerners were appalled to hear of the arrest, summary trial, and execution of civilians by Northern units and Viet Cong in Hue and elsewhere. In Hue, Northern soldiers with prepared lists of names seized people from their homes and either executed them on the spot or consigned them to a mass grave, later found to contain nearly 5,000 corpses. The biggest failure of the Tet Offensive was not Giap's, but rather belonged to the late Senior General Nguyen Chi Tan. Giap had opposed the project from the start, but the arguments of Tan and Le Duan had convinced Ho Chi Minh that the attack should be carried out. Communist troops, they said, had suffered massive casualties. Northerners were weary of the continuing American bomb. Washington cannot see the end of the tunnel. 269. Ings. The United States might decide to invade the North. A dramatic attack in the South would reveal the weakness of the government there and force the United States to withdraw. Giap reluctantly followed orders. The result was not surprising to him when American military might prove far more adaptable and responsive than Tan and Le Duan had predicted. Tet was a tactical disaster. Despite Giap's brilliant logistics movement of men and supplies into the South and his best-laid plans for the assault itself, none of the objectives Tan and Le Duan had hoped for were achieved, and thus, in its very execution, the offensive demonstrated that Giap had been correct in his opposition all the time. 21 Southern Front advocates in the Politburo had wanted to take pressure off the Viet Cong, yet the rapid response and overwhelming firepower of American and ARVN soldiers to the Tet Offensive destroyed the Viet Cong infrastructure, carefully built up and preserved over 14 long years. 40,000 Viet Cong lay dead or wounded, compared to 1,100 U.S. soldiers and 2,300 ARVN who were killed in action. Over 1 million people throughout the South lost their homes. Never again was the Viet Cong able to fight in even battalion-sized units. From now on the brunt of combat would be borne by Northerners, not by the Viet Cong. ARVN soldiers had not deserted their posts or surrendered their weapons to join in the fray against the Southern government. Restless refugee throngs in the cities had not risen against their rulers. Still there were, from Giap's perspective, positive results. At the very least, from the time of the first introduction of American troops into Vietnam in 1965 to the end of the Tet Offensive in 1968, Nguyen accomplished a military stalemate in the face of overwhelming American military technology. Given the strength of the United States and his own limited resources, that was quite a feat. One analyst rated Jip's skills highly, writing that Jip deserves respect as one of the most skilled practitioners of his profession since Napoleon's defeat at the hands of Wellington at Waterloo in 1815. 22. To replace his losses, between January 1 and May 5, 1968, Jip ordered nearly 90,000 replacements to make the long trip into the South. He and his staff worked feverishly on plans for a new offensive. His army now used the latest and best military equipment the communist world could provide: B-40 barrage rockets, automatic rifles, 155 mm artillery pieces, flamethrowers, even tanks. He had also become comfortable with the use of combined arms, or at least coordinated tactics. Although infantry remained the main element of his forces, it now coordinated its efforts with artillery, engineers, and crack special units. On May 7, 1968, Jip's soldiers launched THIRD-119 attacks on southern provincial and district targets. Once again, Saigon, Tan Son Nhut, and the Chinese section came under fire. Viet Cong and northern soldiers fared no better during THIRD-2 than they had in January. They were slaughtered by the thousands in fierce combat with resolute ARVN and American units. When it was over, nearly 200,000 more civilians were refugees. It was not much of a welcome for the new American commander in Vietnam, General Creighton Abrams, who replaced Westmoreland in June. Still, the war, from the U.S. point of view, was winnable. Abrams inherited an excellent tactical and operational situation because of the recent wholesale destruction of Viet Cong forces. Americans had long hunted VC/NVA main force units, usually without success. Now those forces had come into the open where U.S. firepower could destroy them almost at will. Whatever surprise Jip achieved by his offensive, the first 2 weeks of this campaign gave the U.S. military its greatest killing period of the long conflict. Jip's greatest success came, not on the battlefield against the forces of MACV, but in the American homeland. In the aftermath of THIRD, Time magazine spoke of Jip as a dangerous and wily foe who has become something of a legend in both Vietnams for his stunning defeat of the French at Dien Bien Phu. One of the principal developers of the art of guerrilla warfare, a tactician of such talents that U.S. military experts have compared him with German Field Marshal Erwin Rommel. 23. The tone of that reporting was quite a turnaround for Time from its 1954 story on Dien Bien Phu, 14 years earlier, when its columns derided Jip as able only to pour screaming flesh and blood against the French concrete, wire, and land mines. Squandering life at Dien Bien Phu to win points at the conference table in Geneva. 24. Newsweek was as impressed as its rival, solemnly declaiming that Jip's audacious Lunar New Year offensive had, in a single stroke, dramatically altered the complexion of the war. 25. It had indeed. Although he had suffered a grave tactical defeat at the hands of US and ARVN firepower, Jip's Tet offensive gave him, for the second time in his life, a great victory. The loss of Dien Bien Phu in 1954 forced the French government to abandon its efforts to remain in Vietnam. Now the Tet offensive persuaded a massively growing number of Americans to look for a way out as well. Robert O'Neill put the matter succinctly: if he planned this offensive to achieve the particular results which it did, his insight into the psychological and political problems of his enemies is brilliant. 26. Jip felt euphoric when he met in late May or early June with Madeleine Riffaudit, a correspondent for El Humanite. Once again he was an undisputed member of HANOI's ruling clique, member of the Politburo, Secretary of the Military Affairs Committee of the party's Central Committee, Deputy Premier, and Minister of National Defense. Jip delighted in belittling U.S. efforts. Westmoreland has found the way to bring the strength of the U.S. Expeditionary Force from some 20,000 men to more than 500,000, Jip told Riffaudit, yet Washington still cannot see any light at the end of the tunnel. He listed 5 objectives the Pentagon had set: to eliminate the Viet Cong threat, to pacify the countryside, to blockade the South from land and sea infiltration, to destroy the Washington cannot see, a former schoolteacher and an anti-war activist, took 42% of the vote in a contest with President Johnson in the New Hampshire primary. 4 days later, Robert Kennedy joined the race for president as an anti-war Democratic candidate. Senator George Aiken grumbled, "If was a failure, I hope the Viet Cong never have a major success." Walter Cronkite, the country's favorite television anchorman and a longtime supporter of the war, editorialized that the war had resulted only in a bloody stalemate. 139 members of the House of Representatives called upon President Johnson to review his Vietnam policy. Clark Clifford, the new Secretary of Defense, urged the president to get out of Vietnam. It was all too much. On the evening of March 31, 1968, Johnson told a television audience, "I will not seek, and I will not accept, the nomination of my party for president." The United States began peace negotiations with the North in Paris on May 13, 1968. Ho Chi Minh's representative was Xuan Thuy. The NFLSV sent Nguyen T. Binh to speak on its behalf. Nguyen Caoky, flamboyant former ARVN Air Force General and, from 1967 to 1971, Vice President of his nation, represented the Republic of Vietnam. W. Averell Harriman came to the conference as America's man in Paris. The talks dragged on intermittently while, in the United States, Richard Nixon defeated Vice President Hubert Humphrey for the presidency of the nation. Nixon claimed to have a secret plan to end the war. Harriman came home from Paris in January 1969, a disgusted man no closer to an agreement than when he arrived the preceding May. In Vietnam, General Abrams, under orders from the president, adopted a former French approach to the conflict. The United States could not continue fighting indefinitely, combat would have to be borne by the Southern Army. The French had called it jaunissement, yellowing. America referred to it as Vietnamization of the war. Turning the war over to the Southern Army might not be an effective way to ensure the continued independence of an anti-communist 272/South, but it provided the United States with a way out. It could declare the program a success and begin withdrawing its units from Vietnam. Slowly the drawdown began and troop ceilings fell ever lower. Giap scorned the idea, saying it will be a tragedy not for the puppet army but also for the American troops. He was right. 29. Even as the battles of Tet Tu raged, Truong Chin was busy mounting his own attack on Le Duan and his clique of supporters who had for several years controlled Hanoi's military policies. On May 5 he reported to the Politburo that a new approach was essential. The Tet offensive, he claimed, had been a blunder. Consequently, military power in the South now favored the United States and ARVN, requiring a reversion from Phase 3 main force offensive warfare to Phase 2 guerrilla tactics. Giap rejoiced and after May scheduled no additional large-scale assaults. Le Duan's desperate hope that victory could be achieved by one major offensive was doomed. Even Cosvn welcomed the respite. In April 1969, Cosvn issued a directive, "Never again, and under no circumstances are we going to risk our entire military force for just an offensive." 30 At long last, the Giap/Truong Chin policies completely dominated the military policy of the North and the Le Duan faction could only grimace and hope for better opportunities in the future. Peace negotiations in Paris opened anew on January 25, 1969. This time Henry Cabot Lodge acted the role formerly occupied by W. Averell Harriman. He found Xuan Thuy as stubborn as Harriman had. Lodge tried to discuss the neutrality of the DMZ, Thuy demanded a halt in the war. Although other meetings were held, there was no real progress in negotiations for the rest of that year. Only a month after that meeting in Paris, on February 22, Giap launched another Tet offensive. Not nearly as successful in achieving surprise as he had been the year before, Giap called off this new campaign after 3 weeks. Over 1,100 Americans died in that fighting. Furious with the lack of progress in negotiations and angered by the 1969 Tet Offensive, on March 18, 1969 Richard Nixon ordered the U.S. Air Force to begin secretly bombing Viet Cong and People's Liberation Army sanctuaries in Cambodia. Called Operation Menu, this became Nixon and Henry Kissinger's secret war, the covert phase of which lasted until March 1970 and which continued until 1973. On the President's authorization, the Air Force flew hundreds of B-52 raids and dropped about 550,000 tons of explosives on the soil of Cambodia. The government of Prince Norodom Sihanouk had tried for years to remain neutral in the troubles besetting Indochina, but under such pressures it became so destabilized that, during a visit to Paris, one of his generals, Lon Nol, replaced him as head of state on March 18, 1970. 5 years later, on April 17, 1975, the government of Lon Nol was itself overthrown by Pol Pot, head of the communist Khmer Rouge guerrillas, when Pot's forces entered Phnom Penh. Happy Face, /273. Capital of Cambodia. They launched a Holocaust that eventually massacred over 2 million of Cambodia's estimated population of 8 million people. At a summit meeting with President Nguyen Van Thieu held at Midway Island on June 8, 1969, Richard Nixon announced that Vietnamization was working. It was now possible for him to withdraw the equivalent of a heavy combat division from Vietnam to 5,000 men. In late August, the fortunate soldiers of the 9th Infantry Division began the long trip back to the United States. In June and July, Giap delivered 2 speeches. The first was to a Congress of Anti-Aircraft and Air Force Cadre, the second to the cadre of the 3rd Military Sector. Freed from the shackles of Nguyen Chi Thanh insistence on Phase 3 actions in the South, Giap praised the power of people's wars and protracted conflicts. Of course, he said, it was the sacred duty of the North to liberate the southern part of the beloved country, but it would be done slowly, using the methods of people's wars, minimal force to oppose an overpowerful enemy and using ordinary weapons against his much better modern weapons. The North was the great rear, the South was the great front line. Success was inevitable if crack forces applied clever tactics. Most of all, he wanted Cotter to have revolutionary ethics, high tactical and technical standards and, as leaders, to be able to command skillfully. 31. Ho Chi Minh's health, weakened by decades of deprivation, vitamin deficiencies, intestinal parasites, and recurrent bouts of malaria, now began to fail. Throughout 1969 he was increasingly troubled by congestive heart failure, although until the very end he kept a keen interest in the progress of the struggle against the American imperialists and their southern puppet government. He died on September 2, 1969. His funeral service a week later, held in Ba Din Square in Hanoi, was accompanied by the weeping of tens of thousands of grief-stricken mourners. Sitting on a raised platform, Ho's old comrades Vion Nguyen, Le Duan, and Pham Van Dong shed unabashed tears. Following the funeral, those three formed a triumvirate of collective leadership. Le Duan controlled domestic affairs, Pham Van Dong presided over foreign policy, and Vion Nguyen provided leadership on all military and defense matters. Although they had clearly delineated areas of authority, as a practical matter, most issues of state demanded approval by all three. None of Ho's three heirs had his charisma. They knew that they lacked his authority and could not match his ability to extract extra sacrifices and effort from the cadre and people of the North. It would have been surprising if Ho's death had not given them a sense of uncertainty. They had their own personal ambitions and had often quarreled savagely with one another. Ho had not stifled their debates, but he was a kind of umpire whose eventual rulings they accepted, and his authority served to maintain a basic unity within top circles of the Politburo. Now he was gone, and they knew their regime would lose some of its appeal to average citizens. The triumvirate knew they would have to walk carefully. 32. 274/ More independent and powerful as a result of Ho's death, Giap continued his policy of battlefield disengagement throughout the rest of 1969, preferring to mount only sapper and small unit attacks and random shelling of US and ARVN installations and positions. His goals were to pursue a prolonged war, to inflict setbacks to Vietnamization and pacification, to impose casualties on US troops, and to keep pressure on the South Vietnamese armed forces. All of that could be achieved without mounting major meeting engagements with US units. Indeed, in December 1969, Giap pointed out that the North had ignored many of the cardinal precepts of fighting a people's war and declared it imperative to repair these faults even if that meant going on the defensive temporarily. 33. Giap was certain it was the correct approach. Interviewed by the Hungarian Ferenc Hegedus, Giap told him, "Your party has endeavored to inculcate in the people the consciousness that they must count mainly on their own forces in the struggle for liberation." He added that if people resolutely stood up to fight and were properly motivated politically, they could defend their freedom, independence, and sacred rights. They were completely capable of defeating any aggressor, be it US imperialism. The late General Nguyen would have blanched at such heresy, but yesterday's revisionism had now become Politburo policy. Giap would concentrate on high-quality war efforts and use mobile strike units rather than relying on massed forces as he had in the past when Le Duan and Nguyen were ascendant. This was the most rational course of action, Giap believed, given manpower shortages in the North and a balance of force in the South numerically favorable to the United States. For a time the Southern Front, COSVN, and NFLSV would be on their own. 34. 20. Rivers may dry up and mountains may erode. Earlier in the war, Giap's troops below the 17th parallel and NFLSV Viet Cong units operated from safe base areas inside the Republic of Vietnam, War Zone D, War Zone C, and the Iron Triangle, the last only 25 miles from Saigon. These three sites totaled more than 2,000 square miles of sanctuary that, for all practical purposes, were immune to attack until, in 1967, General Westmoreland ordered his divisional-sized search and destroy missions to penetrate those vastnesses and clear them of enemy troops and storage depots. Although enemy soldiers and headquarters units filtered back after Westmoreland withdrew his units, they never again felt as safe there as they once had. As a result, Giap was forced to locate and build new sanctuaries across the border in the jungles of Cambodia. His engineers laid out huge sheltered preserves in the Parrot's Beak and Fishhook areas of Cambodia and stockpiled them with supplies brought overland on the Sihanouk Trail through the jungles from the southern port of Sihanoukville, facing on the Gulf of Siam. With those new areas completed, Giap took the time to write an important article marking the 25th anniversary of his founding of the Army. Serialized for several days in December in the Army newspaper, Quan Doi Nan Dan, and in Nan Dan, the party newspaper, it re-emphasized the importance of protracted warfare. Although Giap promised a military victory within a relatively short time and called for intensified preparations for an uprising in the South, he stressed the need for gradualism. An all-out assault would be very dangerous. 276/us, he said, because of a great imbalance of technical equipment. Now was the time to spur and stimulate thought and action toward that coming day of Southern liberation from the imperialist aggressor and its puppet government. He was not about to order any large-scale attacks on U.S. forces. 1. The year 1969 was a period of transition for both communists and Americans. While the United States moved toward withdrawal under its evolving Vietnamization program, General Giap used that year to regroup and rest his forces from their efforts at Khe Sanh and during Tet in 1968 and to refit and relocate them for new operations in 1970. Tactically he was in better position than either ARVN or U.S. forces. They had no stable, definitive defense lines save for the demilitarized zone along the 17th parallel, which was observed most often in the breach and suffered hemorrhages of Northern troops and supplies on a regular basis. US and ARVN units had to keep watch everywhere. Although great in number, they were spread over a large geographical area that constantly had to be patrolled and guarded. Giap's forces, safe in their sanctuaries, had great freedom of action. They could concentrate their efforts where and when they wanted throughout the length and breadth of the Republic of Vietnam. Gip's ability to wage war from a flanking position was extremely favorable. Previously focused on the war in the south, Gip now turned his attention to Laos and Cambodia. Earlier actions in Laos by his units and their allies, the Pathet Lao, were chiefly undertaken to protect the Ho Chi Minh Trail and in Cambodia to preserve sanctuaries. Now, in 1970, Gip ordered new military offensives, concentrating on the conquest of southern Laos. This would allow the opening of a river route from North Vietnam into Cambodia over the Mekong and Mekong waterways. Success would consolidate control over Cambodia's northeastern provinces. Additional attacks in the area of Cambodia's Angkor Wat would put Gip in a position to protect portions of the vital Sihanouk Trail. 2. Officials of the Cambodian Khmer Rouge guerrilla movement visited Hanoi at about this time. While talking among themselves in their lodgings one evening, they recalled the centuries-long enmity between the peoples of Cambodia and Vietnam, spoke of Vietnamese hypocrisy, and stressed the need to beware of North Vietnam's desire for hegemony after foreseeable joint victory over the Yankee aggressors and the traitor Lon Nol. Some of the insects in their room were bugs, and their words were duly reported to General Gip. Visibly shaking with anger, Gip complained the next day about the front leader's remarks. Their words, he said, hurt us deeply, since every day our soldiers, far from their dear homeland and beloved families, fight and die on the sacred soil of our Khmer brothers and sisters, side by side with them against our common enemies, to save and liberate your country, Cambodia. 3. Curious about his American enemies, Gip made arrangements to visit a Hanoi hospital in which lay an injured pilot, shot down over the north on a Hivers May Dn up and Mountains Way Road /277. Bombing mission. The man didn't recognize Gip, who stood by the bed wearing civilian clothing. Gip sneered at him, "You were supposed to return to your base, instead I see you've returned safely to the Hanoi Hilton." Many years later, recalling the incident for an interviewer, Gip said with typical exaggeration and an air of unreality, "We learned to shoot down American aircraft with ordinary weapons. How? We had determination and creativity, which stemmed from our revolutionary heroism. Americans," Gip said, "suffered many losses of aircrews on those missions." Gip and the Defense Ministry, examining captured Air Force maps and plotting charts, were able to learn what U.S. intelligence had discovered about the locations of our rockets and dispositions of our forces. In later years, Gip reflected about the value of those documents. "I reviewed them and found that some locations were accurately plotted and others were not, because some of our sites were fake ones with mock-up guns and we protected our real ones with camouflage. We pretended to have more than we did." He magnified one incident in the recounting. "My youngest son, who came to one such crash, found secret documents and brought them to me. When I saw the security classifications stamped on them, I said to him, maybe the Pentagon intended for my defense ministry to be an exception." 4. Heartened by his recent successes, Gip was glad to entertain a visiting delegation of the Palestine Liberation Organization, recently arrived in Hanoi, the second Arab group in recent weeks. Chief among those new arrivals was Abu Amr, a pseudonym of Yasser Arafat. Gip met with Arafat at the Defense Ministry and, after an exchange of pleasantries, began a lengthy monologue. It must have been sheer torture for the long-winded Arafat to be forced to listen to someone else pontificate. Gip told the Arab that there were only two essentials in people's wars: organize and organize. "Fight by any method which can achieve victory," Gip declaimed. "If regular war can do it, use it. If you cannot win by classical methods, don't use them. Any method which achieves victory is a good one. We fight with military and political means and with international support and backing." 6. Unwilling to tolerate Gip's offensives in Laos and Cambodia any longer, President Nixon gave his approval to a new military offensive. Using American air support, ARVN would assault across the border into Cambodia's Parrot's Beak area, while General Creighton Abrams's U.S. ground units would attack the nearby Fishhook, where COSVN was supposedly currently located. ARVN forces made their move on April 29, U.S. soldiers started on May 1. 7. It might have become a set-piece battle had Jip been willing to risk his troops, but after 2 days of desperate fighting, he ordered them to abandon their laboriously constructed barracks, hospitals, supply depots, recreational fields, and headquarters buildings and flee west, farther into the Cambodian interior. Many did. 278/ not make it to safety. General Abrams claimed 11,000 enemy soldiers killed and 2,500 captured, but his figures were immediately disputed by CIA analysts, who insisted that civilian non-combatant deaths were figured into Abrams's total. By May 3, at the conclusion of the campaign, these joint ARVN/U.S assaults resulted in the seizure of vast stores of small arms ammunition, shoulder arms, and crew-served weapons, sidearms, rice, and thousands of rounds of mortar and rocket ammunition. Buildings in the base areas were razed and burned. U.S/ARVN forces finally left Cambodia in late June. The Cambodian incursion helped achieve America's strategic goal of continued withdrawal. Had the Viet Cong or Northern Main Force units launched another Tet-style offensive, Vietnamization would have been discredited both politically within the United States and militarily in Vietnam. Not everyone was impressed with this military venture. Jean Lacouture, writing in Foreign Affairs, claimed that Nixon's act had changed the nature of the conflict from a war in Vietnam to the Second Indochina War. President Nixon's action, Lacouture said, was politically suicidal and militarily foolish. He quoted a statement of Nguyen Jip, "Every extension of battle served the revolutionary cause, it was to the advantage of the side with greater firepower to concentrate rather than diffuse the field of battle, yet that was precisely what America had done." 8. While this action badly hurt the enemy, postponing any plans Jip may have had for offensive operations in Vietnam, it did not entirely achieve U.S. goals. Nixon hoped success would frighten the Communists into real peace negotiations in Paris. At those meetings, Henry Cabot Lodge had given way to Henry Kissinger. On February 21, 1970, he began a series of secret sessions with Le Duo, successor to Chien Thuy, who continued to serve as those deputy. Though continued to insist week upon dreary week that the United States must stop its air war over the North and agree to unilateral withdrawal from Vietnam before real progress could be made. The Cambodian excursion did not soften his stance. That invasion of Cambodia brought unexpected results within the United States as well, breathing new vigor into the anti-war movement. Campuses across the country erupted in protest. Ohio National Guardsmen at Kent State needlessly fired upon a crowd of shouting, angry students who were throwing objects toward them. 4 students died. Further deaths resulted from a similar incident at Jackson State in Mississippi. Mammoth demonstrations filled the streets and public places in Washington, D.C. Senators talked about repealing the Tonkin Bay Resolution or requiring complete U.S. withdrawal from the Republic of Vietnam by the close of 1971. Jip also took umbrage from his losses. In June, in the first remarks of any high-level Northerner dealing with the Cambodian excursion, Jip pledged that the arena of the war was not just the 2 Vietnams, but all Indochina. His forces, he said, would fight shoulder to shoulder with the fraternal peoples of. Rivers may dry up and mountains may erode. 279. Laos and Cambodia for genuine independence and freedom and to lead the national liberation undertaking of the Indochinese peoples to complete victory over the U.S. imperialists and their lackeys. Then in a moment of unbelievable sentiment, Jip made mention of the embalmed body D.F. Ho Chi Minh. The countenance of the late President of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam had, Jip asserted, become more shiny before the revolutionary tide which is mounting everywhere on the Indochinese peninsula, from the plains de Jars to the ancient Angkor ruins. 9. In September, Jip spoke at a military conference called to study the last 4 years of anti-U.S. resistance and to derive lessons learned from those experiences. The general used this opportunity to praise the toughness of those who lived in Quang Binh, his home province, in a speech peppered with unrestrained exaggeration. They had, he said, a full grasp of the correct party military line. This had enabled them to shoot down 572 enemy aircraft, to set ablaze or sink 45 small naval surface vessels, and withstand bombings by the aggressors and their hirelings. In an incredible moment, Jip claimed that, using rifles alone, self-defense militia in Quang Binh downed 53 aircraft and captured a number of air pirates. At the same time, hard-working peasants in Quang Binh increased food production and established new enterprises. They were worthy of emulation, Jip said, and he held them up as examples to his audience. 10. Jip seemed never to tire of the sound of his own voice. It is a malady that often afflicts the great and near great. In October 1970 he addressed an all-army conference on military science. As Minister of Defense, Secretary of the Central Military Committee, and Senior General of his nation, he was the featured speaker, and he took advantage of that fact. He addressed those present by reading from a paper with a title so awesome it could have been drafted only by a communist or a college professor at a major history conference. Let us step up the task of reviewing, studying, and developing Vietnamese military science as a positive contribution to defeating the U.S. aggressors. His presentation had an introduction and 5 lengthy parts, and he went through each with meticulous care so those in the audience would not miss any of his thoughts on the subject. His long-drawn text was punctuated with tired clichés, hackneyed phrases, and dogmatic jargon. He insisted that Vietnamese military science was materially different, wholly new, for it scientifically reflects the law of proletarian revolution. It was progressive and served the just objectives of the working class. It had developed the people's offensive spirit and initiative to an ever higher degree. Jip called for more study to solve specific problems such as logistics, staffing, tasks involving medical problems, management, training, and other military tasks. Finally, everyone must thoroughly understand the scientific character of those military tasks. Co. 280/ Ordinate the comprehension of the masses, study both immediate and long-term problems, and assimilate military achievements from fraternal countries. Vietnamese military science, Jip said in conclusion, is an invincible one. 11. The celebration in Hanoi that December 1970 in honor of the 26th anniversary of Jip's founding of the People's Liberation Army also commemorated the 24th anniversary of national resistance. The party made certain that it was a festive occasion. The show it put on was typical of methods used to keep up the country's spirits and to ensure people's continued willingness to make unending sacrifices in the revolutionary struggle. The meeting hall in Ba Din Square was brilliantly lit. Colorful banners with flamboyant slogans bedecked the room. Great and beloved President Ho will live forever in our work. Fulfill all tasks, overcome all difficulties, defeat all our enemies. Let us resolutely implement the sacred testament of President Ho. Everything for the kith and kin South. Be ready to fight and sacrifice our lives for the sake of socialism. Let us fight resolutely and strengthen our combat readiness in order to annihilate the enemy and crush all his aggressive plots against North Vietnam. Guests that night represented a broad cross-section of the population. Anti-aircraft artillery people gathered under their banner with its slogan, "Aim and accurately fire at the enemy." Peasants came from Hanoi suburban collective farms. Working people stared at uniformed representatives of the Air Force, the Radar Force, engineers, military transport, artillery, infantry, and navy. Mixed with the throng were delegates from various front political parties, nationalities, religions, liaison committees of Southerners visiting Hanoi, and artists and writers. Many Third World diplomats and military attachés from fraternal countries attended as guests and spoke with foreign and domestic television and radio newsmen covering the event. At precisely 9:30 p.m., Le Nguyen, Pham Van Dong, Truong Chinh, Vion Wenjup, and his protege, Colonel General Van Tien Dung, Army Chief of Staff, and other dignitaries walked onto the platform and took seats there. Prominent behind them was a huge portrait of Ho Chi Minh and the yellow-starred red flag of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. On cue, children and teenagers described as Uncle Ho's grandchildren wearing red neckerchiefs signifying membership in the Communist Party's Youth Pioneers, elatedly jumped onto the platform to present bright bouquets of flowers to the dignitaries, who, with practiced smiles, accepted the offerings. Premier Pham Van Dong gave a lengthy opening speech. Then Jup strode to the microphones. "Our people," he thundered, "are determined to drive U.S. imperialism, the common enemy, out of the Indo-Chinese peninsula. It had become a war to free not just the South, but the whole of Indochina from an American presence." He summarized the growth of the army over the past 26 years, pointing out, "Our barefooted troops defeated the aggressive French Colorado. Rivers may dry up and mountains may erode." 281. Nihilist's professional army. Because of their absolute spiritual strength and great combat ability. He condemned Nixon's Cambodian venture, Vietnamization, and the U.S. insistence on continuing the war. Such actions were, he said, nothing more than the frenzied acts and shouts of a nation on its way to defeat. He promised that the South would be freed. "The Vietnamese people are one, rivers may dry up and mountains may erode, but this truth will never change." 12. The next month, Jup celebrated the Tet New Year quietly, conveying greetings to members of his Air Force and planting trees at a Confucian temple in the Dongda ward of Hanoi. 13. That January he also spoke with Ma Zainawada, correspondent for Tokyo's Akahata newspaper. Vietnamization remained on his mind, and, fearing it might succeed, he harshly condemned it. It was, Jup said, an American policy to save its own soldiers and substitute corpses of a different complexion on the battlefield. The United States was openly using the southern Vietnamese in exchange for weapons and dollars. He told Wada that the most important developments of the past year were the joint American/ARVN expedition into Cambodia that had violated his sanctuaries and the increasing emphasis on Vietnamization. No matter, he concluded. Despite the United States posturing like a bloodthirsty wild animal, it would not succeed in its evil quest to salvage the puppet regime. "We Vietnamese will win the final victory." 14. Even as Jup spoke, General Abrams and his staff laid plans to test Vietnamization once again. Abrams had been so impressed with ARVN's performance in the raid on Cambodia, in fact, that he had pulled American advisors from some ARVN units, feeling they were no longer needed. Now it was time for a second test. Abrams's troop strength was now down to 335,000 men, of whom perhaps as few as 40,000 were combat soldiers. That number would continue to decrease as Nixon fulfilled his promise to bring the boys home. There was one looming problem that needed to be solved if the Republic of Vietnam was ever to have any real hope of remaining separate from the North. That was the vaunted Ho Chi Minh Trail. It was not some pre-existing and established transportation system which Hanoi merely exploited. The Communists had taken a network of footpaths used by peasants and travelers for centuries to move along the Annamite chain and installed a major military logistical system. Furthermore, they did much of it on the neutral soil of Laos, and it provided the way for Hanoi to filter men and supplies into the south. It had to be severed. Maintained by perhaps 100,000 Vietnamese coolies and Laotian laborers, it was no longer a simple jungle footpath. It had about 12,000 miles of camouflaged roadways. There were paved two-lane stretches in some sectors. The trail reached southward to Chapon in Laos near the border of the Republic of Vietnam, punctuated by rest stops and bomb shelters. Beside it ran a 4-inch fuel pipeline. CIA analysts concluded that from 1966 to 1971, 630,000 soldiers, 282,100,000 tons of food, 400,000 weapons, and 50,000 tons of ammunition came down the trail into the south. 15. Abrams wanted to use American fighting men to sever the trail, but the Cooper Church Amendment, passed as a result of his Cambodian excursion the previous year, forbade him to use U.S. troops outside the confines of the South. He turned to ARVN, and President Nguyen Van Thieu approved the operation, committing the use of 21,000 of his soldiers. It would be called Lam Son 719, named after the birthplace of L. E. Loy. American bombers and Army helicopters would provide support. The attack began February 8, 1971, when ARVN moved west along Route 9, a potholed, decrepit track that paralleled the Xepon River, from Khe Sanh toward Chapon, some 25 miles distant. To ARVN's left, south of the Xepon, lay a sheer escarpment rising up to mountains. The ground was sheltered by dense undergrowth and, in places, double canopy jungle. At first ARVN soldiers encountered only light opposition as they moved through the rugged landscape. Then the weather turned sour and rains blanketed the area. Weary foot soldiers slogged slowly ahead through clinging mud in the face of sudden and savage enemy resistance. On February 11, ARVN simply stopped its forward movement and hunkered down in place, hiding from increasing enemy fire. Weeks passed and ARVN sat in place while its commanders wondered what to do next. Finally, on March 6, South Vietnamese troops managed to occupy Chapon, by now deserted and of no military value. Vigorously choosing to defend his lifeline to the south, for it was at the heart of his strategy, Giap then threw nearly 40,000 of his main force units into the battle against ARVN, elements of his 2D, 204th, 308th, 320th, and 324th divisions, including 19 anti-aircraft battalions, 1 artillery regiment, and 1 tank regiment. Giap's defending forces exacted staggering losses on ARVN, and neither American bombing nor helicopter gunships were able to relieve ARVN's bloodied ranks. Only 3 days after his men forced their way into Chapon, President Thieu ordered ARVN to fight its way back out of Laos. Even with the help of American air support, Southern soldiers suffered nearly 10,000 casualties, and it still took them 2 weeks to retreat to their starting point at Khe Sanh. Americans watching the evening television news saw pictures of panic-stricken Vietnamese soldiers clinging to the skids of American helicopters in their efforts to escape. Neither the attack nor Vietnamization had succeeded. 16. On March 20, Giap spoke at a reception in Hanoi given by the Mongolian ambassador. Lam Son 719 was fresh in his mind, and he condemned the Nixon administration for having masked the U.S. puppet military force that tried to brazenly carry out a large-scale military adventure against southern Laos. It had been a combined force NFLSV, northern units, and Pathet Lao soldiers fighting side by side on the Route 9 front from Khe Sanh to southern Laos who ignored American air power to deal ARVN those fatal blows. 17. Rivers IVI dry up and mountains may erode. 283. Frank Margiotta, then a pilot in the Air Force with the rank of major, worked in the U.S. headquarters in Saigon at the time of the disastrous Lam Son 719 campaign. He reports, so many U.S. Army helicopters were shot down that Army members at the headquarters would not discuss this issue with Air Force people. It was reported that they were afraid of the implications for roles and mission assignments that might be drawn from chopper vulnerability. 18. Despite Giap's victory over ARVN at Lam Son 719, he faced an array of problems that were now at least a year old. The overthrow of Cambodia's Prince Sihanouk in March 1970 cost Giap the use of Sihanoukville as a supply port for the Sihanouk Trail. General Lon Nol, the new head of government, ordered his army into action against Giap's forces and the Vietnamese-sponsored Khmer Rouge guerrillas. U.S/ARVN incursions into Cambodia in May and June 1970 not only deprived Giap of sanctuaries but expanded his area of operations by thousands of square miles, as much of Cambodia became for him hostile territory. Lam Son 719 was another blow to Giap. For the first time in the war he was forced to fight on terrain that was vital to him 400 miles closer to Hanoi than earlier battles on southern soil. In order to meet the challenge of Lam Son 719 he had to divert units earmarked to replace losses in Cambodia and the Republic of Vietnam. This left his northern strategic reserves thinner and weaker than he liked, for even as late as 1971, despite evidence to the contrary, Giap retained his concern that the United States might actually invade northern soil. Now, as the combat sounds of Lam Son 719 faded, he was faced with writing new battle plans, recruiting and training new troops that were increasingly more difficult to find, and gathering new supplies. It would all take time, a difficult, costly, and drawn-out process. Despite such problems, the Politburo was heartened by ARVN's debacle at Lam Son 719. In early summer, not long after Giap's victory in Laos, ranking members of the northern government authorized him to launch a major assault against the South sometime the following year, while the United States was still drawing down its forces, rather than waiting until after the departure of American units. ARVN would be no threat, and an attack would humble not only the South but the United States as well. They could smell victory, and in any case, war should end with a bang, not a whimper. 19. Giap listened to all this with mounting dismay. He had believed that such desires were a thing of the past, dead and buried. Hoping to find a way to short-circuit such plans, he enlisted the aid of Truong Chinh, and both men vigorously opposed mounting a southern campaign. As at Tet in 1968, Giap believed it was the wrong time to undertake such a major offensive against the South. It was still too strong. ARVN had improved too much as a result of Vietnamization. American field forces might be fewer in number, but U.S. air power could still mount savage strikes against ground forces. An offensive would drain the North 284/ of too many of its units and its meager supplies. Once again, Giap's position did not convince others in the Politburo, and he was ordered to prepare a strike against the South and to achieve a battlefield victory that would enable Hanoi to dictate the terms ending the war. Despite his misgivings, good soldier Giap took this broad directive and began to turn it into an operational plan. He called it the Nguyen Offensive, after an 18th-century emperor who defeated invading Chinese troops in 1789. 20. In Paris, Le Duc had nearly driven American negotiators into a frenzy. By early 1972, so little had been accomplished that the most substantial achievement had been to agree upon the sizes and shapes of the negotiating tables. One central table would have a diameter of 26 feet. It would be flanked by two smaller rectangular tables, each 3 by 4 feet, positioned 18 inches away and on opposite sides of the main table. With progress like that, negotiations would last into the next millennium. Giap submitted his completed concept to the Politburo. It involved a three-pronged attack on the south. The northern thrust by North Vietnamese Main Force divisions would cross the DMZ with infantry, armor, and artillery in a drive on Quang Tri province with a separate and simultaneous drive toward Hue. If the attack was successful, Giap would occupy the two northern provinces of the Republic of Vietnam and be positioned to threaten Da Nang. A little to the south, the country's second largest city. The second attack point would come on the Central Front with other northern divisions, again supported by armor and artillery, driving against Can Tam and Pleiku in the Central Highlands. This would be linked to a simultaneous drive on the coastal province of Ben Dinh. Capture of these objectives would cut the south in half along Route 19, an important road leading west from the coast into the Central Highlands. On the southern front, Giap planned to use 3 Viet Cong divisions to aim at Loc Ninh and the capital of Ben Long Province, and Loc. Despite their name, these divisions had long since become manned by northern troops. The Viet Cong had never sufficiently recovered from their 1968 mauling to be able to man units of this size. The capture of an LOC would seriously threaten Saigon's continued safety and further weaken the stability of the southern government. Meanwhile, another division would roll into the Mekong Delta to seize rice, occupy additional territory, and serve as a blocking force to prevent ARVN troops there from reinforcing actions elsewhere. 21. Nguyen and the late Senior General Nguyen had long called for this kind of action. Now Jip was ready to provide it with a vengeance. His approach to Phase 3 of People's Wars was nearly ready. Disagree with the concept as he might, he believed it was still his duty to prepare for battle with all his skill. He would rely on the coordinated power of fully equipped and modern infantry, armor, and artillery. Their only weakness would be lack of close air sup. Rivers may dry up and mountains may erode. 285. Port for these ground units. If all attacks on the three fronts succeeded, the Republic of Vietnam would collapse. If even only one prevailed, the setback to the Southern government would be so severe that its people and administration would be unnerved and in jeopardy. Jip set the date for the attack at noon, March 30, 1972. On the Christian calendar that was Good Friday. Prior to the offensive, the Hanoi government launched an unprecedented recruiting campaign to flesh out the ranks of the army. For the first time, sons of party members, university students, even those already selected for advanced studies in Eastern Europe, teachers, skilled workers, and sons whose fathers and brothers had already died or been wounded now found themselves dressed in military clothing and destined to serve their fatherland on distant war fronts. 22. On D-Day, heavy guns of the Northern Artillery laid down a massive barrage on ARVN units along the DMZ. As the sound of explosions lifted from the battlefield, Jip's infantry divisions moved forward, 30,000 men and 200 Soviet tanks. By April 1, Southern soldiers began to retreat in orderly fashion, but the next day, infected by panicked refugees moving south through their lines, their uncertain morale vanished and they abandoned their positions. As they fled their enemies, retreat turned into a rout. Northern artillery fired into those refugees crowding the roads. An estimated 20,000 civilians died. On May 1, Jip's troops occupied Quang Tri City and the province. It was not until September 16 that reinforced and reinvigorated ARVN units were able to retake the city under the watchful umbrella of American air support. 23. On 2 April 7, while the campaign in the south raged on, Kamal Tangri, a correspondent for Bonds Voorwaarts weekly newspaper, met in Hanoi with General Jip. Tangri, half Vietnamese and the son of a northern staff officer, came from his residence in Singapore for the interview. A persistent man, Tangri asked hard questions and continually reminded Jip that he was digressing. Tangri asked Jip if the southern offensive would decide the future of Vietnam. That battle, Jip declaimed, began more than 25 years ago. A battle, no matter how important it may be, whether Issos or Hastings, whether Philippi or Belle Alliance, can always represent only one point of a developing situation. But the destinies of entire peoples are made according to other laws which produce currents and counter-currents until the two clash with such force that they bring about belligerent conflicts. Tangri indicated that he had wondered only about the southern offensive, not the military history of civilization itself. He tried again. "You say that communism brings freedom to people," Tangri said to the general. "How then do you explain such obvious lack of freedom, for example, when Nobel Prize winner Solzhenitsyn finds it impossible to accept his award?" 286/Saigon. 1955-91. When Jews are refused permission to leave the Soviet Union. When Germans are not allowed to visit their fellow countrymen on the other side of an unnatural wall. Jip quickly begged the question. "I do not feel competent to make any exhaustive judgment on the internal problems of the Soviet Union, the GDR, or any other country. There are many shades of socialism, such as Leninism, Maoism, Titoism, Fidelism, the experiments of Prague and Chile, and we, again, go our own way. Marxism is relatively young and, it will take generations to perfect it." Jip became more intense. "The freedoms you mention, after all, are insignificant for the overwhelming majority of mankind. People place more value on their own unrestrained luxury than on the freedom of their fellow men to eat 3 meals a day and to live without epidemics. What good does it do the masses of India vegetating in misery, that there is freedom to travel everywhere? What good does it do illiterate native Indians in Latin America that they have the freedom to buy fascist publications? If that was what Gyp wanted to talk about, Tangri was happy to accommodate him. Do you believe Saigonese are or feel less free, he asked, than their fellows in Hanoi? Gyp's response was a snippy one. The inhabitants of Saigon, as President Theo put it, have the freedom to ride motorized instead of plain bicycles. You digressed, Tangri charged. What goal do you pursue with your present offensive? With a smile, Gyp replied. To bring our people a step closer to real freedom. Tangri tried again. Is your offensive designed to cut South Vietnam into 2 parts? Is Hue to be captured or Saigon to be threatened? Gyp's straight-faced response was less than believable. You would have to ask the Liberation Front, he said. We are merely supporting it with troops and weapons. Tangri could not believe what he had heard. In fact, he said, you are supporting it so massively that it looks to all the world like your war. After a victory over the Saigon regime, will you also overrun Laos and Cambodia? Primly, Gyp replied, there we likewise support only the liberation struggle of the people. Tangri fired another question. How long will the war last? And just as quickly, General Gyp gave a soft, hopeful response. I would think that the war will not last as long as it has already lasted. 24. The campaign on the Central Front began in early April. Here another 5,000 of Gyp's soldiers gathered in Laos and moved across the border, probing toward Kontum. Time magazine reported, as usual, they are fighting meticulously. Rivers may dry up and mountains may erode. 287. Prepared, preset battles. Only when everything is in place from tanks to troops to missiles and ammunition supplies do the North Vietnamese even begin to move. Most often things have gone well. 25 Along the coast, in Binh Dinh province, northern soldiers and local Viet Cong forces cut Highway 1. From the end of April through the middle of May, the People's Liberation Army moved closer to Kontum against half-hearted ARVN defenses. On May 14, they attacked Kontum, but were forced back by ARVN artillery fire and U.S. helicopter gunships and tactical bombing. From 15 to 2 May 5, northern units probed Kontum, trying to locate weak points in its defenses. They broke through finally around midnight on 2 May 5 and entered the outskirts of the city. By the evening of May 28 the People's Liberation Army could no longer sustain its momentum. Its troops had suffered grievously from U.S. air attacks, and neither reinforcements nor resupply was available. On May 30 they began to withdraw. In Binh Dinh province, with American air support, ARVN recaptured the area it had lost in April and May and reopened Highway 1. As in the north, now on the Central Front, Gyp's carefully laid plans had not carried the day. This second of his thrusts had failed to achieve its objectives. 26. The offensive along the southern front began early on April 2 when 3 reinforced divisions drove against LOC Ninh and an LOC in Binh Long province. LOC Ninh was overrun on April 6, and enemy divisions moved on to threaten an LOC. A worried President Nguyen Van Theo sent reserve units to reinforce his positions there. Gyp's soldiers hit an LOC on April 13 with a massive barrage of artillery, followed by tanks and infantry. Aided again by U.S. air power, ARVN beat off the attack. The People's Liberation Army and its Viet Cong divisions tried again on 14 and April 15 and were once more repulsed. Time magazine noted Gyp's problem with momentum. Neither Gyp nor his troops have had experience in large-scale conventional warfare, and they are not fighting a true war of maneuver. Locked into preset plans and dependent upon prepositioned supplies, the Communists are tied to a stop-start pattern. 27. A new assault moved forward 19 to 23 April, and still ARVN managed to hold in place. The pace slackened for some days as Jip's units tried to regroup and resupply, but his primitive logistics system simply had nothing more to give. They would win or lose with what they had. They renewed their attack on May 11, moving forward behind an artillery barrage. U.S. fighter bombers, B-52s, and helicopter gunships stopped them in place. They tried again on May 12 and for the last time on May 14. Stymied, morale broken, with no chance of reinforcement, Jip's forces finally melted back into the jungles to the west from which they had originally come. 28. While the Easter Campaign raged, an angry Richard Nixon unleashed his air power on the north. U.S. bombers hit targets never before designated, razing storage depots and electrical and industrial plants, dropping bridges into 288/Saigon. 1955–91. Gorges and waterways, destroying rail lines and roads. Nixon ordered the port of Haiphong mined, completely stopping traffic in and out, on May 8, and revealed what he had done shortly thereafter to the American public by telecast. Without shipments of war goods from his major allies, Jip could not go on. In an assault he had not wanted to mount, 100,000 of his soldiers lay dead on 3 battlefields. 29. There was some small comfort for the North. Jip's divisions now occupied territory never before controlled. Unprecedented numbers of Northern soldiers stood on Southern soil, and the terms of the 1973 peace agreement would not require their removal. Morale in the South had been badly shaken. Vietnamization seemed as if it would not work unless backed by American air support. That was little enough reward in the face of such a serious reversal. Combat deaths were so high and expenditures of materiel so great that even the most avid Politburo supporters of Southern incursions were now forced to face facts. No new offensive could be undertaken within the foreseeable future. They had lost their chance to shake the foundations of the weak Republic of Vietnam. They had not humiliated the United States. Instead, U.S. Air Forces had shattered their best-laid plans and prevented the defeat of Southern armies. Prior to the campaign, Hanoi believed it could continue the Southern War and at the same time build socialism in the North. The failed offensive changed that. Additional economic development would have to await victory. The party, the press, and the radio began telling factory managers to worry less about production and more about the army's need for men. Their only option now lay in Paris. Nguyen had to order Le Duc finally to negotiate seriously with Henry Kissinger. There was, finally, another step the disappointed members of the Politburo could take. Jip had warned against the Nguyen campaign. He had cautioned that it might not succeed. He had been right. That was enough to condemn him. In the ancient Western world, rulers killed messengers who came bearing bad news. Although he retained his position as Minister of Defense, the Politburo stripped Jip of his command of the People's Liberation Army and gave it to his longtime disciple General Van Tien Dung. 3 years later it would be Dung, not Jip, who would be renowned as the conqueror of the South. In August, Dung also received full membership on the Politburo, a sure sign of his ascendancy. These actions had to strike Jip to the core. He was the founder of that army. He had taken 34 inexperienced men armed with primitive weapons and made them into a modern army. For 28 years he had held full field command over that force. Now it was gone, given to another, and Jip's mouth must have filled with the bitter taste of gall. Surely thoughts of what might have been plagued Senior General Nguyen Jip in his offices within the Defense Ministry. Perhaps he should have resisted more strenuously when others suggested the campaign, but that would /289 also have cost him his job. Perhaps he should not have spread his forces over 3 fronts but concentrated on only one. Ignoring that military principle of mass may well have caused his defeat. He knew his logistics system had failed him, yet he could conceive of no other way to organize it, given his lack of heavy transport. It had been logistics which, on all 3 fronts, forced his troops to halt repeatedly in their attacks, waiting for resupply. Jip could stockpile, but he could not transport, and there lay the rub. Highly mobile, conventional warfare consumed supplies with a voracious, inexhaustible hunger. Combat divisions of his American foes used tons of supplies for every minute of battle. There was no way he could satisfy even the lesser demands of his own units. Yet he had been ordered to fight conventionally, and he had overestimated his ability to do so. Nor had he known what to do with the hundreds of T-34 and T-54 tanks provided him by the Soviet Union. He was no Heinz Guderian or George Patton. Armored warfare was beyond his ken. He had used his tanks as moving gun platforms, ineffectively coordinated with infantry units, when they should have slashed through ARVN lines in armored blitzkrieg penetrations, cutting off and bypassing enemy defenses, leaving them to rot. Yet no amount of recrimination would restore Gyp to his position. His days of field command had ended. By summer 1972, Gyp dropped out of sight. Rumors suggested he was ill and had gone to Moscow for treatment. That is possible. Although never confirmed in the West, stories had long circulated that by 1972 Gyp's health, never strong since childhood, had broken, that he suffered from Hodgkin's disease, a cancer of the lymphatic system, making it impossible for him to be as active in government as had formerly been the case. In this scenario, Le Duan's promotion of General Van Tien Dung to field command of the army had been done as a kindness to Gyp, the national treasure of the North, in recognition of his failing health and to relieve him of some of his burdens. More likely he was only despondent over his relief and decided to keep a low profile. His health problems, which would become real enough in 1974, were now only a cover story for his absence from the limelight. There was little sign of any activity by Gyp until December 3, when, on the anniversary of his founding of the army, he paid a visit to the 77th Missile Unit Detachment. 30. That same day, officials at the Communist peace negotiating mission in Paris officially denied a report of Gyp's death that had recently surfaced among southern intelligence circles in Saigon. Rumor had it that Gyp had died in an explosion of a delayed action mine while inspecting damage at the Tran Hung Dao armament depot in Haiphong. In its precipitate and premature obituary, Agence France-Presse claimed that Gyp had been criticized in the past for having allowed politics to intrude on an otherwise brilliant military career. It was a ridiculous observation. It would have been more correct for AFP to assert that he was a complete politician who also knew how to organize and operate an 290/Army. This news surfaced even as HANOI radio broadcast a message from Gyp calling for bravery in the face of the American Linebacker II bombing offensive that raged from 18 to December 29, 1972, as the U.S. Air Force mounted 739 sorties, 729 of which struck north of 20 degrees latitude, dropping over 15,000 tons of bombs until, literally, no military targets in the north remained untouched. Hanoi and Haiphong and other cities may be destroyed, Gyp said in this broadcast, but the Vietnamese people will not be intimidated. Gyp had been reported dead on other occasions. He was falsely reported to have been killed in an air raid in the middle 1960s, and in the months just past there had been unconfirmed reports that he had died from the effects of malaria. The December radio broadcast demonstrated that Gyp was alive, still motivated by his desire for ultimate victory over his foes. That time was drawing nearer. On August 23, 1972, the U.S. Army's 3D Battalion, 21st Infantry redeployed back home, the last American combat unit to leave Vietnam. 31. 21. They've had me in my grave a dozen times. The long months of negotiation in Paris finally ended in early 1973. On January 15, President Richard Nixon ordered a halt to all American military operations aimed at North Vietnam. On January 7, representatives of all four parties, the United States, the Republic of Vietnam, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, and the Provisional Revolutionary Government of South Vietnam, signed their names to the peace treaty. A ceasefire was declared in place. Prisoners of war would be exchanged. the United States would withdraw all remaining military personnel from the South within 60 days. A Council of National Reconciliation and Concord would resolve difficulties and organize new elections in the South. No further foreign military activity was to take place in Laos and Cambodia. An International Commission of Control and Supervision, composed of Canada, Hungary, Poland, and Indonesia, would monitor compliance with these provisions. Hanoi's government announced that same day that the national flag would fly throughout the North for 8 days, from 7 a.m. on January 28 through the beginning of the Tet New Year on February 4, in celebration of the successful end of the Paris peace talks. Only a few days before, Giap was still trying to contend with rumors about his health. Now, on January 7, in a radio address to the nation, he turned to more important matters. This agreement is a great victory for our Vietnamese nation. For the heroic Vietnamese people. We are very proud and enthusiastic. 3. 292/. On New Year's Day, Giap spoke again on radio and commented on the meaning of the new peace terms. For the first time in 100 years, he said, all foreign aggressor troops will have left Vietnam. In the South, he continued, our people and compatriots have large liberated areas and have the NFLSV, which has scored countless feats of arms, which has brought together people of all strata and all patriots. They also have the PRGSV, the only genuine representative of our people in the South. Peace has been restored, it has not yet been consolidated. 4. Peace had not, of course, been restored. Only an agreement had been signed. Fighting inside South Vietnam never stopped. Hanoi increased its movement of men and supplies along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Northerners built a MiG base at Khe Sanh and trucked SA-2 surface-to-air missiles south across the 17th parallel. Furthermore, ARVN never stopped fighting these northern moves. Southern soldiers continued sweeps against the Viet Cong and Giap's main force units inside South Vietnam and, in 1974, nearly exhausted themselves on a major offensive. By May 1973, Giap expressed alarm and dissatisfaction with U.S. violations of the peace treaty. It had, he said to correspondents from 3 Czech newspapers Obrana Ladug, Pravda, and Teka in violation of the agreements, discontinued removing its mines from northern ports and resumed espionage flights north of the 17th parallel. Despite such intransigence, Giap promised that the North would continue to work for the peaceful reunification of the country and to strengthen its alliances with fraternal parties in Laos and Cambodia, the Pathet Lao and the Khmer Rouge. 5. On July 9, 1973, Giap appeared at a ceremony in Hanoi to greet Bakir Bal Luku, Vice Chairman of Albania's Council of Ministers and Minister of National Defense, who had made a state visit to the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Giap was not seen again until September, when he warmly greeted a visiting Fidel Castro. Then he dropped completely from sight for nearly 8 months, until May 1, 1974, when he appeared at a May Day celebration and presided over a meeting of the Politburo at Ba Din Hall in central Hanoi. At his appearance, he was heartily applauded by his governmental colleagues. According to available sources, Giap had been in the Soviet Union, returning from Moscow on an Aeroflot flight under an assumed name only a day or two earlier and slipping back into Hanoi without fanfare. Every indication suggests that he had suffered serious health problems and even upon his return had not fully recovered. Those who saw him said he looked to be at least 15 pounds lighter, measurably thinner, with haggard, drawn features. In past years he had suffered from a variety of diseases brought on by his years in the bush and by general neglect of his own health, including chronic malaria, diabetes, and hepatitis. In late 1972 he was reputed to be suffering from Hodgkin's. They've had me in my grave a dozen times /295. Disease. During his long absence in 1974, rumor-mongers suggested other possible illnesses that were supposedly ravaging his system, cancer of the liver or some other abdominal cancer, perhaps even neurological cancer. 6. In December 1973 or April 1974, depending on who told the story, unnamed Western diplomats who had known Gyp in Hanoi and who just happened to be there saw him in a Moscow hospital's cancer ward, looking worn out. They spoke with him, but he disclosed nothing of the nature of his illness. 7. An absence, enforced or voluntary, is always a sure way for the indispensable to learn how easily they can be replaced and forgotten. During his time in the Soviet Union, Gyp missed some very important activities. Both Van Tiandong and Song Hao, recently promoted from lieutenant general to colonel general, were introduced in their new rank to those present at the 26-2 April 7, 1974 Army Conference. Gyp was not there to welcome them. When he resurfaced, Gyp tried for a time to be as visible as possible. 8. It was not until May 31 that Hanoi diplomatic sources finally admitted officially that Gyp had received medical treatment in the USSR. 9. In July, the Frankfurter Allgemeine, a German newspaper in Frankfurt am Main, carried a story datelined Hanoi, informing its readers that Gyp was now back in Hanoi after a trip to Moscow and Eastern Europe. The tone of the article made it seem as if he had been out of the country for diplomatic rather than for health reasons. 10. That same month, Hanoi watchers picked up on a whispering campaign against Gyp for his complete failure in the 1972 summer offensive, while Nguyen, who had actually advocated that offensive, remained immune to criticism. As late as September, observers described Gyp as frail and emaciated, although he apparently still functions. 11. That he had been seriously ill is indisputable, but, characteristically, neither Gyp nor his government has ever precisely indicated the nature of his problem. His last word on the subject came in October 1977, during an interview with French journalist Béréngère d'Aragon of Paris Match. Gyp learned that previously she had been seriously ill and he cordially inquired about her current health. "Never listen to the doctors," he told her laughingly. "They are birds of ill omen. Now, I have had a cancer of the pancreas, or something of the sort, according to the newspapers and the doctors, for about 30 years, I think. They've had me in my grave at least a dozen times." 12. In the fall of 1973 the 21st plenum of the Politburo convened to reappraise its war policy in the South. For a time its members had hoped to end the long conflict through political action. There had been some expectation of success from that approach. Following the Easter Offensive of 1972, the military capabilities of ARVN steadily diminished and civilian morale in the South continued to worsen, both in the face of continuing heavy cuts in U.S. aid packages. These distressing developments were heightened when North Vietnamese 294/ forces seized isolated ARVN outposts and fire support bases in the western highlands of the South. The approach of the Politburo made sense in late 1972 and throughout 1973. They could hardly mount a major military action in the South, since neither Gyp's army nor COSVN was capable of a major attack at that point. Consequently, the Republic of Vietnam seemed able to withstand such minor setbacks and Northerners fumed at their lack of progress in the political war. In October 1973 at the meeting of the plenum, Politburo members argued for a different approach and so adopted a resolution calling for a new military offensive against the southern government of Nguyen Van Thieu, to culminate in a final push in 1976. 13. The Politburo named Gyp's successor, Senior General Van Tiandong, as head of this military venture. If he was to succeed, he had to remedy many deficiencies in a short time. It was no simple task. His northern military forces had suffered grievous casualties in the 1972 Easter Offensive, and his logistical support had been severely curtailed by U.S. mining operations in the north and by American air strikes. Nor were COSVN's southern forces in better shape. Colonel General Tran Van Tra, commander of the southern B-2 front, wrote that in 1973 our cadres and men were fatigued, we had not had time to make up our losses, all units were in disarray, there was a lack of manpower, and there were shortages of food and ammunition. Both Tra and Dung did what they could. 14. Dung called his divisions back across the DMZ to be reinforced and outfitted with new equipment. In early 1974, Dung restructured his divisions under 4 new corps headquarters, and the units themselves were brought up to strength and re-equipped where necessary. He supervised construction of new roads and pipelines in support of southward logistics resupply efforts. He demanded and got improvements in the Ho Chi Minh Trail. He expanded training centers, established equipment repair shops, filled supply depots, and organized additional hospital units. By the end of 1974, his army now not only could fight again, but for the first time ever, it could be resupplied fully and in time without depending on preposition stockpiles and coolie-borne materiel. It had finally become a modern army. 15. Nguyen. Du, though, and others continued to bring pressure on General Dung to begin a final offensive against the South. In meetings with the military committee, still chaired by Jup, Dung proceeded cautiously. Although he was willing to work on a southern assault, he predicted at a conference with the Politburo in late 1974 that complete victory over the Republic of Vietnam might take several more years. Jup was more sanguine. He reminded Dung, "Our planning must provide for the contingency that it could end in 1975. Dung also fretted that the United States might again intervene on behalf of the South if he launched a major invasion. The United States had, after all, promised to use its air power, if necessary, to protect the Southern Republic. Dung decided to test that proposition by concentrating on a single province. "They've had me in my grave a thousand times /295. Dung selected Phuc Long Province, only 40 miles from Saigon at its closest point. On December 26, 1974, Dung ordered artillery to fire on the target, and on January 5, 1975, he sent 2 divisions with accompanying armor and artillery toward the provincial capital. No B-52s appeared in the skies, and ARVN air support FDR its ground forces was negligible. Light ARVN resistance failed almost immediately, and by January 6 the province fell captive. America had not intervened, and, encouraged, Du, though, now number 2 in Politburo ranking, ordered Dung to launch a new strike at Ban My Thuot. Dung's planned operation was a model of simplicity. He would divert ARVN's attention by attacking elsewhere and then move on Ban My Thuot with overwhelming force. 17. 3 northern divisions attacked Ban My Thuot on March 1. Another force attacked west of Pleiku as a diversion. Dung's men finally fought their way into the town on March 10. After 2 days of heavy fighting, the town fell. ARVN tried to mount a counterattack on March 15, but the effort quickly collapsed. Once again there had been no last-minute intervention by the United States on behalf of its late friends in the South. Many of President Thieu's southern politicians and generals began making plans to escape the country before the end of this final confrontation. Troop commanders fled their units, leaving their men to fight on and die. Sadly enough, the higher a man's rank, the more likely it was that he would seek to save his own skin. Those weeks and the ones to follow were not the proudest ones in the history of the Republic of Vietnam. On March 12, Senior General Nguyen, chairman of the military committee, transmitted to Dung's general headquarters the latest directives of the Politburo. Invest Pleiku. Close all roads and airports. Go forward without talking about the progress realized. Black out all news from the war front. 18. So General Dung sent his forces south out of Quang Tri province down Highway 1 toward Hue. President Thieu abandoned the city and called for a new defense line north of Da Nang. It was no use. Da Nang fell on March 29, and Dung's armies now held all of the South's military region 1. There had been no savage fighting and but few bloody casualties. ARVN had simply collapsed in panic and disappeared as a combat-ready force. Dung's units now moved to liquidate Military Region 2, completing their seizure by mid-April as ARVN continued to melt away before them. On March 5, the Politburo ordered General Deng to seize Saigon before the arrival of monsoon rains in mid-May. After some thought, Deng asked permission to call this last effort the Ho Chi Minh Campaign, and those in Hanoi quickly ratified his suggestion. 19 Deng now sent his superior forces toward the southern capital, over 15 infantry divisions and hundreds of tanks and artillery. He even had limited use of the small Northern Air Force. Anti-aircraft artillery batteries proceeded with the rest in case Saigon's aircraft tried to interfere with the advance. Many American military men, observing the order of battle of Deng's units, 296/ claimed that the North had abandoned the tactics of a people's war in favor of a highly conventional attack. One author even described Deng's assault as a carbon copy of an American one. 20 But, as John Gates has written, no American army has ever relied upon aid from guerrilla forces, popular militia, and political cadres to facilitate and sustain offensives by U.S. regular forces. 21 Writing later, Generals Giap and Deng claimed that everywhere regional forces, militia, guerrillas, and self-defense units seized the opportunity to hit the enemy during the Ho Chi Minh Campaign. 22 These forces, they wrote, seized control in many places, wiped out or forced the withdrawal or surrender of thousands of garrisons, shattered the coercive machine of the enemy at the grassroots level, and smashed their popular defense organizations. Those same fighters, by their efforts, provided better conditions for our regular units to concentrate their attacks on the main targets of the general offensive. 23 Giap and Deng described how other sympathizers carried out a campaign of agitation among enemy ranks to bring about their disintegration. 24 The attack was fully consonant with the principles of the third phase of a people's war of national liberation. For the South, the last grains of sand were about to fall to the bottom of the glass. As March turned to April, Deng moved 18 divisions to within 40 miles of Saigon and readied them for a five-pronged attack on the city. Each of 5 corps had a principal axis of advance to follow that, Deng hoped, would prevent last-ditch house-to-house defensive fighting in the city. Poised on the abyss, President Thieu fled to Taiwan on April 21, and Vice President KY also soon slipped away. A few days later, on April 28, a coalition of generals and politicians named General Duong Van Minh as acting president because, he confessed, he had connections within the communist camp and someone would have to negotiate with them. Operation Frequent Wind, the American effort to extract its nationals and a few favored Vietnamese, staggered along as overloaded helicopters struggled into the sky from the roof of the U.S. Embassy, assailed by the wails of those left behind. On the afternoon of April 30, a column of North Vietnamese tanks rolled up to the presidential palace and the lead machine crashed through the heavy metal gates. Colonel Bui Tin was the first Northern officer into the building. The South had at last fallen. The two entities, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and the Republic of Vietnam, would henceforth be known as the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. 25. Giap later told an interviewer that after the liberation of Saigon I was delirious with joy. He flew there and inspected the combat headquarters of the Joint General Staff there. Everything was intact, he said, for they fled too quickly to destroy their papers. I remember there was a map which had a computer system to locate Viet Cong areas. Next to it was a display of weapons and means of war operated by computers. I had followed the war closely, Giap continued, but on that day I had the profound impression that our united forces had defeated not only the soldiers but the gigantic potential of the American army and its puppet government. He drew another conclusion. All that modern equipment had been useless. The human factor had been decisive. 26. Of the 3 American generals he had faced, someone once asked him, which was the best. I don't want to criticize them behind their backs because I do not see them in this room, he responded coyly. The French have also asked me the same question and they changed generals 9 times. Then he became more direct and offered an actual response of sorts. I think General Westmoreland was experienced and well trained. He came, saw the problems, and requested 200,000 more troops. I won't say whether I feel he was good or not, but if he thought 200,000 would be enough, he was wrong. Then Gyp turned to General Creighton Abrams, Westmoreland's successor, and, like him, destined later to become Army Chief of Staff. Abrams was different and had different fighting tactics, Gyp observed. He based his leadership on research. He studied his own and others' experiences to see what he could apply to the real situation here, but he believed he would win and was defeated. General Fred Weyand followed Abrams both to Vietnam and to the office of the Chief of Staff. For Weyand, said Gyp, it was not possible to attain victory. The situation was too different given the legacy he inherited from the two previous generals. Their mistake was that of invading us, but that was the responsibility of the U.S. government. That is all I will say. 27. On another occasion, Gyp had an opportunity to express his feelings about the abilities of U.S. soldiers. On a plane trip to Hanoi, he recalled, he had been wearing civilian clothing but some American veterans seated nearby, on the way to revisit war scenes in Vietnam, recognized him from the name tag on his luggage. One of them asked, "General, what did you think of U.S. soldiers?" Gyp replied that American soldiers were just like any others, when led well, they fought well. They were defeated, he added, but that was not their fault but that of their leadership. Then he said, U.S. soldiers should never take part in a war of invasion of another country. If they love their own honor and freedom, then they should love the honor and liberty of others. 28. Many Americans were disappointed at the outcome of the Vietnam conflict. Charges and countercharges were hurled in attempts to resolve where the fault should be placed. One man who should have been listened to in an earlier year finally spoke to an interviewer, explaining that much of the fault lay in pride and ignorance. In his own pithy way, Nguyen, who spent about as many years in Southeast Asia as any American, summed up his view of U.S. experiences there. In 1956, one was brought back after my experiences in the North and Center and are establishing a democratic regime in 298/ Saigon. Before I went on to Special Forces at Ft. Bragg, I was debriefed at the Pentagon. They asked me how the French army could be whipped when they controlled the air. I said the French made mistakes. They were roadbound. Highway 5 to the north. The Street of Joy. They'd get ambushed. They did control the air, but they also built these little Bogest outposts all over the place. And at night the Viets come in and ttcchhh, cut the balls off the French sleeping in those little goddamn outposts. I said we should not make those mistakes. So they said, we're going to do better. So. We sent 10 times the amount of Air Force. The B-52s. Rolling Thunder. And we had our own little Bogest outposts which we called fire support bases. We were roadbound. The same thing that happened to the French happened to us. We didn't learn one goddamn thing. Every time somebody new came out there, he thought he could win the war. Tell you the truth. The first week I was in Vietnam in 1945, one knew everything. When I left after 16 years out there, I admit I knew absolutely nothing. 29. China had once served Gyp as a personal haven when, in 1940, he found it necessary to flee from the clutching hand of the French 2D Bureau. Later he used its southern provinces as infantry training grounds and artillery ranges. Its communist government provided supplies for him to use against first the French and later the Americans. Chinese volunteers helped the North maintain, repair, and defend its railroad lines during American bombing campaigns, and they manned some of the Hanoi government's anti-aircraft batteries. No one, least of all Gyp, would have denied the valuable services China gave over 25 years to the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Yet his attitude toward its government continued to sour. Gyp was well known among northern leaders as one who favored close ties with the Soviet Union and who resisted the influence of China. 7 years after reunification, in 1982, Jip let slip to an interviewer part of the reason for his fierce antagonism toward this neighboring communist government. It wanted, he suggested, to keep Vietnam divided, to postpone the day of unification. The Chinese, Jip said, would have us keep our forces lying low for a very long time. They told us that Vietnam would be reunified but that it would take maybe 100 years. Jip was unwilling to allow another Vietnam in the South to remain separated for such a long time. Although he long advocated protracted warfare to Nguyen Chi Tan and Le Duan, even he did not foresee allowing the situation to continue for more than a few additional years. In what may have been an unguarded moment, Jip recalled for his interviewer, in the spring of 1975, we launched the general offensive which ended in final victory. Then he dropped his bomb. But Peking was opposed to it. 30 That is all he said. The VP had me in my grave Alozan time/299. He did not elaborate. If true, however, it would overturn all conventional Western intelligence wisdom of the time, for assessments and estimates then inevitably included the notion that China supported Hanoi's final drive on the South. Perhaps the Chinese were afraid of losing too much influence in a Vietnam at last reunited, concerned that their neighbors to the south would revert to their 2,000-year-long hostility. Tonkin by itself was an acceptable client state, too weak to oppose other Chinese efforts to extend their influence into Laos and Cambodia. A continuation of the status quo, under those circumstances, might well have been part of Beijing's planning and thus reason enough to oppose a final northern drive upon the south. The silence from the battlefields was deafening to Jip. He had heard the mournful mutter of musketry ringing in his ears almost without cessation for 30 years. Although he had been a part of the Ho Chi Minh campaign, he had not led it as he might have wished. It had been his fate to lead two unsuccessful campaigns against U.S. forces Tet 1968 and the Easter Offensive of 1972. Both times he had warned against those attacks, and twice he had been overridden only to suffer consequent failure, condemnation from his superiors, and demotion. He had not been allowed to cap his career with the 1975 final onslaught on the South. The laurels for that victory went instead to Van Tien Dung. Jip may well have fallen into the throes of a Marshall postpartum depression. His whole life had been geared to war, to resistance, to national salvation campaigns, to reunification, to independence. Now all that was accomplished but not by him, and life no longer seemed to hold much challenge. His doldrums remained for several months, with endless boring days in his office and quiet brooding at night in his villa, until Le Duan offered a change of scenery. How would Jip like to travel overseas on a fraternal visit to Cuba and Algeria? Save for his time in the border regions of China during World War II, a visit to the USSR in 1967 when he attended the 50th anniversary celebrations of the October Revolution, and his more recent trip there for medical treatment, Jip was a little traveled man. He had thought much about the history and culture of other lands but had long since given up hope of any extended travel. He rapidly assented to Le Duan's request to head a Vietnamese delegation. At least for the duration of the trip, diplomatic protocol would necessitate foreign heads of state treating him as he believed he deserved. And so, as head of a diplomatic delegation, Jip and his fellows arrived in Havana, Cuba, on Monday, December 15, 1975, for the first Congress of the Communist Party of Cuba. Before leaving Cuba, Jip visited schools, museums, a fertilizer plant, Isla de los Pijos off the southern coast, and several cities. He paid a floral trib. 300/U to the memory of José Martí, met twice for lengthy chats with Raúl Castro, and addressed meetings of army officers and politicians, offering speeches with impossible titles. Cuba has been and will always be an inviolable fortress of independence, freedom, and socialism, the lighthouse of the revolution in Latin America and the Western Hemisphere. 31. Jip and his delegation then flew to Algiers, guests of Houari Boumediene, who held the modest title of President of the Revolutionary Council and the Algerian Democratic and Popular Republic. In his days there Gyp followed the same sort of dreary tour he had endured in Cuba, observing an endless procession of revolutionary sights and socialist accomplishments. Gyp tells a possibly apocryphal event that occurred at one point, during a celebration of Algeria's Independence Day. He suddenly encountered Zbigniew Brzezinski, later National Security Advisor to President Jimmy Carter. Although we did not have enough time to talk, we saluted and welcomed each other. Brzezinski indicated his appreciation of the bravery of the Vietnamese people and asked Gyp about his military strategy. "Tell Americans that the strategy of Gyp is one of peace, independence, freedom," he told the American. "The Vietnamese know war, war was forced on us and we had to wage it in defense of ourselves. It was an obligated war, but we are the most peace-loving people in the world. The Vietnamese people love and cherish peace." It may not have been the answer Brzezinski wanted, but he had at least given Gyp the opportunity to deliver himself of a happy little speech. 32 On January 21, the weary members of Gyp's delegation returned to Hanoi. 33. For the remainder of 1976, Gyp busied himself with a round of ceremonial appearances. It was a punishing regimen for a 65-year-old man who was no longer in robust health. To all those groups, Gyp gave essentially the same message, as he recalled the day when our country was free from the shadow of any enemy, when the North and the South were united into one family. And when a new era opened in our country. In those appearances, Gyp also delivered a sterner message. The work of the military had not ended. Soldiers had won the war, now they had to win the peace. With no martial enemies to face, soldiers, sailors, and airmen now must carry out their task of building the economy and, together with all the people, implement the party's policy of economic construction and development. There could be no slackening of effort. It was essential to build the material and technical base of socialism, thus contributing to the achievement of big strides in economy, stepping up socialist industrialization and building a prosperous and strong country. 34. There may well have been a false note in those addresses, undetectable to the ears of his audiences. For once again, General Gyp steadfastly supported in public a program with which he privately disagreed and which he had excoriated in the halls of the Politburo. Public leadership for policies he opposed al. "They've had me in my grave a dozen times /301. Most seemed to have become his lot in life. It was well and good for Vietnamese young people, during their statutory tours of required national military service, to clear jungle for new farms, to build railroads and repair roadways, to erect new buildings and restore old ones in efforts to overcome the bomb damage wrought by American air power during the long years of conflict, to plant and tend tens of thousands of hectares of rice, to create new fisheries, and to perform a multitude of other tasks. All those things, Gyp agreed, desperately needed to be done for the good of the country. He was even willing to compliment those groups before whom he appeared for their hard work and faithful service. But he did not believe that civic action projects were the responsibility of the military. In time of war the function of soldiers was to fight, to the death if necessary. In peacetime, their only duty was to upgrade their martial skills, to become more professional, to prepare for war. In this as in so much else during recent years, Gyp was overruled. If the army was reduced in size, the staggering economy of the country would be saturated with people for whom there were no jobs. Keep them in the armed forces in case they were needed again in their primary role. Until that time, make the best use of them possible. Work bands under military discipline assigned to reconstruction projects could accomplish much at minimal cost. It was appropriate, Gyp was told, for him, no longer faced with other time-consuming duties, to act as standard-bearer for these programs. He was, after all, a hero to the entire nation. His words of encouragement would mean much. And so, once again, Gyp strode forth in support of a policy the wisdom of which he personally doubted and which he privately despised. Such cabinet/Politburo solidarity was a major reason why the Vietnamese Communist Party managed to avoid major conflicts between its civilian and military members during its first 3 decades in power. Giap and other leaders of the army were not solely professional military men. First and always they were ranking party leaders. Giap, for example, had been active in both urban and rural political issues long before he came to head the armed anti-French resistance movement. That training and those years of discipline still remained with him always. 35 By December 19, 76, at the Fourth Communist Party Congress, it seemed as if Giap was being groomed for lesser things. In the past he had always given the report on military affairs. This year that task was performed by General Van Tien Dung. Giap was relegated to a smaller role. He delivered the report on science and technology. 36. As 1977 opened, however, Giap could take pleasure in one recent accomplishment. He had long called for creation of an advanced military school. It was time for his country to modernize its officer corps and give its officers the same advantages held by their counterparts in other lands. General Giap finally got what he wanted. The Military Institute of the People's Liberation Army in Hanoi instituted its first course on January 3, 1977. Appropriately enough, Giap gave the address at the opening ceremony. "We must try our best," he stated to 302/ that first class and to other assembled dignitaries, to build a contingent of high-ranking military cadres absolutely loyal to the party's revolutionary cause, who have high revolutionary qualities, a high political training, a fundamental and systematic knowledge of military science, a comprehensive economic, scientific, and technological standard and a high capacity for leadership and command. They must also know how to use the dialectical method in examining, analyzing, and solving the strategic and tactical problems confronting our army in all circumstances. 37. Then it was time for another trip. This time Giap led a delegation on an extended visit to the communist countries of the Soviet Union, East Germany, Hungary, and Poland to consolidate Vietnam's relations with those nations. Giap arrived in Moscow on March 10 and was immediately caught up in a round of official ceremonies and sightseeing tours, including the obligatory visit to the tomb of Lenin. Across the face of Russia, Giap laid wreaths at war monuments and visited hydroelectric power plants, tractor plants, and a fertilizer plant. 38. Giap then enplaned for East Germany, where he was received by Erich Honecker, General Secretary of the Central Committee of East Germany's Socialist Unity Party. Giap spoke at a meeting of senior officers, intellectuals, workers, and collective farmers in Dresden. Filled with a broad-minded attitude of live and let live he had never been able to adopt during the years he struggled for unification in his own country, Giap not surprisingly declaimed, "The Vietnamese people fully support the reality that there are two coexisting independent and sovereign German states, observe the principle of strict respect for each other's sovereignty and non-interference in each other's internal affairs." 39. Next came travel to Hungary. Giap visited there at the invitation of Lieutenant General Lajos Csinaj, Minister of Defense. 11 days of sightseeing and meetings took place in an atmosphere full of militant solidarity. 40. Then it was on to Warsaw, at the invitation of Wojciech Jaruzelski, Minister of National Defense. Giap remained there until the end of the month, returning at last to Hanoi on May 7. 41. The time had been gratifyingly spent. In each country Giap's delegation had been hosted by the defense minister, in each they had been received by the Communist Party chief and treated to a standard round of talks, rallies, and banquets. Giap thoroughly enjoyed the VIP treatment and the honors accorded him because of his former military achievements. 42. Giap was home less than a month when once again he was asked to make a diplomatic trip, this time to China, for a friendly official visit and to secure promises of continued military aid. Once again there was a round of official visits to various locations. 43. At a banquet on the evening of June 6, General Giap awarded Vietnam's Order of Friendship to a number of Chinese People's Liberation Army units that had made outstanding contributions to the war effort in Vietnam during its conflict with the United States. They've had me in my grave a dozen times /303. During the height of that war and the American bombing of the North, the People's Republic of China sent about 120,000 men into Vietnam, all of whom were stationed along the rail line leading from the PRC border to Hanoi. Some were members of anti-aircraft artillery units, others were railway construction engineers, and many were laborers in the United States. They would be known as Gandhi dancers who repaired rail lines as rapidly as American bombs tore them apart. They left Vietnam immediately following the cessation of the bombing at Christmas time 1972 and were not publicly acknowledged as being there at all. Professor Harvey Nelson, expert on the Chinese Army and a former analyst for the Defense Intelligence Agency, has stated, "We knew of them at the time through communications intelligence." The PRC itself provided the 120,000 figure some years after the fact. "We thought there were no more than 80,000 in Vietnam." 44 Giap's award ceremony in Beijing that night was the first public indication of the extent to which China had helped Vietnam during the late war. 45. While in China, Giap discussed the Khmer Rouge with his hosts. In earlier years Vietnam had sponsored and aided those Cambodian guerrillas when they fought Prince Norodom Sihanouk's government. That changed later, as the Khmer Rouge leadership overthrew the military government of Lon Nol in April 1975. The Khmer Rouge rulers slid effortlessly into primal savagery. For the Khmer, 1975 became year zero, an opportunity to start fresh. They rejected their own heritage and slaughtered fellow countrymen by the hundreds of thousands in an effort to create a new, perfect communist utopia. Pol Pot emptied the cities and worked most of those on rural lands to death. His Kampuchea became, in the words of Sidney Schanberg, a correspondent for the New York Times, a killing field for a third of the nation's people. Some who were lucky fled the country, and hundreds of thousands ended across the frontier in Vietnam. Observers there watched in horror as Pol Pot's excesses grew even more depraved. The army of Kampuchea, not content with trampling its own people underfoot, also mounted cross-border raids on Vietnamese hamlets and villages in a constant violation of the frontier line. The Khmer explained they were only searching to bring back those who had run away. There had been a series of such brutal assaults only about a month before Giap reached China. China still supported the Khmer Rouge and provided most of its weapons and ammunition. PRC advisors served with the Khmer army. Now Giap admitted that in those recent border disputes, his army had taken Chinese advisors prisoner. It was not news the PRC wanted to hear, but Giap wanted to make plain that Hanoi was determined to maintain its own leadership throughout the whole of Indochina. Giap basically told the Chinese to go suck a 100-year-old egg. With that he returned home. 46. 304/ Freed for a time from diplomatic travel, Giap returned to his ceremonial role within his homeland, addressing crowds at localities throughout the country. 47 In October Giap met with French journalist Bérengère d'Aragon and spoke with her about massive problems in the South, unemployment, and the overpopulation in Saigon caused by refugees in the late war. It was necessary to return them to rural living, but how can you make them go back to the country now that they have had a taste of city life? He spoke of the difficulty and dangers of deactivating both friendly and enemy minefields, ugly reminders of past conflict. And then there are all the junkies. A nice present left us by the Americans. D'Aragon asked Giap what had been done with ARVN officers. Giap replied that they have been accepted into our society, as citizens without restriction. Of course, there are exceptions, there are centers for re-education. 48. That same month, after lengthy study including Giap's personal assessment, the Vietnamese army initiated action against the ever more troublesome Khmer Rouge. General Van Thien Dung ordered an armored column to penetrate up to 15 miles into Svay Ren, a Cambodian province on the border with Vietnam. As soon as the unit made contact with Khmer infantry, it was to falter and rapidly fall back toward its starting point. The trap worked. A battalion of Khmer followed hard on the heels of the retreating armored column, right across the border and into the jungles of western Vietnam. Thereupon another waiting Vietnamese unit punched in from the side, cutting off the Khmer from retreat and inflicting casualties. Dung and Giap hoped this would be message enough for Pol Pot. 49. The memories have fallen. The 1975 communist victory in Vietnam was accompanied by similar communist takeovers in Laos and Cambodia. The Western world, accepting the domino theory, believed that now the three communist parties of Indochina, having seized rule in their respective countries, would work together harmoniously, bound by a fraternal ideology, to reach common goals. Even Vietnam probably held such notions for a time, hoping to recreate the relationship of the 19th century when weak monarchs in Laos and Cambodia paid tribute to the Vietnamese court in a system modeled on Vietnam's own arrangement with the Chinese court at Peking. It did not work that way. The Pathet Lao communists, long nurtured by the Vietnamese, continued a docile relationship with their neighbor to the east. The Khmer Rouge of Cambodia, however, resisted Vietnamese domination. Pol Pot's memory was a long one, and he still blamed Vietnam for failing to uphold Cambodian interests at the Geneva Conference of 1954. Under Pol Pot, the Khmer Rouge pursued a bitterly anti-Vietnamese policy. Almost immediately after the communist victories in Saigon and Phnom Penh in 1975, the two nations began skirmishing along their common frontier, with most of the actions launched by Cambodia, which now, under its new dictator, had been renamed Kampuchea. Pol Pot was determined to retrieve border areas seized centuries earlier by Vietnam in its historic drive to dominate all Indochina. His forces landed on and occupied the Vietnamese islands. 506/ of Phu Quoc and Siu Su in the Gulf of Siam. He even turned a deaf ear to suggestions from Hanoi that such issues could be negotiated. Heavy fighting broke out along the border in May 1977, forcing Vietnamese to flee from two southern towns situated on land claimed by Kampuchea. Hanoi propaganda spoke of the miseries inflicted by Khmer troops on hapless Vietnamese civilians, raping and disemboweling pregnant women, beheading men and disemboweling others to eat their livers, tearing apart the bodies of living children. Hundreds of thousands of hectares of land and rice fields lay fallow as peasants fled to safer locations. In December 1977, Vietnam struck back. In retaliation for a Khmer raid into Tay Ninh province that killed or injured some 2,000 people, Vietnam Army units occupied the Parrot's Beak area of Kampuchea. This gave Pol Pot still another excuse, and fierce border fighting occurred. On December 31 that year, Pol Pot broke diplomatic relations with Vietnam, citing ferocious and barbarous aggression as his reason. By January 1978, Vietnamese troops occupied 400 square miles of Kampuchea along the frontier area between the two countries. China announced its support for Pol Pot and his program and sent advisors to work with his army. It also poured massive aid into Kampuchea, including hundreds of long-range artillery pieces, tanks, and several modern jet aircraft and combat helicopters. Late in January 1978, Senior General Nguyen, Minister of Defense, flew to Vientiane in northern Laos to meet with General Grigorievic Pavlovsky, Commander-in-Chief of USSR Ground Forces. The Soviet military man had flown from his homeland for a fraternal visit with Laotian communists. Pavlovsky and Giap met quietly to discuss the increasing turmoil in Kampuchea and to consider possible solutions. The Khmer Rouge had become a Frankenstein monster. Insatiable for blood, their malevolence increasing almost daily, the Khmer Rouge became a byword among the nations for unrestrained terror and vicious governance. While Vietnam might tolerate Khmer activities within Kampuchea, it could not overlook increasing cross-border violations during which Khmer soldiers moved frontier markings eastward as much as 20 miles. Nor could it sit silently while Kampuchean forces terrorized frontier Vietnamese hamlets. Something had to be done. Pavlovsky offered Gyp a pragmatic solution to the Kampuchean problem. "Remember the Prague Spring of 1968, he said, when the Soviets felt threatened by recent changes in Czechoslovakia made by Alexander Dubček. Send in your armies, drive on Phnom Penh and settle the matter with armed force." Gyp had much to think about on his return to Hanoi. 1. In the weeks thereafter, Gyp's mind was occupied by thoughts of war. This showed in his addresses to various military units in which he warned his men to increase their preparedness, step up training, fully master and apply the art of military command and control, and uphold the spirit of the revolutionary. The memories have NOI failed /307. Offensive. There is little doubt that Gyp believed his nation's armed forces would soon be once more sent off to war. 2. While the Ministry of Defense gave increasing attention to actions against Kampuchea, Gyp also continued to manifest some level of interest in the other area of concern toward which the Politburo had lately urged him. He visited a conference on science and technology in Ho Chi Minh City in late January, where he met brother and sister intellectuals. This is the first indication in the records that this journalist cum historian cum military leader now regarded himself as part of his nation's intelligentsia. He urged those present to develop their patriotism and live for socialism. Before watchful eyes, he made a great show as he examined various types of farm machines, hand tools, new products, and technical innovations of scientific research projects which have been applied to production on an experimental basis. He called on those around him to build the former southern capital into a modern, prosperous, and beautiful socialist city. 3. Gyp penned several books that appeared in December 1979 in time for celebrations of the 35th anniversary of his founding of the army in 1944. War for National Liberation and National Defense included some of Gyp's writings since 1970 on fundamental aspects of the party's military line. The Whole People Determined to Defend Socialist Vietnam dealt with recent antagonisms between Vietnam and China. 4. Tensions grew, not only between Vietnam and Kampuchea, but with China as well. On July 3, 1978, Beijing abruptly terminated its economic assistance, and on July 16 it recalled its ambassador from Hanoi. In August both China and Vietnam accused the other of initiating a border clash during which Vietnamese troops occupied a small portion of Chinese territory. The Politburo's interest in settling its foreign policy differences peacefully finally vanished. It would first have to deal with Pol Pot, whose 7 divisions of 1975 had increased to 23, with 19 massed along the common border. With the concurrence of Gyp, as Minister of Defense, and of the Politburo, General Van Tien Dung sent his troops into Kampuchea. As early as December 14 they had been reported as far as 112 kilometers into southern Kampuchea. On December 23, Pol Pot ordered a major assault against Tay Ninh province. Gyp and Dung reacted swiftly with a strong counterattack. This time Dung's soldiers moved without a stop order. Quickly overrunning Khmer resistance, Vietnamese units occupied Phnom Penh on January 7, 1979. Pol Pot and the remnant of his Khmer forces fled back into the jungle whence they had come 4 years earlier. Hanoi founded a new government for Kampuchea, using as its leaders former Khmers who had renounced their allegiance to Pol Pot, the Kampuchean People's Revolutionary Council, headed by Hung Sarnrin. 3 days later, Samrin declared the establishment of the new People's Republic of Kampuchea. 5. 308/. It was all too much for Deng Xiaoping of the People's Republic of China. On the morning of February 17, 1979, his army launched ground attacks, supported by artillery bombardments and air strikes, along the whole of China's 480-mile-long southern border with Vietnam, largely in retaliation over the recent invasion of Kampuchea, although there was the usual rhetoric about cross-border incursions by Vietnamese soldiers and disputes over ownership of the Spratly Islands. From 200,000 to 300,000 Chinese soldiers moved south, and were quickly confronted by an ever-stiffening Vietnamese military resistance. Senior General Van Tien Dung was now in charge of the Vietnamese military, and Nguyen continued to serve as Minister of Defense. He refused to sit back and watch events unfold without him. He had nurtured the army from infancy to maturity. It was his creation that now faced Vietnam's centuries-long foe to the north. And so he frequently consulted with his successor, and Dung listened. The aging Giap relished the opportunity to be of service once again with his beloved army. It is to Giap's great credit that he had so successfully trained his army that it could function without him at the helm. It could fight well, as it had in the past under Giap's single leadership, even though Dung was now officially its head. The plans of Giap and Dung and the stubborn bravery of Vietnamese soldiers at first blunted the point of the Chinese thrust and then turned it aside entirely. They gave the Chinese a good whipping. Giap stirred the fears of his people by announcing the horrors wrought by the Chinese troops. They used machetes and axes to behead and disembowel innocent people and hoes, shovels and clubs to smash the skulls of wounded people and chop up the bodies of the dead. They tore up infants and threw them into fires and slaughtered men and cast them into water wells. They used explosives and flamethrowers to massacre our compatriots hiding in caves and underground shelters. It was, Giap announced, more horrible than the Sun Mai massacre, better known in the United States as the My Lai massacre. Fortunately, said Giap, he had anticipated just such an attack and had made necessary preparations against the dark schemes of the Chinese. We succeeded in turning the whole northern border, which had been one of friendship for many years, into a strong defense line. He extolled brave combatants who single-handedly killed from 100 to 150 enemy troops. Many of his military units achieved a kill ratio, he said, of 30, 50, even 100 or more to 1. In some localities, Giap noted, entire families united to fight the enemy. Fathers were in command, the sons fired machine guns, the daughters-in-law used submachine guns and grandchildren threw grenades to eliminate tens of enemy troops. Despite Vietnamese defenses, Chinese soldiers penetrated up to 40 miles, took the provincial capital of Lang Son, and destroyed the Pak Bo Historic Museum complex dedicated to the memory of Ho Chi Minh and his years in the wilderness during World War II. The memories have not faded. 309. China claimed the assault had been necessary to punish Vietnam for an alleged 700 armed provocations along the border in the previous 6 months. The war did not go well for them, however, and after a few months and the loss of some 30,000 soldiers, on March 5, 1979, the Chinese government announced it would withdraw its troops. Having intended to teach Vietnam a lesson, that giant northern neighbor got an unexpected one of its own. Unprepared for the extent of Vietnam's military resistance and unwilling to expend the necessary human and material resources necessary for victory, the Chinese government tucked its collective tail between its legs and quickly agreed to peace talks. Giap, never particularly fond of the Chinese, excoriated both their motives and tactics. Recalling some of his old rhetoric against France and the United States, he now recycled it. The attack by China, Giap said, was one of the most brutal and unjust wars in history. Even after the Chinese withdrawal, Giap insisted that they had not given up their insidious designs and continued to concentrate their troops along the border, stage provocations, and threaten new aggression. In an interview with Daniela Kuneva, a correspondent for Bulgarian television reporting on Southeast Asia, Giap warned the Chinese not to renew the conflict. Vietnam, he said, would win irrespective of the scale of another attack. Once again he pulled old phrases from his memory to condemn the late invasion as the most unjust, the most barbarous, and the dirtiest of all aggressive wars. 7. For 8 years the two sides exchanged occasional and desultory artillery fire in a war of communiques as peace talks continued. China insisted that Vietnam withdraw all forces from Kampuchea and Laos. In mid-1980, Vietnam accused China of shelling its territory and received countercharges that it sponsored incessant armed provocation along the border. In February 1984, China complained of artillery shellings that killed one of its farm workers during the Lunar New Year, while the Socialist Republic of Vietnam spoke of thousands of enemy artillery rounds fired into its northern provinces and penetrations by Chinese Army reconnaissance squads of up to 1.5 miles south of the border. Despite this continuing problem, possibly an effort by Beijing to distract the Hanoi government from mounting a full-scale offensive against Chinese-backed guerrillas in Kampuchea, Vietnam continued its military actions there. On July 22, 1979, Giap claimed total victory over Pol Pot's forces in Kampuchea, but despite this announcement, Khmer guerrillas continued to attack Vietnamese forces as they tried to mop up. Viet troop strength was about 180,000 against an estimated 40,000 Khmer. Operations continued in efforts to wipe out pockets of guerrillas. That effort, never completed, would last 9 years. With foreign threats at least temporarily resolved, Giap returned to banal ceremonial duties, writing and delivering dreadfully turgid and boring lectures. 310/Saigon. 1955-91. On education and technology, presenting awards, courteously drinking cups of offered tea while listening to bureaucratic drivel, turning symbolic spadefuls of dirt at commemorative tree plantings, speaking at dedications, and presenting flowers to little girls. At Yen So Agricultural Cooperative in the suburbs of Hanoi, Giap spoke in June praising the labors of its farmers. He called upon them to achieve the objective of 1 hectare per laborer, 3 hogs per hectare. One wonders how Giap's martial mind escaped total paralysis as he busied himself with such utterly mundane matters. 8. October and November provided Giap with more varied vistas. Once again he was on the move, out of the country again for much of that time, heading an official government delegation on a tour of East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Algeria, Libya, and the USSR. 9 cooperative farm visits seemed to have become a standard feature of Giap's routine. Back home, he visited still another agricultural commune, Duong Lam Cooperative, in suburban Hanoi's BA6 district, and listened to still another set of statistics. He urged the manager not to rest on his laurels. 10. Tet of 1980 brought Giap bitter disappointment. At a meeting of the Standing Committee of the National Assembly on February 7, 1980, Premier Pham Van Dong, for reasons still not clear save perhaps for Giap's long record of obstinacy on some policy matters, proposed personnel changes to the President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, Ton Du Thang. In his turn, Thang signed orders appointing new members to the Council of Ministers and relieving others. Nguyen Giap, that wary and controversial old warrior, had remained at the center of power and events for 35 years. Now, although he remained a member of the Politburo and retained his post as vice premier, he was dismissed as Minister of National Defense, replaced by his former protege General Van Tien Dung. Earlier relieved of field command of the army, now Giap was removed from all military responsibilities. It hardly seemed like an appropriate way to treat a man who had given so much service to his country, but politicians in Hanoi, like their counterparts around the world, had no permanent friends, only permanent interests. They then threw Giap a bone. He would head the Ministry for Science and Technology. Perhaps he was prepared, he had been receiving additional assignments in this area for some time. Now it was officially his. 11. Giap was a stubborn man, not about to let his enemies see any despondency he may have felt. Giap showed his toughness when the Politburo decided for the first time to issue party membership cards to those who were eligible. Upon receiving his in a public ceremony, Giap pledged to struggle and forge myself all my life to remain worthy of being a Vietnamese Communist Party member and of great President Ho Chi Minh Minnesota. He would not take the easy way and retire to private life. 12. Now began a dreary round of visits to agricultural cooperatives where he extolled the virtues of animal husbandry, of talks before the Science and Tech. The memories have not faded. 311. Knowledge Commission, of trips to Ho Chi Minh City to speak with scientists and technicians there. He offered wise words to geological conferences, met with visiting delegations from Bulgaria's Academy of Science, and hosted economic and trade delegates from Czechoslovakia and East Germany. 13. Only once did Lai publicly hark back to his military days that year of 1980, when he visited a historical site in Haiphong province to celebrate the 600th birthday of Nguyen, one of Le Loi's comrades. During his lengthy talk he reminisced about his days as a warrior and told how he had drawn inspiration from the example of Nguyen by using weakness to fight strength, taking the enemy by surprise, using few troops to fight many and making frequent use of ambushes. The ancient hero, Jip said, taught that by avoiding an enemy's strength and attacking their weakness, we can use half the strength needed and achieve a victory twice as large. Nguyen was very proud of his beautiful country with its imposing mountains and rivers, its abundance of produce, proud of its old civilization and unique lifestyle, proud of its brilliant and heroic history of resisting foreign aggression. Following that example, Jip could do no less. For Nguyen, as for Jip, love of one's country had to be closely linked to love of the people because the country and people are one. Then, perhaps for the only time in his life, Jip spoke with beauty and grace, his words suddenly devoid of the usual communist cant and jargon. He told how, in his days in the BAC Viet, the mountains and rivers appeared fresh and new. He elaborated, in a lyric manner unlike his normal turgid usage. The chirp of a bird, the petal of a flower, a gentle breeze, a few drops of rain, a gust of wind in the spring, all of these could stir the soul of a poet. Then, in haiku-like lines, he said, talents were like leaves in the autumn, and heroes appeared like the dawn. Or again, when a herdsman played his flute, the moon rose higher in the sky. Literature, Jip said in closing his tribute, can and must elevate a man's soul. 14. Jip made 3 other trips out of Vietnam in 1980. In February he visited the Soviet Union. 15. It was not long before he was off again. With Premier Pham Van Dong, he left for a second trip to the USSR on June 14, returning about the end of July. 16. The third trip was more extensive. Leaving in the first few days of No. 512/Vember, he did not return until the middle of January 1981. Jip's delegation visited Yemen, Madagascar, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Guinea, Benin, Congo, Angola, and Algeria. The Africa of 1981, he said, is no longer the mosaic of colonies, of countries under foreign and feudal domination that they used to be. A new Africa, in full rise, displays powerful vitality and nothing will be able to check its march forward. 17. Between trips, Jip met again with the leftist reporter Wilfred Burchett, who published his interview in the London Guardian on July 7, 1980. Jip allowed some of his aplomb to slip during that meeting, to which he wore his general's uniform. I still keep an eye on defense, he said. I'm still a military man. Yesterday I was at the front of national liberation and reunification. Now, by a party decision, I am at the front for building socialism. He told Burchett, our difficulty is to defend the country and build socialism at the same time. 18. In April 1981, Jip led a high-level party delegation to Vientiane, Laos. 19. Much of the rest of his energy that year and in 1982 was expended on his continuing round of speeches to various scientific and technical groups. 20. His life was now largely given over to ceremonial functions. He greeted foreign visitors, made the occasional obligatory speech, and appeared at funerals of departed comrades who had passed on to whatever reward awaits those who deny the existence of an afterlife. He was bored, tired, and 71 years old, but he was still a fighter and he had recently engaged in still another battle. From October 1980 through at least February 1981, a policy debate raged within the ranks of the party on the nature of Soviet influence within the Socialist Republic of Vietnam and the extent to which it should reach. In a turnabout from earlier years when he prized the aid and influence of China, Party Secretary Le Duan, joined by Le Duo, Dumue, and even General Van Tiendung, argued that the government should be restructured along Soviet lines and they should be allowed to extend their economic and military influence down to district level. After all those years and with China's recent 1979 invasion still fresh in his mind, old Politburo member Truong Chin violently disagreed. At the meeting in Hanoi of the National Assembly in December 1980, Truong Chin openly criticized Le Duan's pro-Soviet position. He did not, surprisingly, call for restoration of relations with China, but called for Vietnam to be more independent of all foreign powers, including the USSR, and to follow a course of neutrality between China and the Soviets. Only in this way, he said, could they truly and closely observe Ho Chi Minh's last will and testament. General Nguyen, who then ranked 6th within the Politburo, saw fit to endorse Truong Chin's stand and joined in support of him. There was personal danger in his doing so. For years now he had been undergoing a gradual eclipse. In April 1973, following the Easter offensive, he was relieved of his field command of the army. In December 1976 the Fourth Party. The memories have MOT faded /313. Congress dropped him from 4th to 6th rank. He lost his position as Minister of Defense in February 1980 and was relegated to oversight of science and technology. In 1981 he was further demoted from First Deputy Premier to Third Deputy Premier. Much was already gone, yet he still had much to lose by this public support for Truong Chin. The Fifth Party plenum, originally scheduled for December 1980, was postponed until August 19, 81 to allow time for Politburo members to resolve this fiery debate. Yet it continued to rage that August and so was again rescheduled for 1982. During those months, rumors circulated that Jip's endorsement might put him in line to succeed Pham Van Dong as premier, for it was believed that Dong might resign in 1981 because of advanced age and ill health, but Dong retained his position until the Sixth Party Congress in December 1986, at which time he finally resigned. The long-awaited plenum finally convened in late March 1982. Le Duan, who had gained sufficient backing for his pro-Soviet position during the time since October 1980, took his revenge. 6 recalcitrant members were dropped from the Politburo, including 6th-ranking Nguyen, although he retained his position on the party's Central Committee. Nandan informed its readers that along with others, Jip had decided not to be a candidate. It had been his choice, the newspaper insisted. The maneuvering left Jip's mouth with the taste of bitter almonds, for replacing him as the number 6 man was General Van Tiendung. Despite his former glory and substantial contributions, Jip was tossed away like an old shoe. 21. It must have occurred to Jip to retire completely, from both politics and the army, in which he still held the rank of senior general. Common sense ruled. He thus kept his magnificent villa, which was a perquisite for his contributions to the state and on which he paid no rent, and he remained in public life as Third Deputy Premier and Head of Science and Technology. It was occasionally humiliating, as when at affairs of state, protocol demanded that he had to stand behind even the editor Oinan Dan rather than near the front as had once been the case. It was better than nothing. He had been neither poor nor ignored for 42 years, and he was unwilling to consign himself to poverty or obscurity. 22. He continued to putter with his duties for the next several years. They were not onerous and gave him an opportunity to keep in touch with old Confederates and colleagues. He might be seen at many events. He handed out prizes at an awards ceremony for students who had won mathematics and physics competitions. He gave a banner of excellence to a Hanoi kindergarten and its teacher. He told members of the municipal chapter of the Communist Youth Union that it would be up to them to resolve the issues of producing food and consumer goods. He attended the 80th birthday celebration of the Hanoi Medical College, founded with 6 students in 1902 and grown to over 3,514,000 students working in 40 different specialties. He complimented geographers for having completed a 1/200,000 map of Tonkin and a 1/1,500,000 map of the entire country. Some years were a mixture of sadness and opportunity. In April 1984 he was named president of the Commission on Demography and Family Planning. Although he wrote an article that year on Dien Bien Phu that was published in the monthly Pictorial Vietnam, he was conspicuously absent from events celebrating the 30th anniversary of that victory, and he did not even appear at the 40th anniversary of the army which he had founded. He visited a forestry conference and brought Tet greetings in 1985 to the people of Thanh Hoa province. In January of that year he traveled again to the Soviet Union and met with its State Committee for Science and Technology. Then he pressed on to Africa for a short round of visits. The years rolled by without much change. He reviewed programs on nutrition and listened to briefings on meteorology and hydrology. In 1986 he spoke at an international conference held in Hanoi on applied nutrition and thanked attending members of foreign non-governmental organizations for their efforts to relieve many of the besetting ills of his society. He attended a gathering of textile experts and marked June 5, 1987 as the 15th World Environment Day. He encouraged construction workers in 1988 to do what they could to improve Hanoi's deteriorating appearance. Despite his lessened political role, his fellow citizens still held him in awe. Dr. Du Trong Hua, a physician at the Institute for Women and the Newborn in Hanoi, emphasized his appreciation of the legendary Jup. 3 years earlier, Dr. Hua had been at a performance and this man came past me trying to get to his seat. He said, "TM sorry," as he slipped by me. I looked up and saw Jup. How straight he was. How imposing. It is my only contact with him but I will always remember it. 23. On June 22, 1988 at a meeting of the National Assembly, the members elected Du Mua Premier. Du Mua decided to reduce the number of vice premiers from 6 to 4, and Jup braced himself for another fall, but the new premier announced that Jup would be one of those retained. Du Mua gave Jup a new responsibility. He would be in charge of education. In 1989, with relationships easing between Vietnam and China, Zhang Duai, the Chinese ambassador, briefed the old general on his government's swift crackdown at Tiananmen Square on the counter-revolutionary rebellion. Jup responded that he ardently hoped the situation in China will surely restore social stability and normal life under the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party. The following year Jup led a high-level delegation to Beijing to attend the 11th Asian Games, the most senior Vietnamese official to visit there since the 1979 border war. He thanked his hosts for their great and effective support and assistance from 1949 to 1975, adding that he was confident that Sino-Vietnamese relations will soon be normalized. 24. The memories have NOI faded /515. Jup spent increasing amounts of his time at home in his villa on Hoang Thu Street near Ba Din Square. Entirely surrounded by trees, the two-storied building sits about 30 meters back from the road. Just inside the entry hangs a huge photo of Jup and Ho Chi Minh, taken in 1945 just after the August Revolution. There is no air conditioning, ceiling fans stir the air. The floors are wooden, beautifully done, dating from the colonial period. The furniture is modest. In the main sitting room is a couch with pillows, footstools, and a low coffee table. Jup, who has recently suffered from a serious eye infection, spends time on the couch that faces the garden, visiting with his wife, talking with his children when they drop by, and cuddling his grandchildren. His wife, Dang Bich Ha, a pleasant woman, performs the necessary courtesies when guests arrive. 25. Ha's hair is now streaked with gray, short, with a little permanent. She exhibits much patience and solicitude toward others. The general speaks little when guests drop by. Over 80 years old, he remains strong and active. His eyes are still bright and quick with intelligence. Sometimes, even at home, he wears a tieless uniform, and on his feet are sandals with rope ties. When she is there, Hong An, Jip's daughter, offers guests aromatic green tea, longans, and seeds of fresh lotus flowers. The general no longer drinks tea, remarking jokingly that at his age he takes only white tea, that is to say, water. 26. Even though ostensibly retired, he continues to make news. In a September 1991 interview with Reuters, speaking for his government, he urged the United States to lift its economic embargo. In a wry moment, he expressed his willingness to meet with his old archenemy General William Childs Westmoreland, so long as Westmoreland was willing to travel to Hanoi. In line with his government, he endorsed Vietnam's recent move toward a market economy while explaining that what was being done did not mean any acceptance of a capitalist economy. On August 20, 1991, his government presented him with the nation's highest medal, the Ho Chi Minh Gold Star, but did so in a manner so quiet that Jip's followers were insulted. It should have been given, they claimed, in a major ceremony studded with a great number of speakers giving encomiums to Jip. Their irritation had begun a year earlier when this national treasure's 80th birthday passed unnoticed, rather than being made a special, countrywide event by the government. As early as 1991, the U.S. Vietnamese émigré press began claiming that leaders of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam feared Jip. The government suspected Jip, the press stated, of being the major spiritual force behind a planned coup d'état by army generals against the civilian administration. For this reason, the press said, Jip had been placed under close house surveillance. His movements curtailed, his contacts suspected, the gallant old general continued his occasional ceremonial functions. 27. It was for such a reason that he returned to commemorate the newly built Ho Chi Minh Museum at Pac Bo in the far north of Vietnam, just a few kilometers from the Chinese border, the place of his martial beginnings, the location where he and Ho Chi Minh had first worked together at a time when their country could only dream of its liberation from the dominion of the French Empire. He sat in the rear of his Russian-made, chauffeur-driven automobile and stared out the windows as his driver slowly steered around the worst of the ruts and potholes in the ruined road. His mind was lost in thought. The memories have not faded. I wish the day longer and the road better, he lamented, so that I could revisit more easily, but that is something that I could not have. I know almost every mountain and stream and town in this region. 28. 23. An assessment. Senior General Nguyen Jip is not a nice person. Neither were more ancient warriors from Attila the Hun and Timur the Lame to Napoleon, Zhukov, Patton, and MacArthur. Nice men do not become legendary generals, they teach Sunday school classes or become professors of history or military chaplains. They do not fill the pages of books with stories of their martial prowess or battlefields with bodies of the dead. Nor can Jip recount tales of his mercy or his love, save perhaps for his relations with family and grandchildren, and even they always occupied a tertiary or quaternary role in his life. Jip reserved his primary affection for his country and his dedication to the Communist Party. He was self-pledged to the liberation of Vietnam from foreign domination and to its unification into one nation. These two goals commanded his attention throughout the decades of his life, and to them he committed his unbridled ambition and hubris. Though he was sufficiently detached emotionally to view lives of subordinates and troops as no more than pawns to be expended without a qualm, his icy exterior overlay a temper so fiery the French described him as a snow-covered volcano. This book has not been written because of Jip's humanity or personality, although his lack of humanity and the tone of his personality helped to make him what he is, one of the most talented generals of the 20th century and the greatest living expert on people's warfare. His active career as a military commander spanned the years from December 1944 to April 1973, when his Pro. 318/Taj. Senior General Van Tien Dung, replaced him as commander of the army. Even then, Jip remained as Minister of Defense until February 1980, at which time he was dropped from that office in favor of Dung. 36 years of power ended. Even thereafter, until July 1991, a month before his 80th birthday, when he was dropped from membership in the Vietnamese Politburo. He was inevitably a force to be reckoned with in matters military. During that time he became not only a legend, but perhaps the single greatest military genius of the 20th century and one of the greatest of all time. Not because of his elegance or the brilliance of his strategies. Not because he led and inspired his legions from the front to heights of courage in a few famous battles. Not because of his charismatic persona, nor his undeniable ego. Because of his results. Giap is the only general in modern history to launch battle against his foes from a position of grave weakness, lacking equipment and financial resources, beginning with no troops, yet still able to defeat in succession the remnants of the Japanese Empire, the armies of France, the second-ranking colonial empire, and the United States, one of the world's two superpowers, despite the lengthy and enormous U.S. commitment of energy, resources, manpower, and technology. He went on to oversee battle against the southern Vietnamese, Cambodia, and China. Over more than 30 years he built a victorious peasant war machine from nothing, and he did so in a poor country, all the while restricted and sometimes wrongly directed by the politics of the Communist Party. He was the driving force behind victory after victory. His record is unparalleled and his results extraordinary. That is military genius. He was not always victorious, as witness his campaigns in 1951 against the French in the Red River Delta area or his effort against the U.S. Air Cavalry in the La Drang Valley in 1965. Yet he was mostly correct in his military insights and judgments, and for a former history teacher without formal military training, that is extraordinary. Like America's George Washington and Nathaniel Greene, he learned war through war. His training, as such, came from whatever he could glean from his reading and what he learned on the job. Books were not that much help in his early efforts. Before fleeing to China at the start of World War II, he went to the main library in Hanoi to see what he could learn. In an encyclopedia he found a section describing grenades and their detonators. It was very difficult to understand, he later commented. He had in the past fired a shotgun, the single firearm French colons allowed a few influential Vietnamese to possess. The article on grenades and his experience with a shotgun, he said, were his sole knowledge in the matter of armaments. Giap was bright and imaginative, and he learned on the job rather than at a service academy or in ROTC classes. For him there were no basic or advanced officer schools, no war colleges, and thus no school solutions so eagerly sought after by military students so they can get an assignment correct. Giap approached problems without the impediments formally trained officers often. An assessment /319. Carry with them. In the early years he had a very flexible approach. Each problem called for fresh answers, which, for a time, he provided. Later, during the years he fought the Americans, his non-dogmatic approach hardened into an official and approved doctrine all its own. In a sense, what at first was highly original later became doctrine. As the war and his forces expanded, Giap had to teach larger numbers at an ever greater distance. Giap's strategy in later years was no longer original except to professionally trained, Eurocentric U.S. officers. For the most part, they looked at his tactics and strategy as cheating, much as their British forebears of 2 centuries earlier had frowned upon the rebelling colonists of North America. Additionally, like any great commander, Giap was only as good as his subordinates, for they were the ones who carried out his orders and fought his battles. It is little wonder that Giap believed in rote training. His army and the Viet Cong operated far from Hanoi, at the end of a long line of command and control, communicating with Giap only by primitive means. He had to trust in their training and believe in their autonomy, for his signals communication was probably closer to that used by 18th-century warriors than to those of the 20th. More often than not, it worked. Giap's challenges made him a master of tactics, logistics, and strategy. He invented a tactical style of warfare that neither France nor the United States was able to overcome. Even Jip learned how effective it was in the decade after the January 7, 1979 occupation of Phnom Penh by Vietnamese forces, when Pol Pot and his minions faded back into the jungles of Kampuchea, and for the next 10 years successfully used Jip's own tactics against the now more conventionally trained and organized Army of Vietnam. In strategy, he demonstrated the essential requirement to coordinate political purpose with military action. During the Tet Offensive, for example, television and newspapers brought the war home to Americans, always in dramatic and sometimes in misleading ways. In the middle of a tactical defeat, Jip breached a gap in the American will to continue through broadcast pictures of a burning CL-30 at Khe Sanh, of sappers in the very compound grounds of the U.S. Embassy in Saigon, and of the fighting for the Citadel at Hue. That gap found, Jip pushed through it, crying that he had destroyed the outmoded belief that modern equipment and a strong force could achieve victory. He put to rest, he said, the myth about the unsurpassable strength of U.S. troops. In logistics, in the early years, he managed time after time to field divisions of fighting men against the French using a system more primitive than that of Caesar in Gaul. His supply lines resembled those of Hannibal as he and his elephants made their way over the Alps. Marchers wound their way south over mountains and through jungles, across northern Vietnam, into and through Laos, and down the long miles of Cambodia. Coolie porters carried 70-pound packs up 40-degree slopes. 320/. While enduring insects, snakes, hunger, occasional attacks from wild animals, fatigue, and tropical diseases. Every step of the 800-mile route they were under threat from American air strikes. Yet, despite these fearsome difficulties, they delivered hillocks of supplies. In the earlier years of this effort, every pair of 81mm mortar rounds fired by Jip's men in the south, for example, represented a 3-month march by one man down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. It was a feat nearly beyond belief. No one was happier than he when, by the mid-1960s, the Ho Chi Minh Trail had been improved to the point that most supplies funneled south along its course were carried by trucks. For this logistics skill, Jip has received some recognition, but few in the West have been willing to accord him greatness in tactics or strategy. As late as February 7, 1991, he was described at a scholarly meeting in Atlanta as a logistics genius but only a mediocre tactician and strategist. That is ridiculous. A master tactician would be one who demonstrated an ability to fight and defeat a variety of superior enemies. Jip did so. From the 1940s through the 1980s, Jip's armies fought soldiers of Japan, France, the United States, South Vietnam, Kampuchea, and China. He prepared for a long struggle, fought defensively until equilibrium of sorts was reached, and, adapting his approach to his needs, then met his enemies with massive armies capable of defeating them. A master strategist would overcome potential disasters and learn from defeats. Jip did so. His unfortunate early campaigns against the French taught him how to command and operate an army. His initial contacts with American units gave him the idea for his grab-them-by-the-belt tactics, a way to maximize his own strengths and minimize those of America. Jip had his setbacks, as at Dien Bien Phu when his units, savagely attrited, nearly mutinied, and during the dark days when American high-tech weaponry seemed overwhelming. A master strategist would understand his enemies, make use of their weaknesses, and possess a grasp of conflict in its entirety. Jip did. He understood how important to the final outcome was his primarily social and political hold on the people of the land. They became his unsung warriors. They wore down his enemies, kept them off balance, and supported his main force units in decisive battles. They protracted the French war beyond what Paris could accept and the American war longer than Washington could afford. He manipulated the collective minds of his enemies by the effects of Dien Bien Phu and Tet 1968. While neither battle was militarily decisive, both were psychologically and critically important on his enemy's home front. Such achievements are the hallmark of a master strategist. Jip also avoided an essentially military emphasis toward battle adhered to by his two major enemies. Clausewitz would have saluted him. We hold that our war strategy does not embrace purely military affairs, Jip wrote. War must be a comprehensive and combined strategy. The political goals are basic. The army must then not only fight but educate the masses. Thus all citizens are soldiers, all villages and wards are fortresses, and our entire country is a vast battlefield on which the enemy is besieged, attacked, and defeated. He also said, we focus on one area or another depending on the specific conditions prevailing in each period or stage. This is a very important strategic principle in conducting people's war. Important to the outcome was his belief in his own role. He once drew from his memory a sentence made famous by Napoleon, one of his military heroes, to explain why the Corsican came to head the military efforts of France. Jip first encountered this quotation when he was still young, still a student, and he was convinced that everything that followed in later years in his own life derived from this one basic premise. We are here by the will of the people and we shall never give way. He fought for independence from France and then against the United States and the Republic of Vietnam in a struggle to unify the Viet people under one government. I belong, Jip says, to the generation that grew up during the years following World War I. At that time my country, very much part of French Indochina, was subject to the infamous policy of the Great Exploitation. These were dark years in the history of my people. By the will of the people, by order of his superior, and by his own determination, he dedicated himself to his goals. As the years went by and his victories multiplied, Jip showed his sure grasp of strategy. Because of his keen imagination and his solid knowledge of the principles of war and the fundamentals of strategy, he regularly outthought his more traditionally trained opponents, even if he did not always outfight them. He was flexible, dogged, and patient. Able to suffer defeats, he tried to learn from them and return to the fray better prepared. As teacher and trainer, he inspired in his peasant troops great trust in his leadership, the courage to resist despite sometimes overpowering odds, and a willingness to sacrifice themselves in their country's cause. In many ways, he was the prime organizer of an entire nation. Jip mastered the Asian use of evasion and understood how to use the dimensions of time and space in order to counter Western dynamic reaction and advanced technologies. He won. His military accomplishments are matched by few in history. Appendix A. Jip's Nation, A Brief History of Vietnam. The land of Vietnam, shaped like a giant stretched out letter S, forms the eastern portion of a long peninsula at the southeastern tip of Asia, jutting from the belly of China into the South China Sea. The northern part contains the heavily populated, highly cultivated, and very productive delta of the Red River. Moving south, those northern flatlands give way to a long, undulating coast pocketed by small, fertile plains, occasionally challenged by rocky promontories reaching out into the sea. This thin coastal strip widens farther south, eventually falling toward the rich alluvial loam of the Mekong River Delta. The inland mountains of the north slope into the Annamite chain, which merges with a group of western plateaus. From north to south, the high country follows a line parallel with that of the coast. Millennia ago, from the Paleolithic to the Bronze Age, a river of people flooded out of China, and in the ebb and flow of their movements across trackless ocean waters, some settled the myriad islands of the western and southwestern Pacific. Others within that current moved overland, south, out of the vastness of China at a time when ruling dynasties were weak and unable to enforce their rule everywhere. Far from the imperial court, these newcomers made homes for themselves on the eastern coastal strip of the Indochina Peninsula. They ignored or overpowered those already there, some of whom had resided in that region for 10,000 years. Led by one Triuta, the newcomers named the area they inhabited Nam Viet, land of the Viet people of the south. Although they looked upon the city of Canton as their capital, and despite the fact that they occasionally bowed to imperial decrees issued from Beijing, these peoples thought of themselves as having a separate identity and developed new ways of speaking, of living, of ruling themselves. Then, in 111 BC, armies of the Han dynasty conquered the land and people of Nam Viet. The Chinese established a suzerainty that, with some exceptions and with increasing difficulty, would maintain itself for over 1,000 years. During those long centuries of Chinese overlordship, the Vietnamese drank deeply from the wisdom of Confucius. They based much of their society upon his doctrines and from them developed well-ordered patterns of living, largely unchanged for dozens of gen. 324/Appendix A. Erat Ions. Custom and law molded everyone into a rightful and proper place in life. One's primary and basic loyalty was not only to the living family, but to the dead as well. Ancestors were not to be forgotten. They played an important role in family affairs. Fathers, as heads of households, periodically consulted with them for advice and for protection. Successive generations passed away, each one spiritually linked in a continuity yoking the present and the past. All family obligations were respected, extending even to remote cousins. Respect and obligation prevailed at all levels from brother to elder brother, wife to husband, son to father, all to ancestors. Loyalty, obedience, and status were bywords for Vietnamese families. While Confucian doctrine undergirded Vietnamese society, faith in the teachings of Lord Buddha dominated religious thought. Brought by missionaries from India in the 1st century, Buddhism became the primary religion. In the 10th century, Vietnamese emperors used Buddhist monks as advisors and declared Buddhism to be the official state religion. Its influence waned among the ruling scholar class in the early 15th century, but it remained popular among common people. In 939 AD, the Viets were, for a time, able to free themselves from the rule of their giant neighbor to the north when Nguyen fought the Chinese along the Bac Dang River, at the entrance to the Gulf of Tonkin. He achieved a mighty victory there by sinking wooden poles into the mud at the mouth of the river. Impaled upon those stakes, the Chinese navy was helpless to prevent Nguyen's soldiers from slaughtering its infantry. That same year, following his great victory, Nguyen established the first Viet ruling house, the Ngo dynasty. During those years of Chinese rule, the Viet portion of the Indochina Peninsula was known as Annam, the pacified South, and the people were called Annamese. As the centuries of occupation slowly passed, the Annamese absorbed much from Chinese society, tones for their language, the Confucian philosophy, ways of governing themselves. Now, for a time, they flourished as an independent people. Sometimes calling themselves Dai Nam, the Great South, and Dai Viet, land of the Great Viet people, they fiercely defended themselves against all attackers. In 1257 and 1287, they repulsed invasions by the Mongols. Then in 1407 they fell once again under Chinese rule, reduced to a province under the Ming dynasty, a shame they endured until 1418, when Li Loi, another national hero, pushed the Chinese back north across the mountains of the frontier. In the years that followed they resisted efforts by the Sung, Ming, and Manchu dynasties of China to reconquer them. And in turn, the Viets pushed southward along the coast until they came in contact with a people who had long ago come from India to establish on the shores of the South China Sea the kingdom of Kampa. The Viets destroyed and absorbed the Chams in 1692 and continued to expand, now against the Khmer peoples of Cambodia, who recoiled in fear and crept deeper into their jungle fastnesses. Still, by 1807 the Viets were able to establish a protectorate over the Khmers, strengthened in 1846 by a joint Viet-Thai protectorate. Almost everywhere throughout the land, people labored as rice farmers on land sacred to them because it cradled the graves of their ancestors. The family home, the hamlet of nearby huts, and the village, which was made up of 2 or more hamlets, formed a bucolic world where past, present, and future became one. Life was very rural, and Viet. Appendix A/325. Names drew their strength from the soil. This emphasis on the land, the village, and the extended family meant that Vietnamese lived without any real sense of nationhood and had little idea of national patriotism. This presented real problems in the 20th century for men like Ho Chi Minh and Ngo Dinh Diem, who labored to build nations out of the loyalties of such people. Social classes and status grew out of broad-based support from these rice farmers. Above them were landowners, merchants, and artisans, priests, Mandarin scholars, and nobles. At the apex was the emperor as head of state. Separate from the rest were those who had failed at all other livelihoods and were thus forced to become soldiers. Such men were the least regarded class in society. They might, from time to time, have power, but never respect. Military heroes of their past were not professional soldiers but civilians, usually scholars who, in time of need, came to the defense of their country. Nguyen fit well into this pattern, for he was educated and worked as a teacher of history. The basic governmental organization was the village, consisting of a cluster of neighboring hamlets. A village population might range from a few hundred to several thousand people who shared a common leadership, a community center house, and a market. These folk looked to one another and within themselves for guidance and direction rather than upward toward some higher government. So tied were they to their native villages they seldom traveled more than a short walk from their homes. And those villages survived the vagaries of invasion and civil war, the idiosyncrasies of successive emperors, and the French destruction of their freedom. Heads of households, locally elected village elders, and teachers, who were given great respect because of their learning, exercised government within such villages. They inevitably offered fierce resistance over the years when rulers tried to tamper with this autonomy, for to do so ran counter to the force behind an old saying, "The law of the sovereign gives way before the custom of the village." This system embraced nearly 95% of the Vietnamese population, and except at tax time people had little contact with any higher echelon of government. As they said, the authority of the emperor stops at the village gate. Immediately above the village was the district, roughly equivalent to an American county. Here again villages played a role, for district leaders were elected by village elders. Above the district was the province, its overseers appointed by the emperor or his representatives. These state bureaucrats were mandarins, who for at least 1,000 years played a fixed and important role in society. They were steeped in the lore of Confucius, and their authority grew out of their knowledge of the wisdom of the past. Their primary task was to ensure that there was little change, that society looked to old answers rather than to new ideas. In this way they guided Vietnamese conventional behavior. Mandarins perpetuated a static worldview, providing an internal order based on obedience, loyalty, hierarchy, and respect. Social change was to be avoided, one's duty was to follow the way of the past. They thus maintained a collective society in which individual interest was always voluntarily subordinated to that of the group, the land, the family, the hamlet, the village, teachers, elders, mandarins, nobles, emperor. At the apex of society was the emperor, a father figure and chief religious leader, who communicated directly with heavenly powers as he fulfilled his role as intermediary between the gods and his people. He lived removed, isolated, elevated from lesser folk, hidden away behind walls from the sight of the unworthy. Even courtiers could not approach him except on their knees. He held all rice lands in trust for his people and occupied his time with diplomacy and other worthy matters. His was not necessarily a hereditary throne, for his subjects believed that national misfortunes such as war, drought, flood, famine, or plague was an indication that he had lost heaven's mandate and therefore ought to be replaced. Such changes sometimes came with regularity. In 152-7, Mac Dang Dung usurped the throne, proclaiming himself emperor of a new Mac dynasty. Although he was recognized as such by the Ming court in Beijing, his own countrymen were hardly persuaded, and as early as 1533, rivals put forward their own claims. Stung and weakened by civil wars and competitions for power, the Mac dynasty fell to the jealousies of other great families, the Le, the Trinh, and the Nguyen. Intent upon battling one another for the right to rule the land, members of those families barely noticed the arrival of Alexander de Rhodes, who came to Hanoi in 162-7. It was Rhodes who opened the door between East and West. A French Jesuit missionary, he was dedicated to spreading the Roman Catholic faith among benighted Asian heathens. To enable Viets to read the Gospel, he devised a Roman alphabet rendering of the Viets spoken language that came to be called Quoc Ngu. The Vietnamese still write in the fashion taught them by Rhodes. Others from France followed in Rhodes's train. In 1787 the pretender to the Viet throne, Nguyen, signed the Treaty of Versailles with Louis XVI of France. In return for financial support and the use of French naval craft and troops to defeat his rivals, Nguyen granted France commercial and missionary rights, the city of Da Nang, and the island of Pulo Condor. About 50 miles from the coast, essentially uninhabited, which the French soon turned into a prison colony for recalcitrant Vietnamese. Nguyen now launched a campaign against those who resisted his rule. By 1802 they were dead or in exile. Taking the dynastic name Gia Long, he declared himself emperor, placed his capital at Hue in the center of the land, and changed the name of his kingdom from Dai Viet to Vietnam. While Viets fought with one another, French traders, missionaries, and military men looked with ever more favor upon the exotic land. In 1858 the French fleet attacked Vietnamese naval ships in Da Nang harbor. The following year French troops conquered some land in the Mekong Delta. In 1862 came the Battle of Ky Hoa, near the town later known as Saigon. In June 1862 the French wrested the Treaty of Saigon from Emperor Tu Du, who, sickly and by nature pessimistic, was unequal to the tasks that faced him. He confirmed French ownership of Pulo Condor and ceded to the French the southern provinces of Bien Hoa, Din Tuong, and Gia Din. Fed by a growing hunger for empire, France declared a protectorate over Cambodia in 1863 and then turned back to claim more Viet land. The Philaster Treaty, signed by Tu Du in March 1874, ceded all remaining southern Viet provinces to the French, who now renamed the area Cochin China. That treaty also opened the Red River Delta area of the far north to international commerce and allowed the French to open consulates in Hanoi, Haiphong, and Quien Han. Vietnam promised to conform its foreign policy to that of France. Tu Du thus slowly accommodated himself to increasing French domination of his country. In 1883 the Harman Treaty established French authority over all of North and Central Vietnam, the areas of Tonkin and Annam, reconfirmed by the Patnotre Treaty of Cochin China. c. 1884. After 200 years of effort, France now controlled the ancient Annamese lands, now called Tonkin, Annam, and Cochin China, and the kingdoms of Cambodia and Laos. In 188-7, the government in Paris organized them into the French Indochinese Union. By force of arms and by threat, the French government sent 16,000 of its subjects to rule over 15 million Viets. Paris called this effort its mission civilisatrice, its civilizing mission to help modernize this ancient backward land. The actions of those colons gave the lie to their slogan. They knew in their hearts that the brown-skinned Viets with their epicanthic eye folds were their inferiors, and in sexual, social, political, and economic matters they were quick to demonstrate the extent to which they believed in their own superiority. French administrators occupied all governmental positions down to the lowest level. Merchants, traders, and plantation owners wrested treasures from the soil, rubber, coal, rice, hardwoods, and shipped them to Europe. French shareholders grew rich while Annamese coolies, sometimes tied like animals to their plows, or driven by whips in mines and rubber plantations, starved, grew sick, and often died in their traces. Peasants were tricked or cheated out of their tiny land holdings so that French colons could establish larger plantations. Merciless money lenders provided peasants with seed and money which grew into generational debts. Grandchildren continued to pay on the usurious interests of debts that could never be repaid. Some Annamese saw this wave of the future and cooperated. Often they converted to Roman Catholicism. They were repaid with minor jobs in the bureaucracy, with 528/Appendix A. Having their children sent to France to be educated, with colonial French passports, and with opportunities to grow wealthy under the watchful eye of the Dxim Bureau of the Surat Generate du Gouvernement General pour l'Indochine, the French police. Others resisted. As early as July 1885, Emperor Hamgi, who had come to the throne at the age of 12, fled his capital in Hue with Regent Tun That Thiet, to launch the Kinvuong resistance movement against French occupation. Captured in 1888, he was exiled to Algeria, where he died in 194-7. Save the King rebels, however, continued widespread guerrilla activities for some years in the central provinces under the leadership of Phan Dinh Phuong. When Phuong died in 1896 from dysentery, this first organized resistance movement against the French collapsed. The nationalist patriot Phan Boi Chau began an anti-colonial organization in 1903, the Modernization Society, to promote an insurrection that would evict the French and establish a constitutional monarchy. In 1912, he changed the name to the Vietnamese Restoration Society. Chau himself wandered in exile from Japan to China to Hong Kong while several attempted uprisings failed. In Japan he organized the Study in the East movement to encourage Vietnamese youth to come to Japan to study while preparing for a national insurrection. The effort dissolved when Chau was evicted from Japan in 1908. Seized in China in 192-5 by French agents, he was taken under guard to Hanoi, where he was tried and convicted of treason. He spent the rest of his life under house arrest in Hue, where he died in 1940. French police were wary even of conservative efforts to bring about change within Vietnamese society. They closed down the Tonkin Free School, founded in 1906, after only a few months of operation. Privately financed, it sought to introduce Western ideas into Vietnamese society, promote the use of Quoc Ngu as the national language, and emphasize teaching of geography, mathematics, and science. Yet the French became suspicious and swiftly closed the school. Perhaps they were correct. Luong Ngoc Nguyen, son of the founder of the school, launched a rebellion against French rule which broke out in Tonkin during August 1917. Vietnamese rebels made a disorganized attack on a colonial military garrison in Thanh Nguyen province, but a counterattack quickly scattered them, and those who managed to retreat into nearby mountains were captured the following month. Emperors had long used civil service examinations to evaluate potential candidates for the mandarinate, the imperial bureaucracy of the nation. Patterned after those given in China, these tests were first used by the Li dynasty in the 11th century. At first they were open only to members of the hereditary nobility, but eventually nearly all males could qualify unless they worked in proscribed occupations or had been convicted of a crime. The baccalaureate examination was given in local centers, the masters in regional towns, and every 3 years, candidates for the doctorate gathered at the imperial palace in the capital at Hue for their test. While not all who passed became mandarins, these examinations were the best way for young men to move upward in society. As part of the plan to weaken the values of traditional Vietnamese society, the French colonial government abolished civil service examinations in Tonkin in 1915 and in Annam in 1918. In ways such as this, the French increasingly came to control the destinies of those over whom they ruled. Neither benevolent nor progressive, they built more prisons than schools, and often used guillotines, set up in public places, served as grisly reminders of their authority. Slaves within their own country, powerless to direct their destinies, increasingly. Appendix A/329. Separated from their traditions and lands, the people of Vietnam waited and watched for an opportunity to regain their freedom. They looked at their achingly beautiful land, mountains and streams and forests, rice paddies and rivers and coastal beaches, decaying temples and quiet hamlets and the tombs of long-dead emperors. Over all the land lay the mantle of Franc imperial control. Now, in this richest of France's territories in Southeast Asia, even emperors bowed to the will of foreign colons. In the late 19th century, the home government of France stripped Vietnam's rulers of their traditional powers, decreeing that a French resident superior, rather than the emperor, would henceforth preside over the Supreme Council, composed of the 6 chief ministers of the court. 2 emperors, father and son, Tan Tai and Du Tan, who entertained hopes of throwing off the rule of France, were later exiled to Reunion Island in the western Indian Ocean. In this way emperors became figureheads, shadows of their former grandeur, a symbol of the court, restricted to such inconsequential duties as an occasional award of honorary diplomas, the recognition of good and loyal service by their people, and the routine of court and family life. The French believed their power to be too great to be challenged. The Vietnamese observed the fate that had befallen them and their beloved land, and waited. None could foresee the changes to be wrought by a man, born in the province of Quang Binh on 2 August 5, 1911, whose parents named him Nguyen Wenjup. Appendix B. Battle casualties compared. The willingness of General Nguyen Wenjup to engage foes with superior technology and firepower and to order his soldiers into bloody combat might, for some, qualify him simply as a butcher rather than a shrewd, careful tactician. Of course he was a butcher. All combat generals work in human abattoirs. But was he better or worse than others of his kind? To help resolve this matter, a comparison of his losses with those of other military leaders may prove helpful. Any text on military history routinely includes battle statistics for various wars. Such books also tell a sorry tale of combat losses endured by Western soldiers in battles ordered by their leaders, many of whom have been praised as skillful commanders. At Shiloh, on a Sunday and Monday in early April 1862, came the first great bloodbath of the American Civil War. General Ulysses S. Grant ordered his men into the Battle of Pittsburgh Landing, where they suffered over 13,000 casualties while the Confederates lost 10,694. Both North and South were shocked at this butcher's bill. On July 1, 1862, General Robert E. Lee foolishly launched his men against superior Union defenses at Malvern Hill, and his waves of charging Confederate infantrymen were blown to bloody bits time after time by murderous enemy artillery. After the battle, one Confederate general commented, "It was not war, it was murder." In that finale to the 7 days campaign, Lee lost 5,355 men in only a few hours, and in that 1 week alone, 20,000 of his men fell casualty while inflicting 16,000 on the Union. On the last day of the Second Battle of Manassas, 29–30 August 1862, Union Brigadier General John Pope made the mistake of committing his troops to battle in piecemeal fashion. They suffered 16,000 casualties out of 60,000 committed. The Confederates absorbed 9,000 losses out of a 50,000 man force. At Antietam on September 16, 1862, the bloodiest day of the Civil War indeed, in all of American military history, 75,000 Federals faced 40,000 Confederate defenders along an insignificant creek. Before the sun set, 4,700 men were dead, 18,440 wounded, and 3,000 missing. This butchery achieved little. The battle was at best a tactical draw and a strategic failure for both sides. Fighting renewed the next day with additional heavy casualties. On December 13, 1862, at Fredericksburg, Union Brigadier General Ambrose E. Burnside ordered his men to attack the soldiers of Lieutenant General James Longstreet, entrenched behind and to the north of the town at Marye's Heights, as well as Thomas J. Stonewall Jackson's troops, crouched behind a railroad embankment on Prospect Hill. The result was a slaughter of Union men by Southern shoulder arms fire and artillery. The Federals took 12,563 casualties, inflicting 5,309 on the South. On December 31, 1862 and January 2, 1863, General Braxton Bragg's soldiers attacked Major General William S. Rosecrans's troops and were badly defeated at Stones River southeast of Nashville, taking over 10,000 casualties to massed Northern artillery. Rosecrans's casualties were also high. Then, at the Chancellorsville campaign in May 1863, Union losses came to above 17,000, those of the Confederates tallied 12,700. In 1863, during the 3 days of Gettysburg, the South inflicted 23,000 casualties while suffering 28,000 of their own, 1/3 of Lee's entire combat strength. The battle toll rolled on like an incoming tide. At Chickamauga Creek, 18 to 20 September 1863, Southern losses were over 18,000, Union casualties more than 16,000. In the Battle of the Wilderness, 5 to 7 May 1864, the two armies slugged one another to a tactical draw at a cost of 17,500 Union losses and 7,500 for the Confederates. Grant faced Lee at Cold Harbor, June 3, 1864. When they ordered their men into battle, 7,000 Union soldiers died in less than half an hour. One Southern observer called it inexplicable and incredible butchery. Grant's men had suffered 55,000 casualties in the single month since he launched his 1864 campaign in the Wilderness. That was a long time ago. Was the Civil War only a bloody aberration, never again to be repeated? No. Just as Americans had learned to slaughter one another in wholesale fashion, so would European generals refine those techniques and apply them in even more deadly fashion. During the first month of the Great War, 200,000 Frenchmen fell casualty. At the First Battle of Ypres, October 20 to November 22, 1914, total casualties on all sides reached 250,000. During the Dardanelles campaign from February 1915 to January 1916, at Gallipoli, the Allies lost 500,000 casualties and the Turks an equal number. In April and May 1915 at the Second Battle of Ypres, the British lost 59,000 men. From February 21 to December 18, 1916, during the Battle of Verdun, German losses stood at 300,000, the French lost 460,000 killed, wounded, missing, or taken prisoner. In those 10 months, 420,000 French and German soldiers died. In the Battle of the Somme, July 1 to November 19, 1916, some 1,250,000 German, French, and English soldiers fell casualty. The British suffered 60,000 killed or wounded on the first day. The gain in that 4-month battle was an Allied advance of only 8 miles. The Third Battle of Ypres, or Passchendaele, fought between July 31 and November 20, 1917, saw British Commander Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig lose 31,850 men in Flanders fields on the first day alone. When the battle ended, the British had lost 300,000 killed or wounded and the Germans 260,000, all for an Allied advance of only 9,000 yards, a little over 5 miles. In that same year, following the Battle of Caporetto, the Italians listed losses of 305,000 men. Now Americans were in France, ready to fight in the trenches. On the orders of their commander, General John J. Blackjack Pershing, they were soon committed to battle. In September 1918 they found themselves flung into the Meuse-Argonne campaign, the heaviest and longest sustained period of combat in American military history. These. Appendix B/333. Doughboys fought for 47 days, penetrating 4 successive German defensive trench lines. When the campaign ended, some 1,200,000 U.S. soldiers had participated, suffering 120,000 casualties including 26,667 dead. All those sanguinary losses were not to be, after all, sacrificed in a successful effort to fight the war to end all wars. Instead, the hatreds engendered by the Great War and the Versailles Treaty that followed it planted the seeds of World War II. Although it started far from our shores, in China in 1937 and in Poland on September 1, 1939, it came home to America on December 7, 1941. By 1942 we were fighting Germans once again, this time in North Africa. Americans still labor under the illusion that their ground forces during that conflict were always led by incisive and competent battlefield leaders. Glowing wartime propaganda then portrayed those generals as capable of doing no wrong. Fawning authors later nearly canonized some of those men. They were not all giants. Sometimes they were unimaginative, plotting, inferior officers who knew only like their predecessors in the Civil War and the Great War how to throw masses of cannon fodder against the enemy. they depended more upon massive columns of men and inexhaustible piles of supplies than upon thoroughgoing knowledge of tactics and strategy. They lacked training, talent, and insight. Obviously there were exceptions. Yet consider the casualties suffered in Italy in early 1944 when Major General John P. Lucas, with 40,000 U.S. and British troops, began Operation Shingle on January 22 with an over-the-beach assault at Anzio. It was to be an end run around the Germans' Gustav Line, which had stopped the Allied advance up the peninsula well south of Rome. Landing without opposition, Lucas dallied while Luftwaffe General Albert Kesselring built up his forces, sealing off the beachhead and nearly driving the Allies into the sea. For a time the Germans referred to the Allied toehold at Anzio as the largest self-sustaining prisoner of war camp in the world. Only on May 23, following Lucas's replacement by General Lucian Truscott, did the Allies fight their way out of Kesselring's encirclement, at a cost of 72,306 GI casualties. Later that same year, just inside Germany, V Corps Commander Lieutenant General Leonard T. Jarrow foolishly ordered his 28th Infantry Division, commanded by Major General Norman Dutchkota, to make a diversionary attack into the Wirken Forest. The 28th was to draw German troops onto itself so that 7 Corps Commander General J. Lawton Lightning Joe Collins could attack toward the Rhine River in an attempt to seize bridges there. From 2 to November 16, the 28th was the only active division on the Western Front, allowing German units to focus on it with a vengeance and slaughter its men. Company, battalion, and regimental commanders appealed to higher headquarters to let them withdraw from that killing ground. Divisional Commander Kota, Corps Commander Jarrow, 1st Army Commander General Courtney Hodges, and even 12th Army Group Commander General Omar Bradley all refused to allow the division's men to pull back to a position of safety even after Collins cancelled his attack toward the Rhine on November 5 because of inclement weather. As a result, some 23,000 American soldiers died to gain about 1,500 yards of useless open high meadow pastures and dark pine forest. And then there was Vion Wenjup. At Vinyen in January 1951 his forces suffered 14,500 casualties. At Mauki in March, Jip's soldiers absorbed another 3,354/Appendix B. Losses. In May, at the Day River, Jip watched as an additional 10,000 men fell on the field of battle. In the first 6 months of 1951, his ranks were reduced by 7,500 men as compared, for example, to British losses of 31,850 on July 31, 1917, the first day of Passchendaele. Though a comparison of Jip's losses with those of other wars and other military leaders may not excuse his expressed indifference to the lives of his soldiers, it does set his actions into a broader context. At least he was wise enough to admit that he had been mistaken and to withdraw from further contact with the French until his forces were strong enough and sufficiently armed to pit themselves once again in battle. And he was always willing to attempt tactics capable of confounding his enemies. This was not a passive attitude. He actively strove to do the unexpected. That has not necessarily been true of other wartime leaders. In the United States alone, statues have been erected and counties, towns, forts, libraries, schools, and public parks have been named after past generals, many of them no more than butchers in a bloody abattoir. An arrogant Napoleon boasted that he could spend the lives of 25,000 soldiers each month, but, devotees have always obsequiously truckled to him and other such men, writing glowing biographies and teaching their exploits in reverent tones. At the same time, because Jip lost 7,500 men in his 1951 attacks on the French, he has been dismissed as only a logistician. Perhaps it is impossible for an Asian to attain in the West the status of a successful and competent general. Certainly to attribute Jip's victories to anything other than mastery of supply lines and luck would require a consequent diminution of the reputations of those stolid generals who opposed him, French and American, and that has been difficult for either French or American analysts, writers, and historians to concede. Those wishing more information may consult any standard work on military history, including James M. Morris, America's Armed Forces, A History. Other information is drawn from Cecil B. Currey, Follow Me and Die.